button should go. There we are.
Okay, good morning. Welcome to this interim meeting, Seattle 2013, sometime in December. I think it's the 5th or the 4th. What day is it? 4th of December. Oh, it's on the screen. So we're pleased to be able to have this broadcast by webinar. I understand that we have 80 or so people that have pre-registered, and maybe more can be registering now, so we know there's a lot of interest in this. This morning's sessions will start with a description of the 2013 fisheries, and then probably the one that many people are interested in is a presentation of the 2013 stock assessment. We have a third agenda item as well scheduled for this morning. I took my book away from me, so I'll look at Ralph for a second. Which is the preliminary harvest decision table. That's the one that we coined the term last year. Had the blue line on it just for reference. So we'll have the blue line, 2013 blue line table as the third item for this session. We'll probably take a break partway through this, during which time we can see how many questions have come in from the webinar people. And we will try to respond to all of those either by summing them together if they're of a similar nature and then have answers for them. If we have questions as we go along here from the commissioners, we will probably try to have those as the presentations are being made, since they're fairly long. If there's questions from the audience, we would like to have those held until we have the break. Right after a morning break, we'll see if there's questions from the audience that pertain to the first half, and similar when we finish the entire session, rather than having audience people interrupt the speaker. I think that's all we have to say before we get started. Bruce, have I skipped anything?
I think that's correct, Mr. Chairman.
In that case, let's start the webinar then with the 2013 fisheries, please.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to ask Heather Gilroy to come up and review the 2013 fisheries, please.
Good morning. I will be giving the results of the 2013 commercial sport and subsistence fisheries. These numbers are preliminary. We put them together on November 11th, and we need to set numbers for the stock assessment, so we haven't updated them since then. The numbers are all net weight, and they've been provided to us from federal and state agencies. First of all, I'll just start with the areas where we have total catch limits. Total catch limits where we have catch sharing plans, and that is in area 2A. 2A, the Commission sets a total catch limit by for sport, commercial, and treaty Indian users. The Pacific Fisheries Management Council has a catch sharing plan that divides the total catch by the different users, and in 2013 the total catch was 2% over the catch limit. The same, we have a catch sharing plan in area 2B. The Commission sets a limit for sport and commercial users. There is an allocation plan set by Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which allocates 15% to the sport users and 85% to the commercial users. In this area, the total catch was 5% under the catch limit, and the catch limit was just over 7 million pounds. Moving on to the commercial fisheries in area 2A, which is Washington, Oregon, and California, there are 4 commercial fisheries. The first one I'll talk about is the directed commercial fisheries, and this takes place north of Point Chehalis. They are 10-hour openings with fishing period limits, and in 2013 we had 2 fishing period limits, and after those 2 limits the catch limit was taken. The next fishery is the incidental halibut fishery during the salmon troll season, and this opened on May 1st and closed on August 10th. There are ratios of halibut to salmon. In 2013 it was 1 halibut to 3 Chinook plus an extra and a trip limit of 15. The goal was to have the fishery extended, so they came up with a more restrictive trip limit of 5 halibut, and that's a vessel limit for the landing. And in the end, the catch limit was taken, or 2% under it, which was only 600 pounds. The goal of this, these ratios was to extend it longer. In 2012, the ratio was 1:4, and in 2012, the fishery closed in early July. The incidental halibut with the sablefish fishery opened on May 1st and closed October 31st. It closed at the end of the sablefish season. The ratio was 75 pounds of halibut to 1,000 pounds of sablefish plus 2 extra fish. We were quite under the catch limit, with 44% under the catch limit. They had the Pacific Fisheries Management Council had relaxed the ratio, because the previous year it was 50 pounds of halibut to 1,000 pounds of sablefish, but in the end they were still under the catch limit. The last commercial fishery in the area was the Treaty Indian fishery, and there was an unrestricted fishery, which was a 48-hour season, and there were 5 restricted fisheries. Restricted fisheries meaning there was a vessel limit, and in this year with the 5, there was a 500-pound limit, a 150-pound limit, and a 200-pound limit, depending on which opening it was. And lastly, there were a special fishery which allowed the Quinault Nation to fish as they were having a paddle ceremony, so the other tribes allowed them to take some fish for this celebration. And they were able to stay within their catch limit this year. They had quite a few added restrictions. Moving on to the commercial fisheries, these are the quota share fisheries, and the fishery opened on March 23rd and closed on November 7th. This just shows you the catch limit relative, or the catch relative to the catch limit for 2013 and 2012. And in 2B, we were 2% under the catch limit, not quite as close as last year. What we found in 2B was the catch was taken later in the year. The busiest months were July and August. 2C and 3A were 2% under the limit, very similar to 2012. And again, May was the busiest month in these areas, where it had been August the previous year. 3B, we were 6% under the catch limit, not quite as close as last year, and the busiest month for 3B was August. Moving on to Area 4, 4A, 4B, 4C, D, and E, we weren't as close to the catch limits as we were in 2012. 4B is the area that we are generally under. In 2012, we were closer than we had been in the previous years, so 2013 we were again quite a bit under the catch limit. Overall for Alaska, we were 5% under the catch limit, which is not as close as it had been in the previous years. Moving on to the sport fishery. The sport fishery 2013 harvest was 6.7 million pounds. This is a 3% decrease from last year. It was similar to the amounts in the 1990s, down from the high levels of 10 million pounds we saw in the mid-2000s. There is another restriction besides the catching plans that I talked about earlier. In areas 2C and 3A, there is a management restriction that is in place due to the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council, and it's been in place for 11 years, and the goal is to have the charter harvest under these GHL limits. And I'll talk about them more once I get to the areas. This graphic shows you the total commercial or total sport catch by regulatory area and the changes we've seen from 2012 to 2013. As I mentioned, in 2A there's a catch sharing plan. In 2B there is also an allocation to the sport fishery, and in 2B the harvest was 830,000, and this was quite a bit under last year's amount, and it is under the allocation. 2C, 3A, they're just slightly above last year's harvest. 3B and 4, they are under what was taken in 2012, but Since 2005, this range is anywhere from 14,000 to 50,000 pounds, and because of the remoteness of the ports, the sport fishery, there's not a lot of sport fishing that goes on in those areas. I'll just talk about the sport fisheries by reg area, and as I mentioned, in Area 2A there's a catch-ring plan. The area is divided into 6 sub-areas. 4 of these have in-season management. The sport fishing in 2A, if the salmon and tuna fishing is good, then people don't go for halibut as much, and this was the case in the Columbia River area. The harvest was half of the allocation. The harvest was about 6,000 pounds and the allocation was about 12,000 pounds. The other area of note is the southern Oregon, California border area, and we've noted that since 2008 the allocation or the catch here has been quite successful. The range has been anywhere from 14 to 37,000 pounds in this area, where the allocation is 6,000 pounds, and you'll be hearing probably from the Pacific Council at the annual meeting they are taking action to bring this catch closer to the allocation. The overall sport catch in this area was 6% over the allocation. Moving on to 2B, I mentioned that the harvest was under the allocation. The allocation, which was the 15%, was 1.08 million pounds. DFO did put some restrictive measures in this area to keep the catch under the allocation, and I think their goal also was to allow the fishery to go later in the year. The last 3 years the fishery had closed in September or October, and this year we'll see that the fishery is opening all the way through December 31st. Some of the restrictive measures that went in place: the fishery opened on March 15th with a 1 fish daily bag limit and a 2 fish possession limit. With the 2 fish possession limit, one of the fish had to be smaller than 83 centimeters, which is just about 33 inches. They added additional restrictions that started on April 15th. These included an annual limit of 6 fish per angler. They hadn't had an annual limit previous to last year. 1 fish daily bag limit and a maximum size limit of 126 centimeters, and that's about 50 inches. There was a 2 fish possession limit, and one of these fish had to be less than 83 centimeters. So the fishery will be open till December 31st, and these numbers are preliminary numbers. We haven't seen the final numbers as of yet. Moving on to Southeast Alaska, as I mentioned, the fisheries managed differently for the private sector and the charter sector. In the charter sector or the guided sector, there's a guideline harvest level. And the management measures in place for the charter sector were exactly the same in 2013 as they were in 2012, which was a 1 fish daily bag limit, a reverse slot limit, which the halibut had to be 45 inches or less or 68 inches or more. There were additional line limits, and what we saw was that the number of fish increased in this area to 51,000 fish landed, with a similar average rate to the previous year. The private sector, there were no additional regulations in place. There's a 2 fish daily bag limit, no size restrictions, and we saw a decrease to about 52,000 fish landed. Moving on to Area 3A, the regulations for the guided fishery and the private fishery are the same. 2 fish daily bag limit. There were no size limits or restrictions on skipper or crew fish. The number of fish caught in both sectors was slightly higher than last year. We saw a 7% increase in the private sector harvest, and the charter sector was very much the same. This is a graphic showing the charter harvest in Area 2C relative to the GHL, and the GHL has been in place for 11 years. As you can see, the GHL is the orange dot or line, and in 2013 the GHL was the GHL was 788,000 pounds, and the catch in, did I say 2009? The GHL in 2013 was 788, and the catch was 723,000 pounds. In 3A, the GHL in 2013 was 2.7 million and 2.734, and the catch was 83% of that. And lastly, the subsistence fishery in 2013 was about 1.1 million pounds. Some of these numbers are a one-year lag. For example, Alaska, the 710,000 pounds was for 2012. This number is provided to us from ADF&G. They have mail-in surveys and community visits to determine the amount. Anybody that wants to subsistence fish in Alaska has to get a certificate or a shark card. And we've seen decreases in this fishery since 2014, which was, or 2004, where it was 1.2 million pounds. For Area 2B, the harvest was 405,000 pounds, and this is a number provided by DFO, and it's been the same since 2007. And the last subsistence fishery is part of the catch sharing plan, which is the CNS fishery in Area 2A, and this amount here, 32,200, is the allocation amount. And that's a quick summary of the 2013 fishery.
Thank you, Heather. Any questions from the commissioners?
Mr. Chairman, just a reminder that if you're speaking into the microphones, could you get fairly close to your microphones? Apparently the web attenuates that sound quite a bit.
Okay, thank you.
Can I just remembered something, that in your book we had an error. So in the book you'll notice that the 2B sport harvest was 850,000 pounds. It should have been 830,000. So if you notice, that was a difference.
Thank you. Ralph.
Mr. Chairman, Heather, why are we so far under the commercial catch limits in Alaska, do you think?
That's a good question.
Great. I'm trying that a bit, Ralph. I think the part of it was, as the catch limits come down, the block sizes are getting smaller, and so for some of the more remote areas, there's not enough for guys to go out and catch some of the fish on those block sizes for those IQs. The other thing is that fishery in some areas was scratchy this year, so you didn't get as much fishing effort as you might have had in the past. But I think the primary function on that was as the block sizes get smaller, people don't go out for them.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, one more. Heather, 2A has always been our most accurate area for staying under the quota. I think last year, maybe the year before, was an exception. You noted that the Pacific Management Council was going to be looking into the sport. The reason why the sports side was over, was the sports side the one that was over last year also?
I'm not sure if it was over last year. I know the tribal fishery has been over for several years, and they took some really good restrictions this year to keep within the limit.
Okay, thank you.
Just to follow up on Ralph's question, I heard some anecdotal reports from fishermen up in 3A and 3B that they were having trouble with whale depredation. Does any of that play into the failure to catch the quota? I guess that would be more 4A probably, but any reports of whale depredation actually driving people right out of there?
We have heard some instances of that. I'm not sure if that's why they haven't got their quota. It has been an issue in Area 4.
Yeah, Dave, I think that is correct, that the depredation has been a serious issue in some of these areas. It's been increasing in some areas over the last years.
Michael, did you have a question as well?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And maybe a comment or thinking about the stock assessment discussion coming up. So maybe it's a comment that Ian could consider. We have an overall underage of what, 2% in the commercial fishery? Is that correct, Heather? Coastwide? Catch limits are about 2% below.
Yeah, I think it's 2 or 3%.
And then 3% overall in the sport fishery, right? With a significant underage on the Canadian side in particular. Question or the comment maybe, or something I could ask Ian to address, would be how does he factor that information into the stock assessment separate from the setline survey information? Like, what is the weight that he puts into it when he makes when you do your assessment on the stock abundance? Thanks. That's it.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the web showing up? So when we started this first session, I actually didn't do a very good job, but I'll pretend I did it on purpose. We didn't introduce ourselves, but maybe everyone's online now, so it's probably important to do that. And we have the 3 Canadian commissioners that I think people are familiar with. Michael Pearson, who's the vice chair this year and the head of the Canadian delegation. David Boys, Paul Ryall, both well known to us. On the U.S. side, we have Ralph Horde, who's the commissioner with most experience up here. I'm Jim Balziger. I've been here a while, and as you know, the U.S. side has been going for 2 years trying to get solicit and run a process to identify new halibut commissioners. Ralph and I are hanging on from the old days. We had Philip Lestenkoff was our other commissioner who opted not to continue in his role as interim commissioner, so we were left with 1 seat short. And working with the agency, with Department of Commerce and Department of State, we've asked Chris Oliver to step in and be an alternate commissioner until our overall process runs its course and is completed. We don't know when that will be. It didn't happen yet. So we're very grateful that we have someone like Chris here who has the experience in fisheries in the North Pacific. He's followed the Halibut Commission processes, and so we have a very knowledgeable assistant here. So Chris is the executive director of the North Pacific Fishery Management Council, and I'm pleased he's here. Also, we have, each side has an official science advisor. U.S. side is Dr. Lowe, who's in the audience. So we want to have our science advisors be part of these conversations. So Lowe, if you have questions, please speak up. And then the Canadian scientist is Dr. Robin Forrest, and so she's online. I think maybe the sole person that through the webinar is mic'd up. So Robin, you can speak up as you have questions as well. And
thanks, Jim.
You're welcome. And so Michael, I don't know if you'd like to say anything on behalf of the Canadian side before we get into the stock assessment, just introductory comments that are not quite at the introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I have actually very few comments. First, to welcome Chris to the group. As you say, Jim, he's very knowledgeable and very experienced on the issues that we deal with, so he's welcome. Whether he was here voluntarily or not is a different question, but we're very pleased that, to have him there and that there's a full complement as a consequence. And I look forward to an annual meeting where, Ralph, can you make sure you don't ski or do anything between now and the annual meeting so that we have a full complement on the U.S. side at the annual meeting. So welcome to Chris in particular, but thanks to your opening remarks too, Jim. We're pleased to be here and we're looking forward to this discussion. This is an important evolution, I think, this year in particular in the work of the Commission. We've come a significant way on the science advice, as we'll hear further this morning from Ian and company. I do want to compliment the Commission staff, all the staff, for the work that they've done in the last couple of years to move us toward a more effective mechanism or means by which we're able to make decisions as commissioners about the management of this fishery. I also want to welcome, I see there's lots of people in the room who have come directly to participate in the public, who have come to participate in this interim meeting, and welcome their presence. And I understand there's quite a few, close to 100, who had signed up for the webinar, so pleased to have that degree of interest in the stakeholder community as well for this interim meeting. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other commissioner care to make a comment? If not, Bruce, let's move on to agenda item 2, which is the stock assessment.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I ask Ian Stuart to come up and present this year's assessment.
Okay. Good morning, Commissioners. Everybody in the audience here, I'm sorry I'm going to have my back to you guys this morning, but I am talking to you as well, and everybody who's on the webinar. I'm really pleased to be back in front of you here this morning. When I was here last year, I'd only been on the job a couple of months, and the whole process was new to me. I'm really pleased with the work that we've been able to accomplish with the help of everybody here at the Commission over the last 12 months since last year's process ended. I think I've got some really important and good information for you this morning, and I'll go ahead and walk you through the results of this year's stock assessment. I'd like to start out with some good news, which is that I've achieved about a 50% reduction in the number of slides I'm going to be presenting to you today. I'm sure everybody can appreciate that. I know it was kind of a long presentation last year. We made a lot of changes. There were a lot of new things, and it took a lot of explaining. And we're gonna build on that heavy lifting that we did last year, and hopefully it'll be a little easier for everybody and a little bit of less new material this time around. So as I did last year, I'm going to start off with a quick summary of what I'm going to tell you so that if you only have 5 minutes to spend, you'll still know the answer here right at the beginning. The summary is that the survey and the commercial fishery trends were down slightly in 2013. We made a major effort to reconstruct our various data sets here at the Commission this year, and this includes updating everything through 2013 so we have current information for this process, as well as digging all the way back into our historical records over 100 years to get back into all of the historical information we've got and bring that information forward to provide some more perspective on where we've been and how our current results relate to where we've been. On the modeling side of things, I've done quite a bit of work. I've had a lot more time this year since last year's process to do some of the things that I would have loved to have had for you last year. And I've built some comparative models, which I think is going to provide for a much stronger stock assessment this year. We've really improved the way that we're estimating the uncertainty in the stock assessment, and I'll spend some time explaining why I think that's very important and hopefully how it'll help the decision-making process this year, as well as I mentioned, to provide some historical perspective on where we've been and where we are currently, which I think is really important and something we haven't had in a few years. In a nutshell, the 2013 results that I'm going to present to you this morning are pretty consistent with the projections we made from last year. There are no big surprises here. So with that, I'll give you a little outline of what I'm going to go through this morning. I'm going to start out with some summary of the various data sources and some of the reconstruction that I've done. I'm going to talk to you a little bit about model development. I'm going to spend most of my time on the results of those modeling efforts. And then I'm going to finish up with the decision table. At that point, we'll probably take some questions, and then I will pass the presentation off to Bruce Lehman for some more discussion about the specific apportionment results and some of the area-specific results that go along with the coast-wide stock assessment. So jumping right into the various data sets. As I mentioned, we made an effort to do a full documentation and summary of all the various data sets that we have available here at the Halibut Commission. And we do have a considerable amount. We have records, very good records from the commercial fishery going well back into the early part of the 20th century. And it's been a while since we really dusted these off, got in and looked at how we need to look at those various data sets and process them and get them ready to actually use them in a modeling environment. As I mentioned already, this effort not only documents the historical observations, but it also brings us up to speed for 2013. For some of you involved in other processes, we are using real-time data here. The fishery closed on November 7th, and that's sort of when my year really gets going. I get the data a couple of days, the final data a couple of days after that, and basically from then until now, I'm trying to make the most use of the brand new data that we've got. So we're really benefiting from the effort that everybody here at the Commission puts into getting those data sets ready in a real-time sense. Our aging lab is producing those age samples, and all of our commercial data get processed. And so the results that I can present to you this year are based on this year's information. We're fully up to date. Some of the data sets will be added to over the next year, but at least we've got most of that information available to us now. I'm spending so much time on data because it's important to remember that the data is really telling us the story. The models, as much as I like to do stock assessment modeling, what's really important here is what signal or what picture that the data are creating for us. The model is really just there to help bring that picture into focus. And it's really that's the only role of the stock assessment model, is to help us focus and to get some perspective on the data and look at it in a few different ways. But the data itself should really be telling us the story. So I'm going to jump right in, and I'm going to go through sources of removals first, and then some of the survey data and some of the biological data after that. Some of these figures you've seen before, and some of them are new for this year. I'm going to try to give you a little bit of perspective on where we've been in some of these data sets in terms of the historical record. So this is a time series figure of all the removals from the halibut stock over the last 100+ years. And what you can see here is that we've got a long history of removals. In fact, we've sustainably removed almost 7 billion pounds of halibut from the North Pacific over the last 100 years. I think that's a pretty impressive number, and frankly, I'm proud to be here at the Commission and look back on a fishery that's produced that much fish for the world. What you can see in this time series is that we've had 4 major peaks in removals, one early in the 20th century, one in the late 1950s and 1960s, one in the 1980s, and one in the late 1990s around 2000. And each of those peaks in terms of the green, which is the fishery landings, has been roughly of similar magnitude. However, you can also see that over time we've added other sources of removals, fishery wastage and sport removals, personal use and subsistence, as well as the purple at the top there, which is bycatch and non-halibut target fisheries. And so you can see that with the accumulation of those other sources of removals, each of those peaks has been slightly higher than the one before. You can also see at the end of this figure a very strong response of the Commission and the management to declines that have been estimated in the survey and in the stock assessment, bringing those catches down as we've seen the stock indices and assessment results come down in the most recent years. Now, I want to go through area by area because the big picture doesn't show you some of the detail in some of the specific regulatory areas. And there are a lot of different trends and different aspects to the history in each of the regulatory areas. So I'm going to break it up into Area 2, Area 3, and Area 4. This is Area 2, and you can see a couple things here. The first is this early time period, and you can see that the magnitude of the removals in this early period is quite large. Do note that the y-axis is different for each of these areas. 3A, the top of the y-axis there, corresponds to 3 or 3.5 million pounds, whereas 2B, the top of that y-axis, corresponds to 30 or 35 million pounds. So the y-axes are quite different here. You may note a very strong similarity in the trend in the first part of each of these time series, and that's because we're talking about a period prior to 1915 when the records were not quite as clear as they were after that time period. So I'll point out that there is some uncertainty in exactly how the catches were divided among these 3 regulatory areas in that time period. However, I'll point out that we do have a pretty good sense of the total, and the totals were impressive. You can see 30 to 35 million pounds prior to 1915 in Area 2B, 15 to 20 million pounds in 2C, and 2.5 to 3 million pounds in 3A. Those are very large removals compared to anything we've seen in the subsequent time series. The uncertainty and the reason why there's a ratio to apply to very early catches there is primarily due to catches that occurred up around Dixon Entrance. And so what I'd point out is that we do know generally the magnitude of the catch in all 3 of these areas and the total quite well. We just don't know exactly how some of those removals right up around Dixon Entrance were distributed. Now, after that time period, you see that the fishery declined, or the fishery catches declined quite rapidly into the 1920s. There was another peak in the late 1950s and 60s. There was the dip in the 1970s in all 3 areas that I'm sure at least some of you listening or here today remember that time period in the 1970s. And then you can see at the end of the time period, all 3 of these areas, the removals have come down somewhat. I would also point out that without going into the specific numbers, what you can see on these plots is that the relative role of other kinds of removals other than the directed fishery, which is going to remain in dark green in all these plots, for example, sport removals in blue and bycatch in purple, is the role of these other sources of removals can be quite different in different regulatory areas. So I'm just going to give you a quick visual perspective on that as we go through some of the other areas. Moving up to Area 3, you see the time series starts a bit later. The fishery was moving north from Area 2, first hit 3A in the teens and 1920s. There was a little bit of fishing in 3B in that time period, but the 3B fishing really didn't pick up until the mid-1920s. Again, you see a fairly long period of sustained removals, particularly in 3A, around 20 million pounds, leading up to the 1970s, when all of the regulatory areas had a pretty substantial reduction in the removals, and then subsequently some increases in that, with a slightly more variable trend in 2B. Moving up to Area 4 now, I've broken this figure out into Area 4A, 4B, 4CDE, and then the bottom right-hand panel is all of Area 4 combined. And I'll note that we're not able to partition all of these sources of removals prior to the 1980s to specific regulatory areas in Area 4, so you'll see there are some removals in the combined Area 4 panel that you don't see represented in any of the others. But again, here you can get a sense that in Area 4, the fishery developed much later. You see in the bottom right that we did start to see some removals from Area 4 in the 1940s and 50s, some fairly substantial removals in the late 1950s and early 1960s, but it wasn't really until the 1970s and 1980s when the fishery was really fully exploited in Area 4. And you can also see that the relative role of other sources of removals, in particular bycatch, and in particular in the Bering Sea Area 4 CDE, that source of removals is much more important than it is in some of the other regulatory areas. If we look at this another way now, just looking at the landings from the directed commercial fishery, you can see that pattern of historical exploitation. Now I'm showing you all the regulatory areas. At the same time, you can see the blue lines corresponding to Area 2B and 2C represent the first peak in removals. And it's interesting to me to see that first peak in removals, almost 70 million pounds per year, was captured primarily in Area 2. And we've seen quite a different trend in subsequent years. The fishery then expanded into Area 3A and 3B, and then finally in the 50s and 60s into Area 4. And now you see in the most recent time period that the fishery is basically fully exploited. Perhaps this is a good point to address Commissioner Pearson's question from earlier, which is that because we were able to use real-time information from this year's fishery, although we had catch levels or catch targets that were set for 2013, all of the assessment results that I'm going to present to you reflect the actual catch estimates we have from 2013. So if those estimates come in above or below the targets, that's accounted for in the stock assessment. So any extra fish that we didn't catch would correspond to additional fish that would be available in the population as I'm modeling it. So I'm actually using the removals rather than the targets from 2013. Moving on to some of the other sources of removals, and I'm going to break those out by area as well so you can compare among regulatory areas. The next source of removals is wastage from the directed commercial fishery. Now these are fish that are discarded and we assume are going to die after discarded. Not all the fish that are discarded die. In fact, in our directed commercial fishery, we estimate 16% of those fish that are released will subsequently die from capture. And I want to point out here a couple things. One is that we estimate wastage was not a huge factor in the fishery prior to the mid-1980s. You see there's an initial peak there in the late 1980s and early 1990s, which corresponds to the Derby days, when there was an extensive amount of lost gear and a lot of fish that were discarded just due to the speed at which the fishery was being prosecuted. You see there was a decline as Alaska and British Columbia moved into quota-based fisheries, and there was a lot less lost gear and a lot less regulatory discard. And then an increase through the 2000s, which corresponds to the decline in size at age and the increase in the encounters with sublegal fish. Now, I'll point out here that the y-axis on this figure, the top of the y-axis ranges between 3 and almost 5 million pounds. So this is a much smaller magnitude than the commercial landings. And I'll point out that currently in 2013, our best estimate is that the sublegal wastage component, which is most of the wastage, in the current commercial fishery accounted for about 4.4% of the total removals. So this is a fairly small component in the total set of removals coming from the stock. The other point I want to mention here is that we've made some substantial improvements in the way we estimate commercial wastage during 2013. It will be documented in this year's RARA document, and you'll see presentations on that throughout the process. In addition, all of this investigation and exploration and documentation of the various data sources will also be presented in this year's RARA document. It'll be separated from the stock assessment so that we can really give it sort of full treatment, and all of these figures, and in fact quite a few more, will also be presented in that document. So hopefully anybody who's interested will through this year's process have the ability to look at all of these various data sets and come to their own conclusions and thoughts on each one. The only other comment about wastage I wanted to make was that the other improvement we've made this year was the use of the 2B logbook data. So this is something 2B is the only area where we have a direct estimate of the sublegal discards that are occurring in the fishery, and that's based on the video monitoring and the logbooks, the reported sublegal discards, and we have that information from 2006 onward. And this year, for the first time, we're actually using those piece counts that are reported in the logbooks to estimate the wastage in the 2B fishery. So that's another improvement we've made for this 2013 assessment. Okay, now I'd like to move on to the recreational fishery. You can see that we estimate that the recreational fishery developed quite rapidly from the mid-1970s up to the 2000s, increasing in virtually all the areas. You can see that the bulk of the recreational fishery has and continues to occur in Area 3A in the Gulf of Alaska, although there's some fairly substantial removals in areas 2C and 2B as well. I will point out that in 2013, the recreational or sport removals accounted for 14.4% of the total removals from the stock from our best estimates. Okay, the next source of removals that I'm going to talk about are personal use and subsistence. And note on the y-axis on this figure extends up to 1.5 or 2 million pounds. And in fact, personal use and subsistence removals from the stock in 2013 are estimated to be about 2.5% of the total. So these are fairly small. You can see that our estimates are somewhat variable, and there are lots of flat spots in this figure, indicating that we've got the same estimate being repeated for several years in a row. I would point out as well that we don't have estimates currently prior to 1990. And however, despite that, personal use and subsistence removals have probably been present in the stock since before any of the other removals, and they've probably been on this order of magnitude. So a couple of percent, 2 to 3% is probably what we're looking at for these removals. Okay, the final source that I want to talk about is bycatch in non-target fisheries. Bycatch in 2013 accounted for 17% of the total removals from the halibut fishery, and you'll note that the 2013 estimate is down substantially from the estimate that we had for 2012 and 2011. Bycatch has been trending downward for a couple of decades. The level had stabilized near 10 million pounds in 2011 and 2012, and in 2013 the estimate is just under 8 million pounds, so it's actually come down a couple of million pounds. And those reductions have primarily been in the Gulf in areas 3A and 3B. Okay, I'd like to move now into our annual setline survey. And yes?
Mr. Chairman, so just to clarify, this is information based on reported from both observer coverage and otherwise, the total reported bycatch?
That's correct. So we pieced together our bycatch estimates from a variety of different sampling programs in the different regulatory areas and a variety of different levels of observer coverage. The coverage in the Bering Sea is quite comprehensive. It's somewhat less so in the Gulf of Alaska, but we get our estimates from the various regulatory agencies and put those together for all of the fisheries that are reported to us.
And I should know the answer to this question, but do you, for the non-observed, or knowing that there is a percentage that's not 100% for some, do you project out based on the observed, or do you take actual reporting information for the non-observed portion?
In fact, the various agencies do that projection for us using a variety of methods. In some cases, projecting from observed trips to unobserved trips. In some cases, where there are sectors that are not covered, extrapolating from sectors that are covered. So again, the estimates are somewhat variable in the source of the data and perhaps the level of certainty in the estimate, but those are provided to us from the various agencies.
Mr. Chairman, Ian, on the total removal graph that you showed for the last 100 years, certainly prior to the 1950s, there were foreign fleets that had halibut removals. So the total removals back in those days were certainly higher than you were able to show. But I really appreciate the long time series. I think that's important.
That's a fair point. And in fact, we've included estimates of the foreign fleet removals in those totals, but they are certainly uncertain based on the information that we have available to us. But to the best of our abilities, they do include an accounting for those foreign fishing operations that were occurring off our coast.
Ian, can you provide any perspective on this precipitous drop in bycatch mortality, 2 million pounds, 20% in 1 year? It's coincidental, I think, with the change in the observation frequency of trawl vessels in the Gulf. Is there a correlation in this coincidence, or is there some other explanation for this precipitous drop?
That's a good question. There were some changes in the observer program for 2013 in Alaska. And I guess the short answer is I don't know exactly why there's been this decline. It's not out of context in the declines we've been seeing, but it is a larger decline in the total estimated bycatch than we've seen in a couple of years. I guess I would offer Greg Williams may have more perspective on that. It may be worth having him make a comment on that regard. I think he agrees. Perhaps we could revisit this discussion later on if you'd like to.
Yeah, I don't know if this is the time, but I've heard anecdotally some people speculating that what this might really reflect is an increase in the ability of trawl vessels in that area to game the system. So what we might be seeing is an increased proportion of tows made with observers that are made in areas where there's very little bycatch as a proportion of the total observed tows. I have no idea if that's true or not, but that's what's been speculated. So, yeah.
Chris, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know the exact numbers, but I do know that there was a fairly significant decrease in the Bering Sea bycatch numbers as well. So it wasn't strictly limited to the Gulf of Alaska. And the Bering Sea fisheries are virtually heavily observer covered, if you will. So.
Thank you. And so it may be interest. We probably aren't done with bycatch, either at this meeting or at the annual meeting. But the 2013 numbers that we have, particularly from the Gulf, come from our new observer program, which is significantly less vulnerable to gaming than it was in previous years. And so we believe that there was possibilities, and I'm using the term reluctantly, but since it came up, there were opportunities to game it probably in 2012 and before. We think we've eliminated almost all of that opportunity. So that's probably the best number we have as of 2013 in terms of bycatch in the trawl fisheries in the Gulf of Alaska. We're still working on it. It was the first year of the program, so it'll be interesting to see how that continues. But there's always opportunity to speculate. I speculate that that's probably our best number that we have in the whole time series in terms of the golf numbers. So.
Thank you, Jim. Can I just ask you to explain a little bit about what your thinking is behind that comment? Why do you think the changes have resulted in lesser opportunity or no opportunity, as you described it, for gaming? What is it that's changed in your views more specifically? Than I know there have been changes in how you did the observer coverage, but what is it you see as the key behind behind that?
So thanks for that question, and we probably should get someone from our observer program up here to answer that, and actually Chris or maybe even Lowell or Greg might have better observations than I would. But the North Pacific Council, recognizing the way that the observer program in the Gulf was working, went through a fairly long and lengthy process to try to set up an observer program that was not vulnerable to gaming. It was genuinely random. It didn't allow fishermen to, ahead of the getting an observer, to more or less plan how they were going to fish. In the old days, 2012, which isn't that old, the rule was more or less that they had to have observers on 30% of their trips within any quarter of the year. And so they could take all of those trips the first week of January if they wanted to satisfy it for that quarter. Now they no longer can do that. Those observers are deployed randomly. It's significantly better. And if we want the details, we certainly can have someone from the observer program come up and explain how it works now relative to the way that it used to. But that's probably all I can come up with at this moment. Chris, did you have anything more on that? Or?
No, sir, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, I think I'll go ahead and talk a bit now about our setline survey and what we saw in 2013. Just to orient you on this figure, each panel represents the setline survey trend in 032 or legal weight per unit effort that we've seen in each of the regulatory areas. Starting with 2A on the top left, the bottom right is the total coastwide estimate. The percentage below each of the regulatory area labels represents the percent change from 2012 to 2013. And I'll draw your attention to a few things. The first is that at the coastwide level in the bottom right-hand panel there, you see that the catch rate aggregated across all regulatory areas declined by 12% from 2012 to 2013, which it turns out is exactly the degree of increase we saw from 2011 to 2012. So essentially we've had a flat trend across this time period. Basically from 2010 onward we've had a bit of up and down, but the trend has been quite flat. The other thing I would point out on this figure, a couple more things I'll draw your attention to. One is the trend in 2C, which is showing some of the most optimistic trends we've seen in any of the regulatory areas, and 2C was up 16% in 2013 relative to 2012. There was also an increase in area 4B, an 18% increase there, although the trend has not been as consistent in 4B as you can see it's been in 2C over the last several years. The declines at the coastwide level have been largely driven by the declines we see in areas 3A, 3B, and 4A, which is essentially the core of the stock. We've seen some fairly strong declines, particularly in area 3B, which was a 27% decline from 2012 to 2013. This, again, is the 032 or legal size weight per unit effort. The next figure here shows you the total weight per unit effort. So this includes all, oh, sorry. Yes, Commissioner.
Yeah, Ian, just a question of how you capture the trends on this slide. I just wondered why look back to the previous year and put up a percentage. Like, would be, I think, more informative to give what you just talked about as a trend. Like to take an example, 2A, it says minus 19%, but it actually, it looks like it might be going up a bit or it's relatively flat. 2B to me is about the same. So when we look at, 10% down, it looks like over the last 5-6 years it's maybe going up a bit or flat, and rather than, just looking back 1 year. I just wondered if there's a better performance measures to put on this slide that would be more indicative.
I think that's a fair point. I have those percentages there just to help people identify particularly how things changed from last year to this year. But you're right. And that's why the gray lines are included there. That's just to smoother through the data points to help you visualize what the trend has been. So I think it's perfectly legitimate to look at the trends and perhaps not focus so much on the specific percent change from 2012 to 2013. The setline survey does capture some sublegal fish. And this is a figure of the total weight per unit effort of all the fish captured. And you can see that the trend is actually very similar to the trend in all fish. And this is important information because it suggests that there aren't a whole bunch of sublegal fish that would change the story if we included those. So this is everything that was captured by the setline survey. And you see again here that there was a bit of an increase in 2012. And 2013 is slightly below that, but really it's been a relatively flat trend at the coastwide level from 2010 onward, perhaps up and down slightly, but not a very strong trend relative to the trend we've seen over earlier years. Now, what this plot represents is the contribution of each regulatory area to the total, to the average, or the total at the coastwide level. And so this represents not only the catch rates that I showed you on the last panel, but the area over which those catch rates apply. So if you have a very high catch rate, but it occurs in a very small area, it's not going to amount to a considerable amount of biomass. So this is turning this more into an index of the amount of halibut out there for the whole coastwide stock. So this allows you to visualize a little bit the relative contribution of each of the regulatory areas.
So Ian, I know that we've changed the number of survey stations and added some a little bit here and there. For example, we added Puget Sound one year, and does that changing the survey thing, is that insignificant relative to these overall trends, or have you accounted for that some other way in here?
That's an excellent question. Thanks for reminding me to talk about that. We have made some changes as the survey has developed. There are areas that we don't cover every year, like Puget Sound. And in fact, I should mention here that in 2013, we actually extended the 2A survey down into Northern California. The way we treat those is to calculate an estimate of how many, what fraction of the fish from that area occurred in the areas that are only sampled in some years. And that actually includes some extrapolation in the Bering Sea of areas that we don't cover every year. In fact, we use the trawl survey in the Bering Sea to extend our coverage up there. But those estimates, those ratios are applied to all years. So to the best of our ability, this time series is corrected and standardized for the most complete survey coverage we have to date. As we continue to expand in the future our survey activities, we can continue to apply that approach to provide better estimators based on actual observations for some of these areas that we don't cover annually. But that's an excellent clarification. Thank you for that.
Ian, on the y-axis there, survey WPUE, that's net pounds per skate?
That's correct.
So I'm not quite getting this. Like, I just looked at your previous slide, and 2C had almost double the WPUE per skate that 2B had, 200 versus 100. And then when I look at your colored slide here again, and look on the far right, I don't see the 2C dark green being double the size of the and similarly 3A's got a much lower WPUE than 2C right now.
That's right, and that's an excellent point. What this is the contribution to the coastwide total, which is just over 150 pounds per skate, of each regulatory area. So it's the weighted contribution, weighted by the amount of area there is. So 2C doesn't contribute as much as you might expect based on the catch rates because it's a relatively small area. The total amount of ground in 2C is much smaller. So you're right. I'm combining two pieces of information here.
Just not related to Dave's question, but if you look from 2007 to the end, you see in Area 2, the Area 2 is essentially a stable, if not in some cases slightly increasing amount, whereas in the other areas that there is a bit of a decline, uptick, and then a decline again, right? So what does that tell you? What's the explanation for that?
That's actually a perfect segue into my next slide, which is to break areas 2,
That was not a setup.
Area 3 and Area 4 into separate panels. These are the same colors and the same contributions. It's just separated by regulatory area to help you see the trend in each regulatory area a little better. And you're entirely right. If you focus on the left-hand panel, note that the y-axes are different, but really we're just interested in the relative trend here. From 2007 onward, in fact, there has been a modest increase in Area 2, some of that in Area 2B and some of that in Area 2C. So in aggregate, Area 2 has actually been relatively flat over this time period. There was a bit of a decline from 1997 to 1998, and historically we've done some investigation into whether changes in station design and other things might be accountable for that. And the answer is we don't see any reason why that decline wouldn't be real, but there were some changes, and so it's a bit uncertain. But really, Area 2 has shown a much flatter trend than we see in the other 2 regulatory areas, Area 3 and Area 4. Both of which have declined by something like 50% from the period 1997 up to 2013.
But why? What's your interpretation of that information?
That's a good question. We've seen a number of different trends in these different areas, and that's one of the reasons why I'm taking a bit of extra time this year to do things like this and break it out by regulatory area, because we do see different patterns in a lot of these indicators in different regulatory areas. When we focus at the coastwide level, we see trends that are largely driven by the Gulf of Alaska. There are several potential explanations for why we may have seen a flatter trend in Area 2. We have seen some evidence that the size of fish in Area 2 has not declined as drastically in Area 2 as it has in Area 3, and so that may be partially accounting for this. I would say perhaps that the flip side of that, which is that the declines in 3B and 3A may not be as extreme in terms of number of fish, but those fish are substantially smaller. In terms of actual feedback through the population, our estimates are that the harvest rates that have been realized in these various regulatory areas have differed somewhat and have come down perhaps slightly more in Area 2 than they have in Area 3 or Area 4, although without a fully spatial model to investigate that. That's filtered through apportionment, but it is consistent with what we've seen here.
So just very quickly, I know this is hard to figure out, and we can discuss it further between now and the annual meeting too, but given the migratory nature of the fishery, is there anything that we can interpret from that about why the weight seems to have stabilized in Area 2 but not in Area 3 or 4? I mean, is that the fish have settled or stayed or less migratory or moving less? What's your sense of the reason?
Well, I'm glad you brought up the topic of migration because in fact, Area 2 does seem to be, given what we understand from our various historical tagging programs, Area 2B does seem to be where fish end up at the end of their adult migration. And so Area 2C and 2B and even 2A do tend to benefit from being downstream. And as fish move through their lifespan, they tend to end up farther east and farther south. And so that could potentially be a buffering influence on the trends that we've seen in Area 2. The other related to that is looking back into the historical record and seeing that in that early period of the 20th century, we were removing something on the order of 60 to 70 million pounds a year out of Area 2 alone. Now that was in a time period when there were plenty of fish upstream to fill in that area, and I think that's probably part of the explanation for how those rates were able to be achieved for a decade or more during the early part of the 20th century.
Can you remind me where and when we first started noting this smaller size at age?
So the size at age has actually been declining throughout this time period, in fact, from quite a bit previous to this, from the 1980s. So really that you can superimpose a trend of declining size at age on top of this entire figure. However, in a couple of slides, I'm going to show you that the trends in size at age have not been consistent across regulatory areas. And that's one of the things as I've gone back through and looked at various data sets and broken them down into regulatory area, there's much more going on than just what we see at the coastwide trend level. And I'll actually show you that in a slide or two here, I think. But that's an important thing to remember, that when we create these aggregates at the coast-wide level, they're representative of the entire stock in its aggregate. But that doesn't mean that anybody going out and fishing or conducting a survey in a particular regulatory area will necessarily see a trend that's the same that we're estimating for the coast-wide stock. The stock can be going down as a whole, and we can actually have an increase or a flat trend, as you see here in Area 2. I'll continue now into the commercial fishery logbook information. Now this is a plot that's very similar to the one I showed you a couple panels ago, and that's why that first survey figure was in legal weight per unit effort to make it more comparable to this plot. This is in fact commercial weight per unit effort as reported in the logbooks by various areas. Do note that I've extended the series back a little farther because we do have logbook data that goes back much farther, and in fact I'll show you even more of that in a minute. But what I want to point out here is that as we've seen in recent years, if you focus for a second on the bottom right-hand panel, the general story is very similar to what we see in the survey, which is that we've seen a declining trend for more than a decade, but some flattening off of that trend in recent years. Again, here the percentages reflect only the change between 2012 and 2013, and you see that the commercial weight per unit effort at the coast-wide level was down 4%. But you can see from the trend that it's actually been flattening out a bit in the most recent years. Now, there are some differences from what we saw in the setline survey. Areas 2A and 2B, for example, both saw increases in the commercial catch per unit effort, and despite the fact that the survey was down slightly. Area 2C, the trend looks quite similar to what we saw in the survey. Across all of Area 3 and Area 4A, we see declines, not quite as steep decline as we saw in the survey, and part of that is something we would expect from fishery data, which is that fishermen can move around and try to maximize their catch rates, whereas our survey goes back to the same stations year after year. We do see that Area 4B saw a decrease in catch per unit effort in the commercial fishery, which contrasts a bit with the increase we saw in the setline survey. We also saw slight decreases in Area 4C and 4D, although again there we've seen some flattening of the trends over the last several years. So again, the general perspective is similar, but there are some differences area by area in exactly what we're seeing in the commercial fishery from what we see in the setline survey. Now, with the reconstruction that I've done this year, we can actually go back a lot farther than that. So this is the coast-wide trend, and this is extending this time series all the way back into the early part of the 20th century. And there's a couple things you can see right away from this plot. One is that we saw some pretty high catch rates back in the teens and the early part of the 20th century, and that those catch rates dropped pretty substantially and pretty rapidly. And in fact, the decline in those catch rates was largely responsible for the formation of this commission. The fishermen got together in the early 1920s and said, hey, we have a real problem. The catch rates have declined substantially, and we need some management to take account of that. And that's why the commission was formed in the 1920s. You can also see from this time series that subsequent to that, there was a bit more decline and then some increase through the 1940s and 1950s. But then there was another period of decline ending in the 1970s, which I'm sure some people that are here or perhaps online actually remember. There were some very low catch rates in the 1970s. I suspect by now you're wondering about that big gap that comes next in the time series, and that was in 1 year the transition to circle hooks. The catch rates observed in the commercial fishery and in fact the setline survey more than doubled when the fishery moved to circle hooks, and I'm sure that's no surprise to anybody that uses them. These details and all of the changes that have occurred in the commercial fishery make it a bit difficult to model these data. So there's been a lot of change. In the early part of this time series, this was a fishery that was done with schooners carrying dories, setting the dories out and bringing them back at the end of the day. Then it moved to a schooner-based fishery, and then obviously there have been substantial improvements in electronics and technical things, and circle hooks perhaps the most dramatic change. But we've had a number of changes in this time series, and that's part of the reason why we haven't used these data in stock assessment models recently, because it takes a bit of technical overhead to deal with all the changes that have gone on in this time series.
Why is the variability so much larger in the first part of the time frame, the circle hook?
That's a good point. That's actually a fairly arbitrary distinction. I've used the variance estimates that we have at the end there, where you see that they're quite tight, are consistent with what we've been using in the stock assessment. And because it's a historical reconstruction, and because of the way our database structure is, I can't go back and actually query all of the raw records that go all the way back through this time series. We have a lot of that information archived, but I'm forced to use summaries and other processed types of information, and because of that, there's naturally more uncertainty associated with that. However, the amount of uncertainty that I've shown you in this figure here is just an arbitrary inflation, making our commercial catch rate similar to the assumed amount of variability that we would get in a catch rate estimation for other fisheries of this type. So you're right to point out that it is a bit arbitrary on this figure.
Ian, could you just go back to slide 18 briefly? I'd just like to point out, as far as the fishery trend in 2B, the commercial WPUE index, the change in management system from 2006 on has led to an increasing trend for halibut vessels in 2B to use halibut as a bycatch in the pursuit of other species. Now, not everybody does that. I don't do that, but more and more vessels are not trying to catch halibut as fast as they can. They're trying to catch a bunch of other fish that are on their license or that are available to them through the integrated groundfish system. So that's probably not as good an index of commercial WPUE after 2006 as it was prior to that.
On that, then, it would seem to me that it would be an underestimate, I guess, because if they were actually intentionally fishing for halibut, the numbers would be higher. Is that kind of the implication?
That's what I'm implying, Jim. Yes.
Thank you. And Ian, on slide 19, what is that index?
This is, in fact, the coastwide, an aggregate index of coastwide weight per unit effort. So it is consistent with the bottom right-hand panel you see here. And thank you, Commissioner Boyce, for bringing that issue up. That's actually the reason why we have a set line survey and that we conduct on an annual basis, and we feel it's very important for informing the stock assessment, because there is the potential, due to management change, due to changes in technology, that the commercial fishery can adjust its catch rate to meet its needs in a given year in ways that will not represent, in a strict proportional sense, changes in the population. So there can be changes in commercial catch rates that may not be strictly proportional with a change in abundance in the underlying stock. And that's not just the case for 2B. That's the case for other areas where there's regulatory change or change in the way people are fishing their quotas or the gear they're using, or even the areas and times that they're choosing to fish, based on how they piece this together with other fisheries and other factors. So for that reason, we allow for trends in the fishery catch per unit effort in the stock assessment. We allow those trends to differ somewhat from the true trend in abundance that we're trying to estimate behind that pattern. Okay, one more question.
I'm sorry, I apologize if I missed it, but after the circle hook gap, there's a 10-year period of extreme variability. Did I miss the explanation for that, Ian, before it tightened up really again in about 96?
So one of the things you're seeing here is that the error, the uncertainty in these estimates is assumed to be proportional to the size of the estimates themselves. So because those estimates are larger, the error bars look larger. In a relative sense, they have the same percent error that those lower bars do, which is about a 10% CV. And you can see in the very early part of the time series, as those points get larger, you can see that those error bars are moving into the same range that you see in that later time period.
Yeah, I think I understand, but at about 96, it really tightens up at the same high levels, at the same high index levels, and I was trying to figure out how it suddenly got really tight.
Good point. I'm sorry. I probably didn't make that very clear. I'll reiterate that a bit. That's the time period when I can go back and actually reprocess right from each individual logbook record. So I can actually go in and recalculate the full time series and get a good estimate of the precision of each of those points. That's something that I can extend back a little farther. We actually do have data in our databases that extends a bit farther than that, but it's not something I was able to complete for this year. So in the future, as we dig farther back into this time series, it's quite reasonable to think that we could reduce the uncertainty in a number of those points, especially the ones that you've just pointed out, but even perhaps a little bit farther back. One of our benefits here at the Commission is that we do have some great record keeping. Unfortunately, it's not all in electronic format, so I can't go back into a database and just query it and bring it up on my desktop. But we do have those records still in the archives. And so over the longer term, we can get back and actually get to some of those original records, I think. So that's mostly just an artifact of the way we can process the data at the moment rather than an actual property of the information itself. And thanks for clarifying that. Now I want to get into some of the biological information that we have. And I just have a few slides left in dealing with data here, but I think it's important to get a sense of some of the biological trends. Again, I've gone back and reprocessed all this information. This is a plot of the female weight at age. Let me just take a second to orient you here at the coast-wide level. So fish weight is on the y-axis on the left, year is on the bottom, and each of these series represents an age of fish, starting with age 7 at the bottom, going up to age 18, and that actually includes all the fish ages 18 and up. The size of the circle represents the number of fish contributing to that observation, so the bigger the circle, the more certain that point is. And the colors are just there to help you keep track of series. And what's important to see on this figure is that we've seen some pretty big declines over the last 15 years in the size of fish. If you focus on, you just pick a line and trace it through, say ages 14 or 15, which is sort of a fully grown fish, it's a good contribution to the stock. Age 14, we've seen fish go from somewhere in the mid 30-pound range down to somewhere in the mid 20-pound range. And this is at the coast-wide level. And this has been a big contributor to the declines we've seen overall in weight per unit effort and in the stock itself. I focus on females here because these are the ones that we're most interested in terms of calculating the spawning biomass. I'll point out something else here, which is that there's some variable patterns here. It would appear that there's been some stronger trends in the early part of this time series. If you just look at the first half of the time period relative to the second half, things may have flattened out a bit. We did actually see some increases across several ages in 2012, and I mentioned that when I was here in front of you last year. But not all of those have been consistent through 2013. Really, I think what we've seen in the last several, maybe 3 to 4 years, is some variability without a whole lot of clear trend. Some ages are up, some are down. Things have maybe flattened out a little bit. But again, this is occurring at the coast-wide level, and so this is an aggregate of all the different regulatory areas.
This may be too general, but approximately what weight becomes a legal fish?
So this is actually a picture of roughly the legal females. Somewhere between ages 7 and 8, the females are moving into the legal size category. You know, a 32-inch fish is somewhere around 9 or 10 pounds. But again, this is at the coast-wide level, and as I dug into these data, what I found was that there's a lot more going on at the area-to-area level than you see in these coast-wide trends. These coast-wide trends tend to be dominated by the Gulf, which is where the bulk of the stock is, and that area is what's driving the coast-wide trend, but it doesn't imply that we would see the same thing when we drill into each area. So now if we look at females, this is exactly the same information, but I'm showing you only the data from 4B on the left and 3B on the right. The 3B figure, these are slightly more variable because the sample sizes are smaller. They're not aggregated across the whole coast. You see area 3B shows some fairly similar trends to what we saw at the coast-wide level, but area 4B, in contrast, actually shows very little trend in size at age during this time period. We've actually seen a very consistent pattern of fish size. In fact, if you just pick a line and trace it across the 4B plot, you end up more or less where you started. And in fact, those fish that were 35 or 40 pounds in the early part of the time series in 4B are still about that size in 4B, whereas those fish in 3B have declined even slightly a bit more than you see at the coast-wide level. Now, I don't have time to show you the male trends and the trends from each of the regulatory areas, although that'll all be documented in this year's RARA document. I've got figures like this showing you all of the data from each of the regulatory areas, and I think I hope that's helpful for people to go and see whether, you know, is what I'm seeing in my regulatory area consistent with the signal that's coming through from the setline survey and from the fishery. So, given now that we know that there is a substantial amount of variability among the regulatory areas, what I've been focusing on here is the most recent trend, and one of the benefits we have this year from the data reconstruction is that we can look a little bit farther back, and we can also look at other sources. So before I go farther back in the time period, I want to show you what the commercial fishery has been seeing. This is a similar plot. Now, each series is not age. Each series is a regulatory area, and the thick black line down the middle is the average size fish that was landed in each year. Each of the regulatory areas, it's just the total pounds divided by the estimate of the number of fish landed. And what you see here is that the two blue lines, area 3A and 3B, are very close to the coast-wide trend because they are largely driving the coast-wide trend. But if you focus in on a couple of the other lines, perhaps 2B, which is the reddish line with circles, or 2C, which is near the top, the reddish line near the top with triangles, both of those over the last 3 to 5 years have shown some fairly dramatic increases in the average weight of fish being landed. And in fact, you see that from 2011 through 2013, we've actually seen a bit of an uptick in the size of fish being landed in the commercial fishery. Now, this may be because the fishery is making an effort to find and target and capture larger fish, whereas our survey should be just representing more what's going on in the population. Again, this is just the average weight of fish, so it represents not only the size at age, but also the age structure of the catch. So catching older fish, the fish may be smaller for their age, but if the fishery is able to go out and find older fish, they are going to be on average larger, so that can also be account for this. But what I would point out is that the patterns that we see here are actually quite similar to what we see in the trends of size at age. And in fact, you know, what we see reflected in the commercial fishery in terms of general trend is quite consistent with what we've seen from the setline survey. Now, with the historical reconstruction, we can actually go back quite a bit farther. So this is an extension of that figure I just showed you, going all the way back into the 1930s. And now we can really start to get some perspective on how the size of fish has changed during this time period. And the first thing that jumps out here is that size doesn't change very quickly for the halibut stock. We've seen a very long, slow increase from the 1940s up through the 1970s, and somewhere in the mid-1970s a turnaround and a long, slow decrease in size of fish being landed across all the regulatory areas, that dark black line. Now, I will point out the only quick jump in this time series is in 1974, from 1973 to 4, and that corresponds to the introduction of the 32-inch minimum size limit. So all the small fish that were retained prior to that were no longer able to be retained, and that's why there's a fairly abrupt jump there. But otherwise, it's just a fairly long, slow pattern, and it's actually pretty representative of what was going on in the stock. You do see, we could spend quite a bit of time here, there's actually some interesting patterns among regulatory areas. You see that Area 4 tends to be above the coast-wide average in the early part of the time series, and in the late part, it's actually been far less responsive to this long-term trend than the other areas. Some of the other areas, in fact, Area 3A and 3B, if you just look at the blue, they tended to be bigger than average fish through most of the time series, but in recent years they've now dipped below the coast-wide average. So there's a lot of interesting detail here that we can start to look at when we have this longer time series to investigate. I'd like to look now briefly at the age data that we have available to us. This is the age data from the commercial fishery, and the y-axis is age, the x-axis is time, and for each year the circles sum up to a proportion of 1. So it's just a distribution of ages that you see in each of the years of catch. And a couple things jump out here. Perhaps the most pronounced one is that strong diagonal, which is the 1987 year class. And depending on how you calculate it, that year class was responsible for a little over 200 million pounds of catch by itself from one year class. And depending on which period of years you calculate the average over, it produced something like 20 or 25% of the landings over that time period. That single year class has been very important to our fishery from the mid-90s clear up through the mid-2000s. So for a decade, most of the fish that were being landed, a large chunk of them were in ages right around that 87 cohort or from that cohort itself. You also see that as that cohort died out, remember each year, as 1 year goes by, the fish get 1 year older. So you can trace a cohort up the diagonal. We've seen some more fish coming in the mid-2000s, and then a few more a little bit later than that. But what we've seen is basically the stock is now back to a fairly stable age structure over the last 4 to 5 years, with most of the catch coming from fish between 8 and, say, 14 or 15 years old. And when we look at this short figure, we see, oh well, you know, we used to see far more fish that were 15 to 20 years old in the early part of this time series, and now we're seeing a much younger segment of the population. However, if we now extend our lens out a bit and look at the long time series, this is going now all the way back to 1935. The picture looks actually substantially different. I'll just orient you again. There's that 1987 cohort that I was showing you. The bubbles at the end of this time series are the same ones I was just showing you. And in fact, there are those fish in the 15 to 20-year-old range, which have been quite important in the recent fishery. But you see, as you look back farther in time, those fish have actually been quite rare in the history of this fishery. And actually, the age composition that we've seen now over the last few years is actually far more consistent with the age composition we saw for most of the last 100 years than it was with the age composition from the late 1990s and early 2000s. What we really saw during that time period was a bunch of very strong cohorts that lived, that persisted out into much older ages than we had seen earlier in this time series. This is something we haven't really had the ability to compare to in quite a while, because we haven't really stitched these data sets together to really get this kind of perspective on it.
So thanks, Ian. This is interesting. If you look at that diagonal line, which is your 87-year class, it looks like 85 and 86 and 88 were also strong. Is there some, I guess I'm wondering, when did we start being really confident of the ages?
That's an excellent point. So these are the observed ages, and there is some error associated with estimating the age. So they pull otoliths out of these fish, and they bring them back and they read them. And it's not uncommon when you read one to have an extra ring in there or to miss a ring when you read them. So some of the spread that you see there between the 87 cohort and 86 and 88 is associated with uncertainty or imprecision in the aging process itself. Some of that is also associated with the fact that we do estimate that there are some other strong cohorts in that area. Now, we do account, in the stock assessment model, we do account for that aging error. So we estimate what the year class strength was, accounting for the fact that when we actually read the ages, we will get them wrong occasionally, and that's part of the stock assessment model.
Ian, how do you treat the new break and burn system on the otoliths?
That's an excellent point. I don't have it included in this presentation, but during 2013, I'm really excited because we got to go back. We went back and they re-aged a bunch of our samples from 1998, and we were able to re-estimate the calibration between the break and bake aging that we do now and the aging that we had done prior to 2001 or 2002, which was surface aging. And I was able to re-estimate the degree of precision and the degree of bias associated with those. And we actually found some slightly different patterns than we had seen historically, because in this year we were able to do it as an actual experiment and get a good representative sample of those earlier ages. And what we found was that the comparisons that had been done in the past had been only comparing the otoliths that were really difficult to read. And so we actually had a perception that the surface aging was worse than it turns out to be. In fact, aging is pretty good for Pacific halibut. Compared to most groundfish species, we actually get a pretty accurate read on these ages. There is some imprecision, but our break and bake aging is quite good. And in fact, the surface aging is quite good out to about age 13 or 14. And beyond that, it does start to get a bit biased. But what you see here is that the bulk of the fish are in that age range where we actually age them quite well with either method. So although there has been a transition in some of the aging methods, and one of the things that we're continuing to do is to go back, we're now going back through, we have records that go all the way back to the 1920s, and we're re-aging fish from each decade all the way back in order to verify this relationship between the break and bake and the surface aging. And I'm really excited to get those results. But in the meantime, we've been able to corroborate that the surface ages, especially out to ages 13 and 14, are actually quite good. And so because the bulk of the fish occur in that age range, there's probably not a huge effect of aging method in this figure here. So, yeah.
Maybe this is a ignorant sounding question, but looking at the far right, and particularly in the 9 and up or 8 and up, the big bubbles there, what does that tell us? That, you know, if the spawning, what is it, 7 or 8 or 9 when and then the spawning is starts, shall we say? Is that a good trend in your view? that you have a higher number of fish in that category? Particularly, I guess, looks like between 8 or 9 and 14 years. What does that trend tell you?
That's a good point that I forgot to mention here, which is that about 50% of female halibut, we think, are sexually mature at age 11 to age 12. And so seeing the age composition with plenty of fish in that range of, say, 10 to 12 years old, in fact, the fishery has been amazingly consistent over the last 100 years. The vast majority of the catch we've seen occurs between ages 8 and ages 14 in this fishery. And I think, you know, we've seen, with the short time series perspective, we've seen that a fairly big decline from those cohorts in the 1980s, which persisted up to much older ages. But what I see when I look at this figure is that we've actually got quite a stable age structure over this long time period. And in fact, the age structure in the population over the last 4 to 5 years is quite consistent, perhaps even slightly older on average than we've seen during the time period prior to the 1980s. And you'll see some of that come through in terms of the model estimates as well. So given that we have a bunch of the ages around maturity are well represented. Now, we should recognize on this plot that we do catch a considerable number of halibut before they are mature. You know, that's certainly that's not the case in all fisheries. There are fisheries where a lot of more of the catch comes in that time period. But definitely, what I see on this figure is a lot of stability in the contribution of ages 8 to 14 across the time period, and really the period in the 1980s and 1990s being an anomalous period of far more protracted age structure than we've seen in any of the rest of the period. The only other thing I want to point out here is that you do see at the end of the time period a lot fewer 6 and 7 and 8-year-old fish than you have seen in earlier time periods. And part of that, these are fishery ages, so part of that is because more of those fish are not reaching legal size at that age. And another part of that is probably due to recruitment not being as high in the most recent period as it has been in subsequent periods.
Your earlier slide showed that age 6, 7, and 8 fish were almost the same size throughout the whole time series?
That's true. The trends in size at age haven't been as pronounced, so it's not all attributable to size at age. And in fact, I don't have the survey ages plotted here, but we also see that the numbers of fish at 6 and 7 years old have been fairly low in the survey as well. And I think that's definitely leading up to what I'm going to tell you later from the modeling, which is that we don't have any evidence of strong recruitments moving into this stock. We do tend to see those in the age composition, not so much in the commercial fishery, but in the set line survey, and we haven't seen any appreciable numbers of younger fish coming into the stock. So while we do have a fairly stable age structure, there's no evidence of big cohorts on the horizon. Okay. In fact, this is probably a good point to take a break if you'd like to take a short one, and I'll move into the modeling now. That wraps up the data summary.
So are there any, maybe we could ask if there's any questions that came in on, should we do those now, or do you want to summarize them and do them right after the break, Steve? Okay, let's do that. And if the audience has questions, we'll have a short question period just after the break. So let's break now until, let's say, 10. How much of your presentation is left? Have you done the bulk of it, or?
I'm about halfway through.
Okay, let's break till 10:30. We've been going just about an hour and 40 minutes, so take a 20-minute break. Thanks. Let's see if there are any commissioner questions that came up during the break that you thought of that we haven't got through. And Bruce,
Mr. Chairman, could I just remind you to get pretty close to your mics so the folks on the web can hear, please?
Yes. So we're going to start again, and first we're going to see if there's any commissioner questions on the front end of this that we went through this morning. Paul.
Yeah, Ian, I think I heard you say way back in some slide that when we were talking about wastage, that 2B was one of the few areas that has actual data. Now, I might have misheard you, but if that's accurate, what are you doing to calculate wastage in other areas?
You did hear correctly. 2B is the only regulatory area where we have direct information on sublegal wastage, and those are piece counts recorded in the logbooks and verified with the camera systems that are on those vessels. And that information begins in 2006. So from 2006 onward, we have the piece counts of sublegal fish. We don't have weights for those fish. So what we use to turn the piece counts into weight of discarded fish, sublegal discarded fish in 2B, is to use the average weight of sublegal fish we see in the set line survey in that same area. And that's actually the method, the general method that we use in the other areas to estimate what the commercial wastage would be, is that we look at the encounter rates of sublegal fish to legal fish that we see in our set line survey, subsetting those stations to stations with similar catch rates to those observed in the commercial fishery. And then that ratio of sublegal to legal is what we apply to estimate the wastage. And when we've done that comparison in 2B, it actually turns out that the logbooks and the survey are fairly similar in their estimate of magnitude of the number and the weight of, or just the number in terms of the logbooks of sublegal discards. That's a good clarification. Thanks for reminding me.
So Ian, on that, maybe you can tell us where the estimates of wastage come from in the Alaska fisheries, and in particular, at the last North Pacific Council meeting, there was a preliminary report circulated on the first ever observers on the directed halibut fishery in the Gulf of Alaska and maybe the Bering Sea. And I know it's preliminary data, but is that data useful? Is that used here at all? And there's other longline fisheries, pot fisheries in Alaska waters. Halibut and those other fisheries, for example, a longline fishery for cod or sablefish, are those wastage then, since it's a longline fishery, or is that bycatch, just as long as we're in the data part here?
Thank you for a reminder on that. I actually had a question during the break, and I meant to clarify that as well. So when I refer to bycatch, I'm referring to capture and subsequent mortality of halibut in all non-target fisheries. So the bycatch includes trawl bycatch, it includes bycatch in the sablefish fishery and the peacock fishery, in pot and line fisheries. So the bycatch numbers that I've been discussing are bycatch in all of the non-target halibut fisheries. Wastage is fish that are captured, discarded, and that portion of them that we estimate subsequently die during directed commercial halibut fishery. So when I refer to wastage, it's only mortality associated with the directed commercial fishery. Now, make sure I get all the parts of your question. In Alaska, currently we are using the set line survey observations and the ratio of sublegal to legal fish that we see in the subset of stations that have similar catch rates to the catch rates observed in the commercial fishery. There was the release of new observer information here this fall. Unfortunately, that first round of release was really very aggregate in its level of information. The numbers that were reported were line fishery numbers, which included the commercial, the IFQ halibut fishery, as well as some of the other line fisheries like sablefish and peacod. And from that initial report, there was no way to get down to the rates associated with just the halibut sector or just those other sectors. So no way to apportion or delineate those. There were several other issues with that initial release, including that it was total pounds discarded, not an estimate of the mortality of those pounds. It was also, for people that are familiar with the halibut process, those numbers were reported in metric tons round weight, and we, of course, because we're the commission, we operate in net weight. So there's a 75% conversion factor there as well. So those numbers may have been somewhat surprising to a lot of people in the process, but there are a number of explanations excuse me, why those numbers aren't very comparable with any of the numbers that we've got included here. The short answer to your question is we don't have access to the lower level information yet from 2013 to be able to start to use that. The coverage was actually fairly low in the directed halibut fleet, but as time goes on, we will hopefully get access to the lower level information, the trip-by-trip information, where we can actually start to compare with what we see in our set line survey, but we have not completed that for this year.
Okay, thank you. So that's good. So that was kind of reacting a little bit to these questions where you said there is no direct information, and I understand that still isn't going to be the same kind of information you have with 100% coverage, but at least it will be data gathered with an experimental design explicitly to look at those kinds of questions. So if there's you said we might be able to in the future. I want to tell you from the agency's point of view, we want you to use those in the future. So if there's any questions about how to get to those, please make those connections.
Mr. Chairman, we did get quite a bit of queries about that, and we did actually write a letter back to some of the folks who asked those queries and copied to the council. And I think as Ian said, we can't really drill down into those data very much because there wasn't the full presentation there. But just making some of the adjustments that are associated with mortality estimation versus sort of round weight and so forth, the numbers are in pretty similar orders of magnitude from the standard way that we estimate it and some of the numbers coming in the observer program. So they aren't really very different when you actually try to work through some of the adjustments to them.
So, of course, one of the things we've tried to do was put cameras on a number of pilot vessels, and not only couldn't we get volunteers from the fleet at large, we couldn't get volunteers from the Halibut Commission on their survey boats. So when we talk about verifying data and actual numbers, we're working towards that. So we need some work on that. Any questions from the audience that need to come up? Lenny Herzog. Okay, thank you, Lenny. So appreciate that comment. We may have to work on a system of getting up to a microphone if we have extended ones, but Lenny was noting one of the reasons we may not have seen total quotas taken out west was because of the small numbers and season, the season dates. So Steve, Keith, is there questions from online that we should address?
Yes, thanks. There are several questions that came in during the first part of Ian's presentation, and I'll group them by subject. The first four have to do with estimating bycatch, specifically in the Gulf of Alaska. Two of them have to do with the confidence in the numbers. How much confidence does IPHC place in the Gulf of Alaska trawl bycatch numbers, given that NIMS has cut trawl observer coverage to about 16%? And evidence that trawlers gain this limited coverage. And a related question is, what's the confidence level of bycatch removals in the Gulf of Alaska, knowing that there is not 100% coverage? And then the two other trawl bycatch questions are, NIMS cut the trawl bycatch coverage by half. It is logical that it is more cost effective to waste 16% of your fishing doing safe tows than doing 30% of your fishing doing safe tows. Are trawlers not fishing for profit? And I think that's really referring to gaming the observer coverage. Does the vessel have to file a fishing plan before being selected for an observer, or can they decide where they fish once they know they are getting an observer?
So ostensibly these are questions for Ian, and yeah, so at the point that it comes back to wondering how the observer program works, I would suggest if the commission is interested in this, that we have an observer program person come and speak to us. Either, I don't know that we could arrange it today or tomorrow, but certainly at the annual meeting we could if we wanted to, rather than, at least I don't want to address these in any more detail than the lack of detail I used when I addressed Commissioner Pearson's question earlier. So I don't think there's any progress to be made at this moment.
I think the annual meeting would be a good idea to have somebody come and speak to it then. So maybe we could set that up in the agenda.
Thanks. So unless Ian's got some responses to that. Not to the idea of an annual meeting, but to the questions that came from the web.
I guess I'll just add briefly that we do take the estimates that are provided to us by the various agencies, and we use those as the best available estimate. I have, as I'll show you later, a few slides into this presentation, I have actually investigated the sensitivity of the coastwise assessment model to a couple different assumptions about bycatch. It's not at a regulatory area specific basis, but at least give us a sense of how robust the general results are to uncertainty in bycatch.
Thank you. And Steve, are there more?
Yes, there's several more here. One I believe may have just been answered is what is included in wastage, and Ian just discussed the wastage calculation, so I'll ask the questioner to resubmit if we didn't hear enough of an answer. Another question is, can you translate the setline survey WPUE to actual numbers of fish?
The answer is yes. I don't have any figures of the numbers per unit effort trend, but in fact the numbers per unit effort trend is very similar in its time trend to what you see in the weight per unit effort.
All right, thank you. This question may have been described already by Commissioner Boyce. In BC, more of our vessels are hailing out under their L halibut license, but targeting rockfish and using their halibut quota as bycatch. Is this captured anywhere?
So I actually clarified, or Heather clarified this for me during the break. When we create the logbook-based unit effort for the commercial fishery for 2B, we are taking only directed halibut trips and including those in there. So trips in which halibut were captured and retained, but they were really only bycatch to another target strategy that would not be included in the weight per unit effort time series that we're reporting there.
Okay, this question came along about the time we were on slide 17, but it was, why is there no info for 4E? And a related question, if there is no information for 4E, how do they come up with the CDQ for 4E?
Okay, well, I'll take the second part first because the CDQ calculations are all after I leave the process, so I would have to defer to somebody else on those. In terms of the available information that we have, it's true, we have very sparse information from 4E. We have a few logbook records, but not very many, and that the uncertainty, the error bars associated with those on trying to plot them on their own would be considerable. Even for Area 4C, which has considerably more logbook records, we still see a very big uncertainty in the logbook records. In terms of our setline survey for that area, 4E, we are currently using a ratio of what we observe in our setline survey to what's observed in the NIPS trawl survey. And we use that to capture the general trend. It's imperfect, but it's the only information in terms of population trend that we're getting from that area on a year-to-year basis. And as you'll hear, I think later on, we are intending an expansion in our survey phased in over the next few years to look at some of these areas that we don't have the ability to sample on an annual basis. But currently we do have very little information for 4E.
All right, thank you. The next one has to do with the size at age figures that you showed, and the question is the size at age in area 4CDE showing significant decline, or is this area holding more consistent like area 4B?
So I don't have that figure in front of me, although it will be in it is in the data document. I believe that the trend in area 4CDE was somewhat intermediate between 4B and the other areas, perhaps not as flat as 4B, but not quite as steep a decline. But again, those figures for both male and female halibut will be in the final data document that will be available to everybody a little bit later in the process.
Then there's a question about, this may be a preview of coming attractions, but what are the recruits by area? Does any area look more stable than any other area?
That's an excellent question. I wish I knew exactly what the recruits by area look like. If we knew that, there's a lot more we could do. What I will say is that the age data don't show any strong patterns of incoming recruitment in the last few years in any area particularly. What we've generally seen across the whole coast is fairly low levels of incoming smaller fish. Actually, Bruce has just called up the figure for 4CDE, and it is more stable than the Gulf, but not quite as stable as 4B in terms of size at age, yes. again, that figure will be available to everybody downstream here.
Okay, and one question that's just come in about wastage. Does the commercial wastage calculation still exclude U-32 mortality on lost abandoned gear?
No, actually, that's one of the improvements that we've made this year. So it's true that in the past, the lost gear calculation, we calculated the estimate of legal size halibut that were captured by lost gear and assumed that they were killed after being captured on the lost gear. For this year, we have actually added back the calculation of sublegal encounters on that lost gear, and that mortality is accounted for in the calculations. I will point out that made a bigger difference in the historical time period than in recent years. There's far less lost gear in the recent fishery than we saw, say, back in the late 1980s. But that mortality is now accounted for in our best estimates of wastage. And that will be documented in this year's RARA in the wastage document as well.
All right, Mr. Chairman, that's all the questions from the web audience. A note for the web audience, if we have not answered your question completely, please let us know. Yeah, thank you.
I have a follow-up on that the wastage question. When you went, I think it was slide 11, Ian. There's some new estimates for 2013 that came from some of the new observer program coverage in the halibut fisheries this year. And I know there's still some question about the exact accuracy or magnitude of that number, but my question is whether and how that's being incorporated.
Currently, we do not have access to the 2013 data from the observer program to include those as wastage estimates, but that's certainly something that we'll analyze as soon as we get access to those data. Again, we had to finalize the data sets back on November 11th for this stock assessment. That's part of the price of having as real-time information as we can get for this year's stock assessment. Okay. Well, thanks for bearing with me. It's a little longer than the presentation I had intended, but I
are we monitoring, if it's environmental conditions, are we monitoring things to try to predict strong year classes?
It's an excellent question. Give me about 10 slides and I'll get back to that topic. Promise. If I don't, we can talk about it some more when I get there. Oh, I'm sorry. For the people online, the question was, do we have any way to predict why the 1987 year class was so strong? Could it have been environmental conditions, or is there some way we could predict whether that might happen again? And the answer is, I'm going to get there in a few slides. No, we don't have any easy way to predict when and if another cohort like 1987 will come around, but I do have some information to present that tells us a little bit about some of the influence of environmental conditions, and I'll get to that when I get to the modeling in a couple of minutes here.
Yeah, my name is Paul McGregor. I work with the FC Processors Association. I've also served on the North Dakota Council's Observer Program Committee for 15 years. And we've heard some suggestions here about gaming of observer coverage. That was a significant issue in the old observer program that we had that was in place from about 1990 up until 2 or 3 years ago. The new program was designed specifically to help eliminate or at least minimize the opportunity for gaming. And so I guess for whatever it's worth, I'm a lot more confident now that the observer data that we're generating from the fishery is, if not immune from the gaming effect, certainly is minimized at this point. So whatever that's worth.
I know as we agreed earlier, we would come back to this with a more considered report at the annual meeting. We also have another opportunity to discuss aspects around this later, even in the interim meeting, because we have an agenda item regarding the draft report on bycatch. So, some of these things could come back and get raised again at that time. But I think still keeping in mind, Mr. Chairman, that your point that an actual fulsome report on how the coverage worked this year would be something we'd have to wait for the annual meeting for.
Okay, well, thank you again for bearing with me here. This is a slightly longer presentation than I had intended, but I think it's quite helpful to just go ahead and address the questions as we go along. And I really think that it's very important to take the time to really focus and understand the various data sets, because as I said before, the modeling is really just to bring things into focus. The story is here in the underlying data. So with that, I'm going to segue into the modeling efforts that I did during 2013. And I want to start by just sort of giving you a little perspective on after the 2012 process. You know, when the dust settled after last year, was my first year on the job. We got through the annual meeting, the final catch limits came out, and I sat back and I said, okay, well, what am I going to accomplish in the next 12 months that can really move this process forward, and what do we need from the process? From the stock assessment efforts for next year's process. And last year the big issue was the retrospective bias and dealing with that and addressing it, and we took care of that last year. And given that, I had no reason to discount the previous stock assessment model. We had a stock assessment model that was quite reasonable. It was now, after fixing the retrospective bias, it was performing adequately. It was providing advice that was consistent with the data that was available to us. But there were some important changes in the last process, and one of which was that we essentially moved the goalposts. We've moved from presenting point estimates as the IPHC staff advice to the commissioners to really providing a full risk assessment, to providing a decision table where we can outline the risks associated with various harvest policies. And in order to do that, we have to have a sense of the uncertainty associated with those point estimates. Secondarily, I was in a situation of, okay, well, I've inherited this stock assessment model. The first thing I want to do is I want to build some alternate models and see if I can verify the results, just to make sure that there isn't something about this particular model that might be telling us something different. So that's where I started at the end of last year's process. And what I did was I sat down and I built several different models to compare to. The first was a short time series model, which is really intended to be a direct comparison with the stock assessment model from 2012. However, importantly, it used independent software, so there was none of the same software was used. I streamlined all the data sources, meaning I took out things that were redundant. I reduced the amount of processing associated with many of the data sets, and this was only possible after going through and spending several months on the data sets themselves. And I vastly simplified the assumptions and the structure of the model that we've been using, because I wanted to basically see, well, if you just strip this down to the frame and built another model, what would you get? The second model that I built was a longer time series model. After working on the data, I'm now able to build a model that could include all of the observations that we have right back into the early part of last century. And I was really quite interested to see, if you dump 100 years of extra data into the stock assessment model, how does the answer compare to what we've been seeing over the last few years using really only the last decade and a half worth of data. Secondarily, a longer time series model should really be able to give us much more perspective on the history of the fishery and perhaps a little bit of insight into some of the reference points and putting our recent trends in context. So that was another rationale for building this model. So cutting right to it, I built these models and I held my breath and I plotted them up, and you can be sure that I was really happy to see that all of the models got to a very similar place here at the end of the time series. Here I'm showing you all three. The black, blue, and green series with lines and circles are the 2012, the long time series, and the short time series model. The dashed lines indicate the uncertainty intervals about each of those models, and you'll note that it's kind of confusing at the end of the time series because a lot of the uncertainty intervals are crisscrossing each other. And that was, for me, that was a big sigh of relief that, yeah, these models are all getting us to about the same place. You will note that the estimates coming into the early part of this time series do differ quite a bit. There's quite a bit of range between the estimate, say, for the time prior to 2000 for the 2012 model, and especially with the short time series model with a lot less data in it. And that has to do, in some regards, with the processing of the data. It has to do with the assumptions associated with the estimates of selectivity in the stock assessment model. It has to do with the imprecision in our aging and the treatment of that in the various models. But the long and the short of it is that each of these three models, if you brought a team of assessment scientists and said build a model, each of these three models could have been constructed by a different group of people. And frankly, I was quite reassured to get to the end and look at these last few points for 2011, 12, 13, and now 14, and see that they were all converging to the same place. So that was the first big step, really to corroborate what we had seen in the 2012 stock assessment with some independent platform.
Ian, on your previous slide, you talk about, oh, maybe it's a different one. No, there it is. On slide 27, it talks about reference points. Maybe I missed that in your explanation. Are you talking about fishery reference points or some other reference?
I'm talking generally about reference points with regard to stock and stock status. So right now we compare to 30% of spawning biomass, but there are several different ways we can think about the current state of the stock. And I'll get back to that in a couple of slides and present a couple of alternate ways that we have available to us now to think about stock status with a slightly longer time series perspective. So if I don't answer that question better in a few slides, please bring it back up. This is a good place to point out that with the long time series model, we don't have to stop this graph here just a little bit before 2000. In fact, we can go all the way back and try to get a little more perspective on where we've been historically. So that's essentially what I want to do next. And the picture looks quite different, going from basically a decline. All we see in this is we've got a high biomass and then it declines. Now, if we start to look back across the full time series, and this is, again, the estimate just from the long time series model, it's the only one that provides this kind of perspective. The line in the circles is the point estimate, and the shaded region with the dashed lines is the uncertainty associated with that. You see quite a different perspective on the time series from this stock, which you see the same decline at the end of the time period, but you see that before that time period, we estimate that the stock was actually at a far lower level for most of last century. To walk you through the time series starting in the early 1900s, obviously the data are very sparse back then, and there's a very high amount of uncertainty about exactly how big the stock was. But you can see that same signal that we saw right in the fishery data, which is a rapid decline in the estimate of stock size, leading up to the time period when the commission was formed. Then you see a long period when the fishery was, when the stock was at fairly low levels in terms of spawning biomass, clear up through the 1970s when there was the second big dip in spawning biomass and the second lowest level that we estimate for this entire time period. Then subsequent to that period, you see a very rapid increase in the estimate of spawning biomass through the late 1990s. And then the end of the time period is the decline that we're all familiar with from recent stock assessments. You do see that at the peak of that increase in the late 1990s, you see a wide amount of uncertainty associated with those estimates. Quite dramatically, but exactly to what level is quite uncertain. But this really gives quite a bit than just seeing a time series of a one-way trip from high to low in the most recent period. Now this immediately raises the question, well, how did this happen? What's going on behind the stock to drive the spawning biomass down quickly and then back up again in such a dramatic fashion? And so if we then look at the time series of recruitment that's estimated, and I'm going to take just a second to orient you on this plot because it's actually packed a lot of information into this plot. So this is the estimate of recruits or incoming age 0 halibut. Now we're not going to see them in the data for several years, but this is in the year that they were born, so this is birth year, and this is the estimate of how many fish we estimate were coming into the stock in that year. The points represent the point estimate, and the vertical lines represent the uncertainty associated with those. Clearly, there's a lot of uncertainty early in the time series when we don't have very good data prior to the 1930s, and you can see that recruitment declined quite quickly as spawning biomass came down, and that was largely due to the high removals early in that time period. I'm going to point out a couple other features on this graph. One, there's a thin horizontal dashed line showing you the long-term average recruitment level. And you can see periods when recruitment is well below that level. It's above that level in the very beginning. It quite rapidly dips below that level. You see a period there from the late 1940s or from the mid-1940s through the 1970s when recruitment is quite a bit below that average level. And then you see a period from the mid-1970s through the 80s and into the 1990s and early 2000s when recruitment is quite a bit above that level. Now across the top of the plot and corresponding to those three vertical dark bars is information about what environmental regime we were in. So the Pacific Decadal Oscillation is an environmental index which really just represents the general productivity in the Gulf of Alaska. It's representative of the entire North Pacific, but it's focused primarily on the Gulf of Alaska. And what's important to note here is that it tends to have a 10 to 20 or 25 year cycle. And the climate guys estimate that prior to the late 1940s, we were in a positive regime, which means that we had slightly warmer temperatures in the Gulf than we've seen in other time periods, and perhaps importantly for halibut, transport, which might be important for halibut recruitment, tends to be onshore and to the north and west. Meaning if you have a fish that's spawning a shelf break out on the edge of deep water, the eggs are likely to get advected toward shore and northward and westward out to the areas where we in fact do see many of the nursery grounds for Pacific halibut. Moving from the late 1940s, from 1947 in fact until 1977, we were in a poor phase of the PDO. And this is slightly cooler temperatures in the Gulf and generally transport in an offshore and southward direction. So again, if you're spawning out there in deep water, the eggs are likely to go farther offshore and generally to the south, which is not where we tend to find most of the nursery areas for halibut. So this is something that was identified by Bill Clark and Stephen Hare back over a decade ago, and they found a very strong correlation with this recruitment signal, with incoming halibut recruitment and the environmental index that the PDO represents. It's really just a composite of a lot of different environmental information. Now, the first thing I was really excited about was to recreate their analysis and see, well, with another 20 years of data, or 10 or 15 years of data, do we still see that same kind of strong relationship? And in fact, what we find in this long time series model is that recruitment tends to be about a third larger when we're in a good environmental regime than when we're in a poor regime. And you can see that probably most pronounced in the difference between that period from the 40s to the 70s and the period after that, from the late 1970s through the 2000s. The other thing you can see from this plot is that the recruitment that we saw from the late 1970s through the early 2000s was some of the highest that we estimate on record for this stock. And it's the compounding of those recruits, not just that 87-year class, which is certainly the largest by far that we've seen, that we've estimated in this time series, but even some of the years before and subsequent to that, we saw some very strong recruitment. So again, we've been used to looking at recruitment time series that started in the mid-80s. We'd see that big 87 cohort, and then we'd see kind of a monotonic decline in recruitment. But with a longer perspective on things, what we see now is that we actually had a stock that was supported based on much smaller recruitment for a long period of time. We had some very high and quite a bit above average recruitment during the 1980s and 1990s, and then now we've seen recruitment come back down toward those levels that we saw earlier in the time series.
Ian, maybe you'll get this, or maybe not, but if you look for spawner, would you see more or less the same thing?
It's pretty close. In fact, in Bill and Stephen's original analysis, they found very little effect of the spawning biomass on the incoming recruits. In fact, the long time series model does assume that there is some effect. One of the important things that's necessary in a stock assessment model is that the spawner-recruit relationship actually go through the origin, because we know we don't get recruits if we don't have any spawners. But in the middle, we do see that most of the difference among year-to-year recruitment estimates is driven by environment and just interannual variability. However, that bit of a trend that you see at the very beginning of the time series does reflect the reduction in spawning biomass. Of course, in that time period, we don't have data that's clear enough to resolve individual year classes, and that's why you see those wide uncertainty intervals associated with that early period. I'll point out one other thing, and then I'll take Commissioner Pearson's question, which is that at the end of the time series, you see there's some low recruitments there just after that vertical line, and then there's a period when the recruitment estimates are just flat, and there's a very wide amount of uncertainty, and that's because our set line survey and our fishery don't see halibut until they're 6 or 7 years old. And so we have this lag built in where we don't know anything about incoming recruitments until 6 or 7 years after they've happened. And it really takes more like 8 or 9 or 10 years before we have a good solid estimate of the strength of those recruits. What we do see in those few recruitments that we do have a little bit of signal about is that there is no indication, and we saw this in the age data, there is no indication that they are above average. In fact, they look smaller than average, but we will continue to get better information about those as we see them more times in both the fishery and the survey data.
Thanks, Ian. The dotted line all the way through the middle there is not a reference point other than an incidental one, or I mean, that's 50 million, right?
That is, in fact, the long-term average recruitment we would expect to see when we are
But is it average or optimal, or how are you defining it?
It's the equilibrium recruitment. So if the stock were to persist in a low environment condition, but would accumulate biomass and just be in a stable condition in the absence of fishing, the long-term average of that level would be that dashed line.
Okay. So I'm a little bit confused by the concept of PDO based on the way this looks. So you have, for example, between the 1950, I guess it would be, or more or less late 40s and just before 1980, you have a low bar, but for the last, what, 5 or 7 or 8 years of that, you have this climbing trend, but that's considered to be in a low PDO period, and then the trend continues, fluctuates up and down, obviously, in the positive period. So how do you explain that? Why does a climbing trend still exist within a negative overall period? What's the explanation for that?
That's a good point. So in fact, I have to confess, I'm tend to be fairly skeptical of environmental and recruitment relationships. In fact, I've done previous assessments where I've actually taken this type of relationship out of the stock assessment model rather than keeping it in. What's going on here, and you're quite right to point out that there's not a lockstep between the PDO and incoming recruitment. In fact, it's only, or we're only estimating that recruitment is about a third better when we're in a good regime than in a bad regime, and we still see a high level of variability about the annual estimates of recruitment. We definitely see some low recruitments in warm phase of the PDO, and we see some high recruitments, as you pointed out, in the 1970s associated with the lower phase of the PDO. So there's definitely no lockstep here between the two indices. The way I've treated the PDO in this model is just strictly as a regime. It's either good or it's bad. It's a binary response. And I guess importantly, what I've done in this stock assessment model is to estimate the link, not to force the link, but to estimate it. So I've said, okay, let the model estimate and see how much better recruitment is when you're in a good phase than a bad phase. And most of that signal is driven by the fact that you see low recruitment through the 1950s and 60s, given that there are a few points there in the 1970s that are slightly above average, and you tend to see above average recruitment through the 80s and 90s. But it's by no means a perfect correlation. And the other thing I think that's important to remember is that just because we see a correlation like that in the historical period doesn't guarantee that it's going to hold up in the forecast period as well. So we may see this very strong relationship here really based on 2 phases of the PDO, but there's no guarantee that we're going to continue to see that relationship in the future.
Spoken like a true scientist. I just try to, because your initial point where you just said you're skeptical, like anything else we're looking at, you're showing us a whole series of data, information, indices, etc. And we have to weigh amongst all of those which ones are more significant than others, or could be or should be considered to be more significant. I just want to be clear about this one, because you thought it was a useful indices to show or a trend to show, but your view is that if you look at the various bits of information, this one you would give lower, what should I call it, lower significance to as a factor to influence our thinking, or is that a fair statement?
I guess I wouldn't state it in quite the same way. What I would say is that this analysis that I've essentially recreated that Bill and Steve had done years ago indicates that on average, when you're in a good environmental regime, you should expect a little bit better recruitment. I don't know whether that will hold up in the future. I will note that as we've moved into this poor regime, and the transition there was from 2006 to 2007, we have subsequently fairly poor estimates, but they are below average in the most recent time period. The catch that we're in, and when I use these data in the stock assessment model, the age data themselves are what's driving this relationship. I'm not forcing the recruitment with the environment. I'm estimating the correlation between the environment and the recruitment. What I will point out is that we're in a bit of a catch here, because we have this period in the end of the time series when we don't have any direct information on recruitment. So the only information I can provide you to guide your decision making is that we have seen a correlation with environment in the past, and the environment is now in a less productive phase. But I certainly can't guarantee that that will correspond necessarily to lower recruitment.
It's this way. Robin, can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Go ahead, please.
Yeah, I just to follow up on this conversation. The halibut fishery has a really long history of debate between the relative impacts of climate and fishing. And you could probably look at a graph of recruitment for that and find changes in management regime or fishery processes at certain periods, like in the late 70s when the foreign fleets stopped fishing in domestic waters, for example. So I'm just curious about where we're going with this new kind of discussion about the PDO and how it's going to be incorporated in advice and whether it will be in a formal way. I know it's already included in some way in the harvest policy, but whether we're expecting to try to do something formal or quantitative with this information, or whether it's just something that we're keeping in the backs of our minds while we're making decisions, or while the commissioners are making decisions, or whether there needs to be a sort of broader discussion about these types of issues as they relate to halibut.
So I guess everybody online hopefully could hear Robin's question, not just us. Okay, so I don't need to paraphrase. Thank you, Robin. The short answer to your question is, and I want to clarify again, I'm not using the environment to drive the stock assessment result here. I'm merely showing the correlation between what we see in the assessment and the environmental relationship. As you've pointed out, the phases of the environment are actually included in our reference point calculations already, and I would say that with our long time series, the Halibut Commission is in kind of a unique situation where we have more data to estimate this kind of relationship than perhaps any other groundfish species around. We have a longer time series to evaluate this with. That said, I had no guarantee when I went to recreate the analysis that was done more than a decade ago that I would find the same result. The fact that I'm still finding a correlation, it's somewhat weaker than they found in the original analysis, but of similar magnitude, about a third better recruitment during a high recruitment phase, I think is worth taking interest in. And the reason that I'm adding some emphasis to it this year is twofold. One is because I didn't have a chance to investigate this during last year's process, and so I couldn't comment on it at all, and it has been an important analysis in the history of this assessment and this stock. And the second is this issue with the recruitments in the most recent time period. I don't have a good way to quantitatively structure what might happen with recent and future recruitments. But I would like to provide the information that we do see this correlation with the environment. That it's clear now from the guys who calculate this index that we, as of 2007, we have transitioned into a poorer recruitment, or sorry, a poorer environmental regime, and that may correspond to reduced recruitment. And I wanted that information to be available to the management process, but I don't currently have a structure to build that into any kind of advice in a quantitative way. I hope that answers your question, Robin.
Yeah, it does. Thanks, Ian. And it sounds like you're thinking in that direction where it's something to keep in mind as decisions are made, rather than an attempt to somehow incorporate it into the assessment, which is good. Thanks.
Thank you, Robin.
Okay, thanks, Robin. And Rolf has a question.
Ian, could you go back one slide, please? Oh, maybe it's the model comparisons. Maybe it's one more back. Yeah, this one. I'm just curious. We used Cajun for many, many years, and we started tweaking Cajun, then we went away from Cajun, and then we got to 2012. If you could take the retrospective problem out of Cajun and the past models, would they fall pretty close, do you think, here?
That's an excellent question. I actually spent some time yesterday going back through some of the older documents to try and piece together some of the estimates of stock size and see how they compared with this longer time series model for some of the time period back in the 80s and 70s. The short answer is it's kind of difficult to do that because it was reported regulatory area by regulatory area and not always spawning biomass. There were different definitions of biomass. But generally, the estimates that I was able to put together from those models are pretty consistent with this longer time series. In terms of the absolute magnitude, but definitely in terms of the trend. Those older models did estimate a dip in the 1930s, an increase through the 50s and 60s, another dip in the 70s, and then an increase. As you rightly point out, all of those models did have some retrospective patterns in them. But this result definitely doesn't suggest that we were out of the ballpark with those older analyses, discounting the fact that we did have some years when we had a pretty strong retrospective pattern.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, I'll continue on now with the question you may be wondering about this long time series model, which is, so does this one have a retrospective bias? And the short answer is no, it doesn't. In fact, if this is for people that may not have heard last year's presentation when I talked about retrospective bias for a good 20 or 30 minutes, a retrospective bias means as you add data to a stock assessment model, you get a strong directional signal in the answer. So that every time you add a year's data, the answer either gets bigger or smaller, and it continues in that sort of pattern. And that's problematic because what you're saying is the answer you gave the year before wasn't very good. In fact, this is analysis here. I'm basically cropping off 1 year of data at a time back for 5 years. And what you see is that especially over the first 3 or 4 of those, you see absolutely no trend at all. The estimates line up quite close. There are a couple of estimates that are slightly above the blue line, which in this case is just the estimate with all the data in. But what's important about this figure is those uncertainty intervals about them, indicating that none of the estimates that you get, even as you crop data back off, would we have said, well, that's not a realistic stock size at the time. They're included in the confidence intervals in both directions as you go back through this time series. Which that's a good property of these models. It doesn't tell you that the model is useful. It certainly doesn't tell you that it's right, because none of these models are right. But it tells you that it doesn't have a pathological problem in it, and that you can continue on and do additional analyses with it. So that was something that I needed to verify quite quickly in order to bring this model and the analysis that I've done this year forward. I did some other sensitivity analysis. And one of the things that I discovered that's something that we haven't really talked about in previous processes was how important the sex ratio of the commercial catch is to our estimates. Currently, we have a method for estimating what the sex ratio of the commercial catch is, and that is that we use the setline survey data and we look at the proportion of males to females by size and age, and then we apply that to the size and age structure we see in the commercial population to get an estimate of the sex ratio. Now, in previous assessment analyses, that's been done as a data processing step. And what that meant was it was very difficult to look in the stock assessment model and see, well, how sensitive are the results to this? Because it was buried way back in the data processing. So as I processed the data, I also allowed for a case where we didn't make that assumption, where we just said, okay, well, we don't know what the sex ratio of the commercial catch is. And in these alternate models that I've built, rather than process the data and predict the sex ratio of the catch, what I've done is to actually treat the data as if it's aggregate, which it is. We don't know the sex ratio of the commercial data, and to make the same assumption, which is that the survey, the difference between male and female sex ratio that we see in the survey is also applicable to the commercial fishery. So I've made that assumption in these models. The benefit of that, the long and the short of it is, it makes it technically very easy to then see how sensitive that is, the assessment results are to that assumption. And the answer is yes and no. As you can see, the general trend is almost exactly the same, regardless of what the sex ratio is. These 3 lines, the blue series represents the long time series model that I've showed you. The green and the red represent changing that sex ratio in the commercial catch by 10% up or down. And what you see here is that the general trend is the same. Our perspective on where we've been and where we are now wouldn't change dramatically. However, you will note on the y-axis that there's a pretty considerable difference in the absolute value of these estimates. In fact, it's almost 50 million pounds of spawning biomass different, depending on that where you are in that range of commercial sex ratio. And this is something we couldn't tell before because we didn't have the ability to just test the sensitivity in the model. It was buried back in a data processing step. So now this year we can test that. We find out it's quite sensitive. So one of the things that's come out of this analysis is beginning with our SRB meeting and through the Research Advisory Board and into this next year's process, we're looking at ways to start to get some estimates, some direct estimates of the sex ratio of the commercial catch so that we can eliminate this source of uncertainty. So again, in a nutshell, our general perspective on the stock doesn't change dramatically, but in an absolute sense, this is an important component that we need to start start to understand better. Another sensitivity that I did was to levels of bycatch, and this I think I told somebody to wait and I'd get back to this topic. So what I've plotted here is just the end of the time series, so you can zoom in and see a little better what the response is. The blue series here is the model I've been showing you. The red represents a model fitted to data and assuming that there's been twice as much bycatch in each year as our estimates actually indicate. The green line represents half as much bycatch. So the idea with this is not to suggest that bycatch actually is larger or smaller than the estimates we've been using. Those are our best estimates. They're what we have to work with. But it's to understand, does our perspective on where the stock is change given those estimates? And the short answer is no, it doesn't change much. The stock size estimate gets slightly larger if we say, well, yeah, actually the removals were bigger than we thought. Well, it takes a slightly larger stock to produce those. And what that means is there's a little bit more productivity out there if, in fact, we say there was twice as much bycatch. There's a bit more productivity out there so that those removals that were being taken indicate that the stock must have been actually slightly larger than we thought. There's perhaps less change of making the bycatch smaller. You can see that the green series is slightly lower than the base model that I've been using. But at the end, it's actually quite hard to keep these series separate. So in a general sense, there isn't a strong effect on the coast-wide stock assessment results of even a pretty big difference in our estimates of bycatch. Now, I do want to point out that this doesn't mean that there wouldn't be an effect of different levels of bycatch, say, in our application of our harvest policy to the apportionment results. Because there, on an area-by-area specific basis, a change in bycatch of this magnitude could have quite a difference on the bottom line. And that's not the analysis that I've done here. This is really just a gross sensitivity, sort of the mile-high view using the coast-wide stock assessment. Another important thing to point out here is that I haven't looked at different temporal trends in bycatch. So there's lots of different hypotheses that we could explore. We could say, well, what if bycatch was correct in the historical period and it's diverged? Or what if the opposite is true? What if our current estimates are great but the early estimates weren't so good? But those are all analyses that I could do. The questions really are there hypotheses or scenarios that should be considered? And I could certainly run alternatives that people were interested in. But in a general sense, I was able to satisfy the question of, if bycatch really was a bit bigger or a bit smaller than we think it is, would our perception of the stock trend change appreciably? And the answer there is no. Okay, it's going to take me a second to introduce this figure. There's quite a bit here. This is something that was suggested by our scientific review. I think it's got some points that maybe help to think about, but there's actually quite a bit going on here. So this is a plot of surplus production. And start with the bars. The bars represent the removals in each year. This is just a time series of removals from the stock. Surplus production is the amount of production that the stock has on an annual basis above and beyond what it would take to keep the stock at the same place. So imagine you have the stock at 100 units, and next year the stock is at 100 units, but you caught 20. The surplus production is 20 because the stock stayed the same, and you caught 20, and so that was the surplus production. Similarly, if the stock was at 100 units in 1 year and it was at 120 the next year, and you didn't catch anything, surplus production is 20 because the stock went up by 20. So that's how you can think about this plot. Now, the way I've color-coded the bars is and that's what the black line represents. The black line represents the surplus production. So it's the amount of yield, and in this case I've used spawning biomass to define the yield because there is no perfect proxy for exactly what part of the population would be available, but it tends to be on a similar scale and can give you a sort of a perspective on how the productivity of the stock has changed over time, and that's really what we're interested in here. And the way I've color-coded these bars is that the red bars are where the removals were in excess of the annual surplus production. The blue bars is where they were below the annual surplus production. Now, do remember that if there's surplus production in 1 year and you don't catch it, it's going to be there for several years. It doesn't just go away the following year. So I apologize. There's a lot going on in this figure, but I still feel it's a useful perspective on the stock. Now I'm going to walk you through the time series and help you explain some of the trends that you see here. The first trend you see a whole bunch of red bars early on, and that was essentially fishing down the standing stock. We were taking more out of the stock than the stock could replace every year, and so the stock declined in response. But as it declined, it became more productive, and that's why that black line starts to increase over time. And the stock became more productive, A, because we think that stocks get more productive as you fish them down a little bit, and also because there was an increase in the size and age of those fish, and so the weight that they were achieving increased over time. And note the magnitude there. The surplus production from the early part of the time series up through the 60s was on the order of, say, 30 to 60 or 70 million pounds per year. Then we had a period in the late 1970s when the surplus production declined pretty substantially. And this was in response to two things. One, it was a long period of fairly poor recruitments catching up with spawning biomass. You can also see secondarily that there were several years there in the 60s and early 1970s when the removals exceeded the surplus production, and both of those led to stock decline. Then you see as those recruitments started to move in the late 1970s, you see surplus production goes way up rapidly. And in fact, the removals for that whole time period from the late 1970s through the late 1990s were substantially below the annual surplus production. We were building up stock during that time period. The withdrawals from the bank account were smaller than the interest that we were getting in every year. So the black line is really just the interest that's becoming available due to growth and recruitment. Then you see that after that big pulse of we saw in the 1980s and 1990s, as recruitment came down, in addition, remember, size at age was coming down from the 1980s onward, we see a real decrease in the surplus production. And basically from the late 1990s through to the present, we've seen surplus production back in the level that's consistent with what we see for most of the historical period, somewhere around the average, somewhere between, say, 40 and 60 million pounds of surplus production per year. And that's essentially back where we are in the current time period. And that really, over the long-term perspective, that's about what we would expect the surplus production to be out of this stock. The surplus production that we saw in the 1980s and 1990s stands out as far higher, both due to size at age and the recruitment effects, than we've seen in any of the rest of this time period. So again, I think this figure is another way to look at the same information, just gives us a sense of how the productivity has changed over time, and the fact that the productivity that we're seeing now in the most recent decade is probably more consistent with the long-term average than the kind of productivity we saw in the late 1980s and 1990s. Essentially, we're sort of back where this stock has been for a lot of the last 100 years, rather than where it was a couple of decades ago, which was, inarguably a very rich time for the stock. We had a lot of surplus production during that time period. Okay, now I'm going to address Commissioner Ryle's comments a bit about reference points. And one of the things I want to mention is that with this long time series model, we can now get a little more perspective on where we've been relative to our reference points over a broader time horizon. So I've been last year and in the last few years, you've seen a lot of figures where we've seen a declining stock and we're headed down and we're estimated to be very close to our spawning biomass threshold, which is 30% based on our current harvest policy. And the question has been, well, are we going to get down to that level? Have we ever been there before? And now with this longer time series perspective, we can see that actually we estimate that we've been down in that range of our threshold, and in fact even below our limit there in the 1920s and 1930s for a number of years. That dip in the 1970s corresponded to getting down pretty close to our 20% spawning biomass limit, where under our current harvest policy we would shut down the fishery. But in fact, during that period from the 30s through the 1980s, we had a fishery that was right around those target and limit regions, producing about average surplus production, which is essentially what we'd expect based on our harvest policy, that we would produce over the long term an average level of production, given that we're down in that range of our spawning biomass threshold. Okay, there's one other thing that we can do with this long time series model that we couldn't do with the short time series model, and that's to do this exercise of replaying history. And this is really sort of a hypothetical exercise. Obviously, we can't actually do it, but it can give us, again, a little bit more insight into the reference points and the dynamics of the stock. And so the way this works is that we start at the beginning of the time series back in the 1800s, and I can project the population forward, and I can assume that there's the same amount of recruitment variability, but I can account for the fact that if we hadn't been removing fish from the stock, we would have a different level of spawning biomass in each year. So I'm playing the stock forward again, but I'm not taking the fishery removals out of it now. The strongest assumption I have to make in this analysis is that I'm using the observed size at age. And what that implies is that there's no strong density dependence going on, meaning that if the stock gets bigger, we're going to have the same size at age. And unfortunately, we don't understand the dynamics controlling size at age very well right now. So there's no way to build a more sophisticated approach to this in. But what this allows us to do is to play the stock forward without taking any of the removals out and say, well, where would the stock have been in any given year if we hadn't been catching anything? And that'll tell us something about the dynamics of the stock. So let me show you the results of that exercise. In orange at the bottom is the estimated series. So that's what I've been showing you in the last several graphs. That's the spawning biomass time series that we estimate using the data and from the stock assessment. The blue line that I've labeled here, no fishery, is the reconstruction. So this is posing the question, what would the stock dynamics might have looked like if we hadn't been catching anything? How would the stock have gone up and down over this time period? And what you can see is that you can see more pronounced trends and generally more biomass. Obviously, we weren't catching anything in this scenario, but you can see some similarity in the trends in that there's a decline through the 1920s and 30s as we saw lower recruitment in the stock. There's an increase as size at age increased through the 1960s, but then that turns around and the effect of low recruitment from the 40s, 50s, and 60s starts to catch up with the spawning biomass. In fact, the estimate is that even if we weren't fishing, we would have had a pretty low point there in the late 1970s, consistent with low recruitment catching up after the 40s, 50s, and 60s. And then you see the stock is projected to have been quite large in the late 1990s and 2000s had we not been removing anything from it. Now, obviously, there's a lot of assumptions built into this, and this isn't necessarily what would have happened. It just gives us a little more perspective on how much of these trends are due to what we're doing, which is catching fish and managing the stock, and how much of the trend is due to what's going on around us, which is changes in recruitment due to environment or due to other factors that we can't control, and changes in size at age that we can't control either. And so with this all in combination, it gives us several different ways to think about our current stock status. The first of those is, where are we in relation to the long-term average? So this is pretty consistent with the calculation of reference points that we've been used to looking at in these models, except it's informed by 100 years of data instead of 15. And this tells us that right now we're at about 38% of that long-term average value. Another way we can think about this is, well, where are we in relation to where we would have been if we hadn't been catching anything out of this stock? And that estimate is about 34%. So same general trend is that we're somewhere in the 30 to 40% range of where we would be, either with regard to the long-term average or with regard to where the stock might be if we hadn't been fishing during this time period. Now, I forgot to note here that you'll note that at the end of the time series, there's a pretty strong downward trend in the stock, even in the absence of any fishing. And that's driven by the decline in those very strong year classes that we saw in the 1980s. And I think that's important to remember, that although we've sort of all grown accustomed to seeing this really strong decline in the last 10 or 15 years, that decline has been largely driven by the decline of those strong cohorts that we saw in the 1990s and 2000s. And actually, the fact that those two lines are as parallel as they are suggests that the management response that we've seen over the last decade has kept the stock on a very similar trajectory to where it would have been even just in the absence of a fishery, which I think is positive information. The third comparison we can make here is, well, where are we in relation to where we've been in the past? And I know for people that were there, the 1970s is an important milestone in where the stock has been. And right now we're almost estimated to be at almost twice the biomass level that we were at in the late 1970s. And I think for me this is kind of a check on, where are we in relation to a period that we know was not good. Everybody that I've talked to that remembers and fished in the 1970s says we don't want to see catch rates like that again. That was a bad time period. So I think that's another potential way we can think about the status of the stock, is where are we in relation to that time period, because we know something about that. It doesn't require any assumptions about what would have happened if there hadn't been a fishery or a long-term average. It's just where are we in relation to where we've been in the past. Okay. So this all gets me to the punchline here, which is, what are we going to do with this information, these alternate models that I've presented? And I guess I laid out to you last year that we have a long history here. We've been doing this stock assessment for 30 years, And unfortunately, part of the history is that we've had to make changes in this assessment. Ralph brought up the fact that we used to use a Cajun model, and then we moved to a different model, and then we've had area-specific models. And last year I fixed a retrospective pattern, and that made a change. And the trouble is that we've had variable estimates over time. We've improved our methods, and that's a good thing, but we've had variability in the estimates and in the catch advice and unfortunately in the confidence levels of the various methods, because when things change, it takes a while to get used to them. And this isn't really what we're trying to achieve here. I think in some ways we've lost sight of the goal, which is understanding the stock. The goal of doing a stock assessment every year is not to come up with some perfect model. I had to sort of put my hat under my arm and go into Bruce's office one day and said, you know what, there is no perfect stock assessment model, and I'm not going to be able to deliver you one. But it's okay. In fact, it's a big step forward to realize that this isn't a modeling exercise. We're not trying to just, this year we're finally going to get it right and get the right model. The point is we're trying to understand what's going on with the stock. And what's really important is it shouldn't matter which model we're using. And I'm going to show you some ways we can get at this. Fortunately, there's a field that's already figured this out, and you guys are probably familiar with it. It's hurricane forecasting. And the approach that they've taken is called ensemble modeling. And what this really means is not just picking one model and saying, well, this model is right and all the other ones are wrong, and base your advice on this model. What you can see here is a projected hurricane track, and you can see that there's a whole lot of different squiggly lines on here, and each of those lines represents the efforts of a whole team of scientists to try and predict what's going to happen with this hurricane. And I don't know about you, but depending on where you live in Texas, I would be a lot more comfortable seeing this plot than if they just told me that, say, the lowest purple line you see there is the one and all the other ones are wrong, or the green line on top is the one model that's right and all the other ones are wrong. The point here is that there are a lot of different predictions that can be made, and in hurricane forecasting they've realized that throwing away all those other predictions is not helpful, and in the long run what you're trying to do is get a perspective on what's really going on. What's the area over which that hurricane might hit? And I think we can really gain some things here, and really the IPHC can lead from the front, because I think this is something that could be really helpful for a lot of other fisheries as well. I'm going to take this analogy just a bit farther because they've really developed the thinking a bit more in terms of hurricane forecasting. I focus on the panel on the left here for a second. These are the forecasts for hurricane, that's still south of Cuba in this picture. And notice that some of the projections have it going to Washington, D.C., and some of it have it going to Bermuda. And the paradigm for fishery stock assessment has been, well, we'll try to find the best model and we'll report those results. Well, if you live in Washington, D.C., is the best model the blue one or the purple one? Because it sure makes a big difference in terms of how you're going to respond to this information. And frankly, depending on, no matter where you live, I think what's important here is that you'd want to know that each of these models is out there and that there's some chance that that hurricane may come visit you in the next several days. And so they've really developed this thinking a bit more in the hurricane forecasting realm. And one of the things that they've done a really nice job on is in returning to this concept of why uncertainty is important for decision making. And so I'm gonna just blatantly steal from one of the presentations or one of the papers that's out there for hurricane forecasting. It's referenced here if you want to check it out for yourself. But I'm going to try to illustrate using one of their pictures why uncertainty is so important. So here's a projection of a hurricane track. And note that in all three cases, the hurricane is projected to go to the same place. The only difference between the three projections is the amount of uncertainty associated with that. And the point here is that the decision that you make, in this case it's a decision about whether or not to evacuate the city, the decision depends on the amount of uncertainty. So again, the projection is that hurricane is going to go straight up the slide. And if you focus on the middle panel, if there's a lot of certainty about that, looks like you're fine. You can sit tight in your city and you're going to be okay. But if you're very uncertain about that prediction, then now you have to recognize that there is a chance that that hurricane might come visit, and you may need to plan accordingly. And I think that's what's really important here, is to recognize that we need to do the best job we can. I need to do the best job at reporting the uncertainty so that you can make a decision that reflects the uncertainty that's in the problem, not me just picking one stock assessment model and showing you those results. So what I've done for this year is to use ensemble modeling for annual stock assessment. So I've got these three models, and I've combined them all with equal weighting, and this includes the uncertainty within the models and among the models. In fact, it's very consistent with what I did last year, which was to include three models in the decision table. The three models last year using natural mortality to describe our uncertainty in the problem. there's some real steps forward with this, and it reduces things in three important ways. One is it reduces the analyst effect. If you guys were to get rid of me and Steve and get a new team of assessment scientists, and they came in and built a brand new assessment model, you wouldn't want a different result just because you had different people building the model. And that's a good reason to have different models and different assumptions built into the assessment process. It gets rid of that analyst effect. Secondarily, it gets rid of this effect that you might call tinkering, which is that we make improvements every year, and we have to. We learn things, and we have new data and new ways to do things, but those have very strong effects when you're only using a single stock assessment model. When you have more than one model, those effects are going to be buffered across all those different models, and so your general perception isn't going to change based on a small change in some technical detail in the model, which for most people looking at the process would say that's just tinkering. Perhaps most importantly, it takes the eye of newt out of this recipe. And what's important here is that this shouldn't be some magic potion that tells us that this model's better than this model. If we have models and they're reasonable, and they could be, a reasonable team of assessment scientists could come up with that perception of what's happened, we should be including those in the advice every year. And so thanks to Bruce Gabrus for coining that term, but I'm doing my best to get the eye of newt out of the stock assessment recipe this year and forever. So when we put all these three models together, we get a perspective of a bit more uncertainty, and let me walk you through what I'm plotting here. This is actually the integration of all three of those stock assessment models together. What you see down the middle is the 50-50 line. This is the median, or the value at which half of the estimates lie above and below that line. Again, this is a composite of all three of these stock assessment models, so you don't have to worry about which model is better. It's all in there, and all of this information will be in the decision table as well, just as it was last year during last year's process. Just to show you, the color banding corresponds to different levels of probability. So the dark blue there is a 50 out of 100. And note that I've changed the reporting of probabilities from percentages to times out of 100 this year. This is on the recommendation of our scientific review board, and I hope that it is an easier way to think about the probabilities. If you don't like this way, you can just ignore the out of 100 and put a percent after it. It's exactly the same quantity. Again, so the color banding here just shows you the relative probability contained in that color. So the dark blue is 50 out of 100, and then as you go out farther, the next shade of blue is 75, then 95, and the dashed line on the outside shows you the interval over which there's a 99 out of 100 chance that our estimate is in that area. So this gives you a sense of the uncertainty, and note that the uncertainty in the early part of the time series, where those models didn't agree very well, is now reflected in here. You also note that the results are pretty consistent at the end of the time series there, and in fact the projection from this year is quite close to the projection that I made last year, which is that the stock is largely flattened out, and we were projected to have a pretty stable but pretty flat trajectory over the next couple of years, and that's actually what we see in this year, the results of this year's stock assessment as well here. And again, this is projected to the beginning of 2014, which is the values that we now have in front of us. If we compare that to the assessment results from previous years, you see quite strongly the retrospective pattern there. The black lines represent the 2006, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and then subsequently 2012 stock assessments. The results from each of those that were provided to the commissioners in each of those years. You'll note that it's a little hard to see the 2012 result because it falls almost right on the median result over the last couple of years. It's the black line that ends just short of the end of the time series. You also note that those models were predicting a slightly lower spawning biomass in the early part of the time series, partly due to our perception of aging error, the treatment of weighted age, the treatment of selectivity, a lot of the technical details. But the interval here, the blue interval, still includes those estimates in that early part of the time series. That's because we haven't thrown that away and said, well, now we've got a better answer. We've said, well, yeah, there's some uncertainty back there, and that's included in the answer now. Okay, at some point we're going to need some point estimates to carry through with apportionment and the rest of the calculations. And so this is the bridge analysis. In the gray band there in the middle is the 2014 exploitable biomass and spawning biomass estimates that you get when I take the 2012 stock assessment and I add the new data and revise the information that we had and put it in there. And so those are the two estimates from that model alone. In the right-hand column are the estimates from the aggregate, from the ensemble, from all three models this year. And what you see is that they're actually quite consistent. The 2012 model would have predicted that we had 176 million pounds of exploitable biomass, and from the composite of all three, from the ensemble, our estimate is 170 million pounds. The spawning biomass is even closer. You might say, well, hey, Ian, 6 million pounds is important. That's actually a lot of fish. For you to say that that's really close that's a lot of fish, 6 million pounds, and it's absolutely true. It is. But my job is to report to you the answers that the estimates that we get and the precision associated with those. And the precision associated with that exploitable biomass estimate looks something like this. So this is the distribution of exploitable biomass. That's the probability distribution of exploitable biomass. So the more gray bar you see, the more plausible that range is. And what you can see is that estimate of 170 is right in the middle of a pretty wide distribution. The data that we have at hand don't tell us exactly what exploitable biomass is. It tells us that there's quite a range there. Even values as low as 150 million pounds or as high as close to 200 million pounds are quite plausible given the information. It's reasonable to want a more certain answer, but my job is to show you the level of certainty that we can get out of the data, and this is what we can get. This includes the uncertainty within each of these models as well as among the models, and importantly, and to provide some link with last year, it also includes uncertainty in natural mortality, because the long time series model actually have enough information to estimate the value. And so there's actually alternate values of natural mortality built into this as well. So we're not just discarding the source of uncertainty we had in last year's process. It's included in there as well. Okay, now I'm going to get to the decision table, and I thank you for bearing with me. I know it's getting close to lunchtime and everybody's about done. I really just have the decision table left to go here. The decision table really is the 3-year projections. So I'm making 3-year projections on the stock, and I'm assuming some level of constant removals. And as I did last year, I'm doing a bunch of different alternatives, starting with no removals at all, so we can get a sense of what might the stock dynamics be doing in the absence of any removals. The second row, just as I did last year, is a fishery CEY of 0. If we took all the directed removals away, what would be left, and what would the trend look like? I've got the blue line, which is the application of the current harvest policy. I've got the status quo, which is using the same 026 removals that we saw in 2013, not the catch levels that were set, but the actual removals we saw. So if we caught the exact same amount out of the water this coming year that we saw last year. And then I've got a bunch of alternatives to fill in between these up to 60 million pounds, which is the range that I showed you in last year's decision table. Perhaps an improvement from last year is that I've actually got a visual representation of the decision table itself, and I've linked that up with the time series that I was just showing you. So here what you see are the 3-year projections, and I've just picked 3 rows out of the decision table. And what you see in purple is the projection for 2015-16 to the beginning of 2017 of the stock trend as well as the uncertainty in that trend associated with, in the top left, no removals to the stock. You see we estimate that the stock would increase slightly, although it's quite uncertain. There would be an estimate of an increase in the stock with no removals. The blue line, which is in the right-hand panel there, which is if we applied our current harvest policy, the stock is estimated to be relatively stable and decline slightly as far out as 2017, but actually be quite stable over the first couple of years. And then with larger removals, as high as 60 million pounds, you can see that the stock is estimated to decline slightly, although not dramatically, and again, still with some uncertainty. What I'd point out here, well, one comment I would make before we actually get to the decision table is that as the stock stabilizes and as the effects of those very large recruitments tend to wear off, it's reasonable to expect that we're going to see a stronger response of the stock trend to management action, because the actual trend is being driven more by the removals that we're taking than it is by those very large recruitments that we're moving through the age structure, and in large part driving the declines we've seen over the last couple of decades. So again, this is actually the contents of the decision table. The decision table is really taking each of these and taking slices through those probability distributions and showing you what the actual numbers look like. Now, I've tried to keep generally the same format for the decision table this year, but I made a couple of things I hope are improvements. And they are, one is reporting probabilities out of 100. The second is to integrate the 1 and the 3-year projections. So last year I had actually split the table into 1 and 3-year projection tables, and I think it was kind of confusing to have to flip back and forth. So I've done the same 1 and 3-year projections for all the quantities, and I've included those in a single table this year. It does make it a little bigger, so get your glasses out, but it at least gets it all in one place. as I present the table this year, I want to make an important distinction, and I'm presenting it in two parts. And the reason why I'm doing that is because this first part of the decision table is about stock trend. It's about, is the spawning biomass going to go up or down? We've had a lot of discussion in the last couple of years about the harvest policy and questions about, how applicable is the current harvest policy, given that we've drifted away from some of the foundations of that policy in terms of selectivity and the relative role of different sources of removals. And this first part of the decision table is harvest policy free. This is really just saying, here's a level of removals, and what's the likely stock trend, or what is the risk of different levels of stock trend associated with that. So we don't need to invoke any kind of harvest policy to look at the stock trend. And in fact, this is exactly the information I was just showing you in the previous figure. Again, I do have the top two lines there are the no removals line and the fishery CEY line of 0, just to show you what would the stock be doing in the absence of any removals and or in the absence of any directed fishery. Now, I will point out before I show you the contents that 11.4 million pounds, that's total removals. I've left the fishery CEY off here because that actually has harvest policy considerations built into it. And this is just in terms of total removals, all sources, all sizes. There's no U and O26. It's just all the removals from the stock. And I point out that 11.4 is substantially smaller than the FCEY equals 0 line you saw last year, which was closer to 16 or a little over 16 million pounds. And that's for two reasons. One reason is that the bycatch estimate has come down by a couple million pounds. The second reason is that the definition of the fishery CEY has changed this year. The fishery CEY in areas 2C and 3A now includes the guided recreational fishery and the commercial wastage under the catch sharing plan. So as such, it's not exactly comparable, and I wanted to point that out right now so that you don't get the wrong impression. So fishery CEYs reflect that I'm reporting here reflect the catch sharing plan, which is now in effect, which again moves the guided recreational and the commercial wastage from other removals into the fishery CEY in area 3A and 2C. And Bruce is going to reiterate this and give you some more detail and some breakdowns of that in the apportionment section. So now to give you some results. What you see is a bit more response, as we might expect with the stock stabilizing in this year's decision table. What you can see, focusing on column A, the first column there inside the table, is that in the absence of any removals, that top row, there's only a 5 out of 100 chance that the stock would decline from 2015 or from 2014 to 2015. So you read these from the top down. So you can say, okay, stock trend, the spawning biomass in 2015 is less than 2014 with a 5 out of 100 chance. Notice as you go down that column, the larger the removals get, the higher the probability gets that the stock in 2015 will be less than it is in 2014. The more we take out, the greater the chance that the stock will be smaller in a year. If you move over to column B, you can pose the question, well, okay, it might be smaller under that level of removals, but is it going to be much smaller? So this column says, is it going to be at least 5% smaller than 2014? You see that's considerably smaller, reflecting that even though we see a decline, it's not a huge decline. There's actually a fairly low chance that we're going to see a big change in the stock size over 1 year. And in fact, if you move all the way over to the right, there's not a huge probability, or there is a bigger probability that you'd see a 5% over a 3-year projection than over a 1-year projection. But the probabilities of decline over in 2017, compare column A to C, there is a greater chance of a decline for each level of removals in over a 3-year projection than a 1-year projection. This is both due to the compounding of those removals, but also, you note the top row, there's also a greater chance, even if we're not removing anything, that the stock is lower in 3 years than it is now. And that's the effect of our low size at age, and perhaps even lower size at age in the future, as well as poor incoming recruitments. We've got these recruitments that are just starting to move into the stock that appear to be below average, and they're going to take a while to get to the spawning biomass. And these fish aren't mature until they're 9, 10, 11, even 12 years old. So there's a lag between these incoming recruitments, the recruitments that we've already have some information about from 2005 and 6 are going to start feeding into the spawning biomass, and that's what you see in those projections. So again, this is the side of the decision table that you don't have to think about the harvest policy to just think about pure stock trend. I want to take just a second and reorient us here now. Why do we even have a harvest policy? We could just look at stock trend, and that's true. But think of it this way. You don't necessarily need an investment strategy to go and buy a stock or to take a removal from your bank account. But if you do that, if you don't have any strategy, who knows where you're going to be in 20 or 30 years. If you have a general strategy, it doesn't tell you what to do every time you go to the ATM or every time it's, the end of the year comes around. But it tells you that over the long run, if you act in this manner, if you make decisions in this kind of a framework, you sort of know the properties of that. And that's what our harvest policy is. It's a simulation test to tell us that if we use a policy like this, over the long run, we're going to tend to get a sustainable amount of yield, and we're going to tend to get stock that stays around our reference points. And that's really the essence of our harvest policy, even given the fact that some of the details need to be revisited, and we're certainly in the process of reevaluating several aspects of our harvest policy. That's in general what the harvest policy is intended to do. So the rest of the table, and I'm going to break this into a couple more pieces, is to do with the harvest policy. Now note that I've added some other columns in here. I've labeled the blue line now because the blue line is associated with our current harvest policy. I've added the fishery CEY, and I've also added the harvest rate. The harvest rate is just the removals divided by the estimate of exploitable biomass. And now I'm looking at stock status. And the reason that stock status is included with the harvest policy calculations is that the choice of using 30 and 20% is part of our harvest policy. The choice of adjusting our target harvest rates in response to where the stock is to these reference points is a built-in part of our harvest policy. So these reference points, in fact, are part of our harvest policy. Note here that there's a fairly low probability across all of these removals that we are going to dip below, either in a 1 or 3-year projection, dip below either of these reference points. The estimates that we have from all 3 of these models are that we're above 30% of our unexploited average, and that even under removals as high as 60 million pounds, there's a very low probability that we're going to get below 30, the biggest being 26 out of 100 in 3 years for 60 million pounds, and an even much lower probability that we're going to drop below that 20% reference point. Now remember from last year's table, this is about what we were seeing last year, is that there's a pretty low probability that we're going to drop below our reference points in the short term. Yes?
Can you just clarify one thing about the harvest rate numbers? So below the blue line is based on the existing harvest policy, correct? So the harvest rate percentages for the numbers below that are based on what? Just an average incremental?
Yes, the harvest rates, you're absolutely right. The 19.7% is the coast-wide harvest rate that's implied by our current harvest policy. So that is exactly the target from our harvest policy, and that's why it's the blue line. The rates below are calculated based on summing up the removals associated with those different levels of total and fishery CEY, and then dividing that by the exploitable biomass estimate to get an estimate of what the harvest rate would be. I've got a figure that gives you a little historical context for these and shows you a comparison of several of these metrics coming up.
Okay, the reason I'm asking that is when you come to the status quo line, and we've talked about this in another context about what the realized harvest rate was as opposed to the target harvest rate, right? So that 26.7% under status quo reflects what?
That 26.7% reflects the harvest rate that we estimate would occur in 2014 if we caught the same amount of fish that we caught in 2013. So it doesn't have anything to do with the harvest rate that we actually realized in 2013. It would be if we took those removals again in 2014, given the projection of the stock size for 2014. And I'll reiterate that point in a second. I have another figure that will show you that. Just to give you the rest of the decision table here, and I know I'm starting to run over the noon hour, so I am close. Bear with me. I'm within a couple slides at the end. The rest of the decision table includes information about fishery trend and fishery status. Again, this is embedded in our harvest policy because it has the fishery CEY calculation and the harvest rate embedded in it. And what you see here is a much more rapid response in the probability to increasing levels of removals. Note if you move to the far right, you see that 50 out of 100 on the blue line. By definition, the blue line represents an equal chance of being above or below our target harvest rate because it is our target harvest rate. And so as we look at alternatives that have smaller removals, you see a very rapid reduction in the probability that those might actually exceed the target. And as you go up into larger removals or down on this table, you see a very rapid increase in the probability that we would be exceeding that harvest rate target. So this is essentially posing the question, if you took a removal above or below the blue line, how would that compare to the blue line for a future year? And that's why there's such a tight change in the probability there, because the blue line is what it is.
Probably
Yes.
This is your next slide, but is this is coast-wide numbers, it looks like, but is the analysis done coast-wide, or was this an area analysis and then summed up just for this table?
That's an excellent point. So in fact, what I've done to generate these different levels of removals is to actually feed the information through the apportionment process and spread it out and then aggregate it back up to the coast-wide level. And that's a good clarification that I didn't make, which is that all of these removal levels, with the exception of the FCEY and the no removals equals 0 on the no removals line, correspond to an even percentage increase across all areas based on the apportionment levels. That said, the relative risk isn't going to change that much for small deviations from that. What's important here is the scale at the coast-wide level. Now, what I'm going to show you next is a figure that I had last year, which is, and this gets to Commissioner Pearson's comment, which is that these are the estimate of the realized rates from the historical time series from 2000 on. Ignore the light-colored bar at the end for just a second and look at those historical rates. The black line with the points represents the harvest rate target in each year. And the reason that target isn't the same value every year is because we have lower harvest rate targets for the areas out west, 3B and up in the Bering Sea, than we do to the east, areas 3A and area 2. And so the harvest rate target in any given year represents the distribution of biomass among those areas. If we have more biomass in Area 2 and Area 3A, the target harvest rate is slightly higher because we apply a higher rate to those areas. So but you can see it doesn't actually change much. It ranges between like 17.5 and a little under 20%. But that's why it's not just a constant value.
And of course, this makes us look like we're really bad commissioners by harvesting more than the policy, but this is where the retrospective problem came in. We set quotas each year intending to be at the harvest rate, but at the end of the year it turned out that wasn't the case. I'm not sure that's an important point, but it wasn't my fault.
I think it's an excellent point, and I'm sorry I didn't get to say it before you did, which is that these are hindcast rates. These do not reflect the information that was available at the time the decision was made. And as you rightly point out, there were several years in here when there was no indication that we would be above the target harvest rate, or certainly this far above the target harvest rate, given the removals that were selected for last year. So this calculation is a hindcast calculation. It includes not only the estimate of exploitable biomass from the current analysis, but it also includes the revised estimate of the target itself as we've recalculated the apportionment calculations. And what you can see here is that we were actually above the target harvest rate for about the last decade, slightly more. But perhaps importantly, the reductions that have been taken starting in 2011 particularly, there's been a very strong reduction in the realized harvest rate. And that's been as a direct result of the actions that the Commission's taken to bring each year to bring that harvest rate down. And you can see that we're actually getting much closer to the target harvest rate in 2013. I think there was a question, and then I'll address the light-colored bar on the right.
Well, I think because the important other figure at some point to show is the implication. So it's not a fault issue as far as I'm concerned, Jim. It's the question of what the impact of the realized harvest rate is on the spawning biomass, right, as opposed to the target harvest rate. So you're comparing apples and apples. Here's the impact based on the actual fishing that took place and other removals on the spawning biomass. And it would be interesting to compare those two, because the spawning biomass, all the trends you've shown us, and then the last few years it's stabilized at 34% or something like that. So what does that tell us is the question that I would have for you as a scientist. That in a realized harvest rate, even in a declining way, is the declining of the realized harvest rate creating or has created a stability in the spawning biomass? I guess the logical answer would be yes. But it also means that it may mean that the target harvest rate, even if one would want to have it necessarily in other circumstances, not necessarily been the fact that it hasn't been met has not necessarily been a problem or created a major issue. But again, how does the scientist answer that?
I think I would generally agree with your synopsis. To answer the very first question first is that the trends that I've been showing you do reflect this realized harvest rate, so that the trend in spawning biomass is exactly a result of these removals. Now, I did draw that comparison with the replay of history to show you that the stock would have been declining, we estimate, even in the absence of any removals. And in fact, it would have been declining quite strongly over the last decade as those strong cohorts from the 1980s moved through. And in fact, the current leveling out of the stock is in response both to some leveling out in size at age, some decline in those cohorts, and a less of a pronounced decline of those 1980s cohorts as they've largely moved out of the population and getting back to a more stable age structure. And as you point out, the reductions as well, the reductions that we've seen in the harvest levels that we've actually achieved. And that led me to the point that I made on the projection figure, which is that as the stock begins to stabilize at this level, we can expect a stronger response from management action, because the dynamics will be driven more by differences in the fishery removals than they will be by those external dynamics of very, very far above or below average recruitment events. Now, what I've got in the right-hand panel here, this 2014 bar is not a realized rate, it's a projection. And the bar itself represents the blue line, just to show you that the blue line in the decision table corresponds exactly to the target, and that's how it compares to the realized rates that we've seen in previous years. I put just a couple of rows up here so we could get a sense of what those rows would look like in this plot. As you move up from the blue line bar, you see there's one labeled 40 million pounds. That's the 40 million pounds of total removals row from the decision table. That's the harvest rate. So if I go back here, the harvest rate associated with that, 21.8%, that is in fact what's plotted there. And then the status quo is the same removals. If we took the same removals in 2013 that we took in 2014 that we took in 2013, it would actually correspond to a slightly larger realized harvest rate, because the stock is slightly smaller, estimated to be slightly smaller in 2014 than it was in 2013. And that's why that status quo line doesn't maintain exactly the same harvest rate for 2014 that we realized in 2013. So again, this is just to represent, to give you a little bit of background on those rows in the decision table. As we did last year, as this process unfolds, and certainly at the discretion of the commissioners, I can produce additional rows to this decision table for any potential alternatives you'd like to see, and add them to this figure, and fully describe the risk and the trade-off associated with any considerations or any alternatives that you guys would like to consider. The decision table, as I've laid it out, is really just intended to represent, and this is the whole thing all in one place, it's really just intended to show you the relative trade-off between levels of catch and risk associated with different metrics. And I've tried to clearly identify which of these metrics are related to the harvest policy. That's the side that you see with the blue line. And then the first bit there, which is the stock trend, which is really harvest policy free. And again, I can add additional alternatives here as needed, as we did during last year's process. I want to go back, as I sum up here, I want to go back one more time to this, the link with environment. I know we had quite a discussion on this, so I don't need to spend too much time. This is the actual annual variability. So rather than just tell you good regime, bad regime, this is the time series that's been estimated for the Pacific Decadal Oscillation. This is not recruitment. This is environmental data. And what I want to point out here is that when it's above the line, it's what we generally understand to be good or productive phase environment, and below that line, below average, is poorer phase. You can see those regimes I was talking about leading up to the 1940s, from the 40s to the 60s, and then that good period from the late 1970s through the mid-2000s. But you note here there's a lot of variability, and some of that is why we don't see just a really clear trend of exactly recruitment following this. Perhaps this is really just an indication of productivity, and recruitment is related to something that we don't understand and we're not even measuring. But nonetheless, especially for this late time period here, I think it's important for me to point out to you this year for your consideration that as of 2007, we do appear to have moved into a poor phase of environmental conditions, and we're now 7 years into that phase. And why that's important is because, unfortunately, it's going to take several more years before I can sit in front of you and tell you that with age data, we have either confirmed or invalidated this correlation with recruitment. It's going to be several years until I have direct information to tell us whether or not these poor phase environmental period, whether that does or doesn't correspond to poor below average recruitment. In the interim, this is all the information I can provide for you. Okay, I want to sum up. Hopefully I've provided a bit of historical perspective for the recent declines. I think for me personally, this has really put things in perspective, and I think it provides us a lot more information to consider than just a short time series, which is good because we have the benefit here at the Commission of one of the longest time series of really exceptional data available for any groundfish in the North Pacific, and I think it's good to make good use of that. We have the signs are that incoming recruitments are likely to be low. The ones that we've seen in the most recent years, the last few that we have estimates of, are below average, and environment doesn't look to be great. I don't know whether that will hold up, but that's kind of the state of things. Size at age tends to change quite slowly over the time series, and currently it's low. So it may be turning around, it may be flattening out, but what we can see by looking back over 100 years is that it doesn't seem to change very rapidly. The size of fish is a long-term process, and it's probably over the next couple of years not likely to change rapidly. As I've pointed out a couple times already, the stock trend is really pretty close to the 2012 projections that I made. And you might say, well, geez, you did a lot of work and told us what you sort of told us sitting here last year, and that's both good and bad. I mean, I think it's really good because I'm certainly reassured, having built a bunch of different models, that I can really corroborate what I was sitting here telling you last year with a bunch of different information and perhaps importantly 100 years more data to put behind it. And as I pointed out on the decision table, as the stock does stabilize after that anomalously high period in the late 1980s and 90s and into the early 2000s, I think we can start to expect a slightly stronger response in stock trajectory to annual management actions. And with that, I think I'll take questions.
Start with Ralph.
Ian, what did the SRB think of ensemble, longer historical data, decision table, everything that you're putting into the stock assessment? What are their comments?
Well, good point. First thing is you're going to hear from them either this afternoon or tomorrow directly. So tomorrow morning. So you'll get their opinion directly. But I actually benefited substantially from the review that we held in October, and I was able to present a preliminary version of this to them. And we went through a number of these things: the long time series model, the ensemble approach, and generally they thought it was a very good idea. Again, I'll let them speak for themselves when they give their report. But they also provided me with a number of different things and perhaps improvements that you've seen incorporated here. Some of the suggestions about how to display the decision table in terms of probabilities. Introducing into the discussion these alternate ways to consider reference points, just to try to provide you guys with more perspective. The idea being that several different ways to consider the stock status is just going to give you more information at your fingertips to make your decision. That was in large part in response to really helpful comments that they made in this review. So for my part, we're now into I think more of a stable phase of our IPHC review process. Last year it was kind of fast and furious getting things going. This year, for 2013, we held 2 SRB meetings, and we were able to use those to tactically get us to where we needed to get for this process, the October meeting being the most important meeting for me to prepare for this. Over the next year, I would anticipate another meeting with the SRB to inform the modeling, and then again an October meeting to finalize things and again to get their help in making the last few improvements before I present to you guys. So I'm really happy to have that system in place now here in 2013.
Okay, thank you. Let me ask a couple short questions on how we want to proceed here. First of all, when I said that I didn't want to be blamed for missing the targets, that was a facetious remark. I think the commissioners take full responsibility, ownership for all these processes, all the quotas that have ever been set. If we've made mistakes, it's a commissioner's mistakes, and if we've done well, it's a commissioner's. So I'm not trying to shed any responsibility that we have up here. I know there's people listening, and I didn't want to see that in the blogs, so I wanted to go through that. So we've run into the lunch hour, and we haven't got the apportionment table up there yet, which is what probably the viewers are keenly interested in. So no one has that yet, do they, in the public? And so I really don't feel like, I'd like the commissioner's advice on whether we should put that off till after a break when I know that many people are on just to see the numbers for their area, or whether we should try to get through that in the next 15 minutes so people can have it and not make it look like we're keeping them on pins and needles on Christmas Eve or whatever. So what would the advice of the commissioners be relative to putting that up?
I'm open to views of others. Of course, the whole idea of the excitement of Christmas Eve is you have to wait for it, right? So I have no problem waiting, but I appreciate your point. There may be others who had other plans and they wanted to have that information first. I'm a little bit concerned that putting the information up and explaining the information may take a certain amount of time that we're running out of for this morning. It's already 12:20 now, so I'm open to views of others, but I'm thinking that maybe we should pause now and then have that information as the start of the afternoon session. But that my fellow colleagues may have other views.
All right, I think I see no one else objecting. So perhaps, Bruce, any thoughts?
No, Mr. Chair, I think Commissioner Pearson is correct that probably will take a bit of discussion and probably some question and answer, so I think it'd be worthwhile delaying that until we have that opportunity.
Okay, and so Steve, what's online right now? Is there a whole queue of questions on these things? Just two? Are there going to be commissioner questions on this part? Just one? Okay, let's do those two questions. Get the commissioner question, then we'll break for lunch. Hopefully that'll be by 12:30.
Right. The first one is from Robin. Robin, would you like to ask it directly?
Sure. It's just a point of clarification, really. Ian, in your forward projection of the history without fishing, I just missed how you treated the recruitment. So were you using the time series of anomalies from the fit to the model? And I'm also curious about the degree to which the recruitments that are in the forward projection are a function of fitting the model with the catch data in it. So I'm just wondering if there's a bit of a circularity there. Just because I do think it's a really interesting analysis that I'd like to think about more, and I'd like to really understand what it means. Thank you.
Thanks, Robin. And it's actually a really good question. It's a bit technical, which is probably why I didn't go into it too much. The approach that I've taken is actually, it's sometimes referred to as a dynamic spawning biomass calculation. It's something that they do in some of the tuna stock assessments and actually use those kinds of reference points for some of the tuna assessments. In a nutshell, as you mentioned, it's assumed that the recruitment anomaly is the same during the time series. So the interannual variability, if a recruitment is above average or below average, it assumes that it's going to be above average or below average even in the absence of fishing. But importantly, it does keep track of the change in spawning biomass. So it's actually a different recruitment level because you'd have more spawning biomass in the absence of fishing. And so you're not making the assertion that the recruits are entirely independent of fishing. You're making the assumption that there's a feedback through the spawning biomass, but that the interannual variability, the highs and lows, and in this case the environmental effect, would be the same in the absence of fishing. You're right in that it is still in the same stock assessment model. So the fit to the data are still informing the time series, and they are still informing the time series in the absence of fishing. It is a projection that's conditioned on the data. And so as such, it's subject to the same set of assumptions and technical details of the estimation that I showed you on the same figure. They're really just two ways to look at the same information.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I wonder this in my own work sometimes as well, just how independent the recruitment anomalies that we estimate are from the history, I guess. that includes the catch data. But that can be a discussion for later. I'd like to think about it some more. Thank you.
The other question is from Scott Meyer asking about ensemble modeling. Why give equal weights to each model rather than weighting each model using an information criterion in a manner similar to model averaging?
Excellent question. The short answer is that an information criterion requires that you use the same information for every model, and that substantially restricts the set of models that you can consider. What it really means is that you have to use exactly the same data in each, which means that any kind of difference among models that's represented in terms of the data processing or the types of data that you use or the length of the time series, you can't compare across those. You're quite right, Scott, in pointing out that equal weighting across these models is somewhat arbitrary, and that's probably an area that we can continue to work on in the future. The actual weighting of the models becomes less important the more models you have in an ensemble. And I showed you a couple of figures where there were far more than 3 included, but it's a start. It's progress in the right direction. Eventually, we may have other ways to weight these models, either based on somehow on their ability to recreate the data, or perhaps on just their general scientific plausibility. And I would foresee, it's something that I didn't mention, I do foresee some substantial development on this front in the future. There are a number of other models that we could construct that will also help to buffer this process against surprises in the future. I would like to have a model in here that has more spatial dynamics in it, both implicit and explicit. The idea being that if there is a reasonably comprehensive model out there that a plausible team of stochastic scientists could bring forward as the assessment, then we should be including it. And this is something I'm really going to be looking to the SRB to help to develop, is the suite of models and to get a really robust suite of models over the long term. I think this is a big step in the right direction here this year, but there's certainly more to go, and I've certainly got lots more work to do.
Very briefly, Mr. Chairman, of course, one worries because at some point Ian's not going to start his response by saying excellent question. So at some point somebody's going to ask a question, which is not one anyway. I hope this won't be one of those. This may be too early, but as a commissioner, and given that we started the decision table last year, a key question I think we always have to ask ourselves is, quote unquote, did we get it right with our decision, right? Or did we have a defensible based on subsequent analysis? We say there in some of the things, what is the percentage risk that the spawning biomass would be less than the year before, 5% less than, etc. It would be useful if it's possible to, based on the decision that was made by the commissioners last year and looking at the decision table and then the subsequent analysis, to answer that question. But the question to you would be, is it feasible to do that? I think as time goes on, years go on, it'll be more and more important because we'll have more data and more analysis. But even at this early stage, from last year to this year, would you be able to answer that question or provide some information in relation to that?
That is a good question. In fact, that's and it really is
excellent, but good.
I'm not just saying. This was how it was brought up in review this fall. In that when you are in a decision table framework for making decisions, you can go back and evaluate decisions, and there's a couple ways you can do that. You can evaluate the level of risk that you guys are willing to accept for various quantities, and you can compute that over time. And as you rightly point out, having a few years of data is pretty important because one observation doesn't really show you a trend or a pattern. In essence, one can deduce a harvest policy from the decisions that are actually made in terms of what levels of risk are acceptable. I guess I would caution against doing too much with that with only 1 or 2 observations. Because as you pointed out last year's decision was based on a lot of factors, including the decision table, but also the fact that there were big changes in the stock assessment, that I was a new face at the table, that we hadn't had a chance to look at the model results for more than a couple of months. There were lots of things going on last year. So yes, that's definitely something we can do, and it will become more and more interesting as we move forward and get more years of information.
Just a quick question or comment. I don't know if you can go back a couple of slides, Ian, to the graph. That one, yes. And what I would be interested in, and back to your comment, Dr. Balsiger, I'm not trying to assign blame or anything, but because I realize these blue bars are the realized in hindsight harvest rate, and of course the line is the harvest strategy target. But is there a point somewhere for each year that aren't shown on there, which is what, for each year, what was the IPHC's conscious decision, i.e. what we thought we did in terms of harvest rate? Is
The harvest rate that was intended.
that was intended, yes. For context, it might be useful for me, as maybe it's an academic point, but as a context, maybe in January it's a more relevant contextual question.
That is also an excellent question. And in fact, in last year's presentation, I led off with a slide that showed that information, that showed the relationship between the catch targets and the subsequent decisions that were actually made. And actually, the gist of that slide was, and I didn't include it here this year, was that the Commission has been very responsive to the scientific information available, and that as the estimate of stock size, I actually plotted the estimate from the stock assessment, the survey index itself, and the subsequent decision made in terms of the CEY. And all three of those lines were very parallel, showing that the Commission had responded very closely to the information directly in the data, but also the information from the stock assessment in making reductions very much in step with the reduction in estimates that we'd seen over the last decade. So without having the slide to actually show you, you're quite right in that the Commission has made decisions that were really attempting to stay fairly close to these targets as the information has evolved over time.
And of course, the Halibut Commission had a identified distinct policy of trying to buffer changes. It was the old slow up, fast down deal. So we didn't always exactly follow, but mostly we followed the policy of slow up and fast down, trying to get to those target rates. So it won't be close, but you're correct, it was parallel. So I haven't asked if there's people in the audience that need to have a question before we break for lunch. And then when we come back from lunch, we'll have the apportionment tables. One question over here, please. Apparently we have a microphone now, so that'll help us in the paraphrasing.
This is Rob Jones with Northwest Indian Fisheries Commission. Ian, you mentioned a couple times not having a spatially explicit model. Are you working towards that or making any progress on a spatially explicit model?
Yes. Steve Martell and I are both working on that. This year, the first step to that was to get back and reprocess. I'm sorry, I can't turn and actually talk to you, Rob, otherwise I won't be talking into the mic. But the first step in that process was to get back and reprocess all the data and really get a handle on what we did and didn't have for each of the various regulatory areas and to start to investigate some of the trends by area. Steve Martell and I are both working on various aspects of spatial modeling. Steve in the context of the management strategy evaluation to have an operating model which will have explicit areas in it. And I'm also working on developing a model that will have explicit spatial areas. And in the future we'll have those two pairs as well, including within an ensemble.
Thanks to everyone. And is the webinar going to shut down and come back up, or is it? It'll be up, so people online then can either stay on or expect to come back. And that's the next question. Can we make it in an hour?
Mr. Chairman, I would suggest we need about an hour, though, because the in-house folks who are going elsewhere would need at least an hour to do that.
So we'll try to get back about 1:30, not much later than that for the people that are expecting online. Thank you. So let's start again. It is 1:30 or so. We're back, more or less back on schedule. Well, hello, is that you, Robin?
You are the last party in the conference.
not Robin. But the webinar is running, is that correct? Okay, so we're actually not quite on schedule because we haven't received the apportionment tables yet, but we're starting the webinar almost on time. So we'll have to take success from that. Are there any comments or questions from the commissioners before we get to Bruce? Keith? Steve Keith.
One comment for the in-house audience. If you are parked inside our lot here, you need to be in the IPHC spot. If you're not, you need to go to park two spots. Glacier or have all the other spots in your own record space today. So if you're not parked in an IPHC spot, then I don't see you spot. The lot is both fenced areas? No, this is. There's two different gates. Oh,
Move.
Wait,
I didn't notice where I parked.
So we do have some cars that we're going to move. So let's do a 10-minute stand down so that we can make sure we have all the commissioners here. So Bruce, please go forward.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ian, of course, spent a lot of time this morning going through a very valuable exercise of looking at our data and how it's put into the assessment, and he's done all the heavy lifting. So now we get into a part of the annual process, which is more about arithmetic than sort of high-level mathematics that Ian is used to doing. So what I'm going to do is walk us through the process of apportionment, the way we've been doing it for the last several years, and into the apportionment table and the ultimate FCEY estimates that we're using for this. So I'm going to try and link back to what Ian was doing in this process. So we'll start off from the 170 million pounds of exploitable biomass projected for 2014, and that will be the number that's feeding into the apportionment process. The apportionment process is the same as it has been in the past. We'll be updating the survey indices through 2013. There's a 3-year reverse weighting process for this where we put more weight on the most recent observations. The survey estimates are corrected for the timing of the survey relative to the removals from the commercial fishery in each area, and we also have a hook competition correction that corrects the WPW for the amount of available baits that come back, which is a representation of the amount of competition that's going on in each area for baits between halibut and other species. We also brought into it this year the survey Area 2A survey expansion, where we expanded in Northern California, and those data are incorporated into this process as well. And at the end of this, I'll have a short presentation showing you the impact of that extension in Northern California on the apportionment tables. So this is, in a nutshell, the results of the apportionment comparing 2013 on the left and 2014 on the right. And the sort of significant effects here is there is a 11% decrease in the apportioned biomass in Area 4A, and it's up 20% in Area 2C. These pretty much follow the trends in WPUE from the survey that Ian presented to you earlier this morning. So this is what it looks like in total comparing 2013 biomass to 2014 exploitable biomass. You'll see that there are improvements in Area 2, a significant decline in Area 3A, and some slighter declines in Area 3B and Area 4A. 4B up slightly, and 4CDE down somewhat. So the apportionment process, obviously you as commissioners may have a whole bunch of different rows that you might like to look at in the decision table. What we'll be presenting to you is just looking at the blue line, which is the existing harvest policy. The big difference in what you'll see in the FCEY that Ian alluded to this morning is the catch sharing plan. We're assuming that the catch sharing plan for Area 3A and 2C will be approved, and so what we're presenting to you shows you the impact of the catch sharing plan on the fisheries constant exploitation yield in those two areas. So the difference is that the guided recreational commercial plus wastage is now included in the FCEY in those areas. So the values for FCEY both in total and for those areas are not directly comparable to what you saw in previous years, and I'll walk you through those differences when we get to those tables. For the purposes of estimating what's going to happen in 2014, bycatch, unguided recreational, personal use all remain constant at 2013 levels. The only difference being when we change the amount of commercial catch, the commercial wastage will scale with the area-specific projected landings. So this is the decision table that Ian finished off with this morning. We're going to take this FCEY of 24.5 and relate that to the apportionment tables. So this is looking at the blue line apportionment. So we have on the top right, you'll see there 170.29 million pounds. That's the exploitable biomass that came out of the ensemble modeling. The 24.45 is the number you saw in the previous table. So what I would like to draw your attention to is, I'll go through this in a little bit of detail. So the top line is the exploitable biomass apportioned by area. The percent of the total is the next line down. That's what you saw in the pie diagrams a couple of slides before. There are two different harvest rates that are applied as a part of our harvest policy. 21.5% harvest rate from 2A through 3A and 16.1 harvest rate from 3B through Area 4. Those were part of our existing harvest policy based on long-term simulation work. That's something that is under active investigation through our MSE or MSAB process, and Steve Martell will be talking about that a little bit later on. The total constant exploitation yield in the next row down is the application of that harvest rate to the exploitable biomass in the top row. So those, that 0.87, for example, in 2A is 21.5% of 4.03. From that is removed the other 026 removals, and then we get to the fishery CEY on the bottom row there. Now the big difference in 2C and 3A for 2014, if we apply the catch sharing plan being developed and hopefully approved through the North Pacific Council, is that wastage and the guided recreational are now included as part of the FCEY. So you as the commissioners will have to approve a combined catch limit, and this will what will be in that catch limit. Whether these are the exact numbers or not, of course, is what you decide in January. But so for example, in 2C, the FCEY of 4.16 is composed of 3.32 directed fishery, 0.0 million pounds wastage, 0.08 million pounds wastage, and 0.76 guided recreational catch. And the next line down shows you what it is in Area 3A. So that's the big difference between this FCEY and what you would have had last year. So just as a comparison for what we had last year, this is the blue line for 2014 on the top and the blue line from last year's table in 2013 on the bottom. So the differences here, we look over at the top right on the top table, 170 million pounds of exploitable biomass. In the bottom top right, 186 million pounds of exploitable biomass. For the two TCEYs, 33.49 versus 36.63. So there's 3.6 million pounds, 3 some odd million pounds less in 2014 in the TCEY than there was in 2013. The comparison between the FCEYs is not an apples-to-apples comparison, what I was just explaining to you there, because of the changes due to the CSP in areas 2C and 3A. But these two tables just give you an understanding of what the differences are between 2014 and 2013. Now this was the blue line for 2013. This slide shows you the difference between the blue line for 2014 and what was actually adopted for 2013, last year's final decision. So instead of having 36.63 as a total of the TCEY in 2013 from the blue line, the total for the TCEY and the actual adopted decision was 45.48 with a FCEY adding up to 31.03. So the difference between last year and this year in terms of last year's decision going from 31.03 as a total FCEY to 24.45 at the blue line. Again, this is just at the blue line and not necessarily what you may decide at the annual meeting in January. The last part of this apportionment thing was to give you an understanding of whether or not there was very much impact from extending the survey into Area 2A. There was an impact, but it was relatively small for the stock as a whole. So the difference, if you look in the bottom row of the top panel, is 24.45 for the FCEY, 24.44 for the FCEY in the bottom table. But the difference among areas there was a significant difference in Area 2A. So if looking at it without the extension into Northern California, the blue line for Area 2A would have been 0.62 million pounds. With the inclusion of the 2A expanded area, it was 0.72 million pounds. Every other area is lower by about 0.01 million pounds. So that's the total impact of expanding into Area 2A. Just a comment on the process of expanding our surveys. We have done this in the past. And once we start expanding the survey into there, that becomes a permanent fixture of how we're looking at things like apportionment. Essentially, in every area, we're trying to provide the best estimate of density that we can. And so when we expand either within an area to unsurveyed areas, unsurveyed depths, those become the features that we use to describe the density of fish in those areas. So, Mr. Chairman, that's kind of the total. Maybe I'll run back to this one is probably the one that's more relevant for your thinking at this point. Again, these are just, this is just looking at the blue line. We can provide for you whatever rows you want in an apportioned basis, so this is just for demonstrative purposes right now. There we are.
Okay, thank you very much. Ian may have talked about this earlier, but remind me, the other 026, is that, for example, in 4C, D, and E, for this year it's 2.27 million. So is that from this year's data, or is, Ian said what that was, but I forgot.
Yes, the other 026 removals for 4CDE are comprised of bycatch commercial wastage and a small amount of personal subsistence use. So the personal subsistence and the bycatch values are rolled over from 2013 for 2014, and the wastage would scale along with the commercial landings.
So that's 2013 information that came from the Observer program. Is that right?
For bycatch, yes, that's correct.
Thank you.
I had maybe a similar question. If you look at the blue line for 2013, the total biomass goes from 186 to 170, 2014, and with the same exploitation rates, you actually end up with a higher FCEY in total. And I was trying to figure that out, and just looking at the table quickly, I mean, maybe part of it's the CSP for 2C and 3A, but it looks like The big difference is you had a lot higher other O26 removals in 2013, generally across the board.
That's quite correct, Chris. So both of those factors contribute to it. So the FCEY now includes the wastage and guided recreational for those areas which weren't included before, which accounts for the to some extent for the higher FCEY. And also, as you point out, the O26 removals in 2014 are lower than they were in 2013. So both of those elements are correct.
I had one more question. On the blue line for 2013, the harvest rate, it is, oh no, I'm sorry, I was looking at, just remind myself what I was looking for. The adopted catch limits for 2013, you had a table for that. Correct, the harvest rate that's shown there by area, was that the retrospectively derived harvest rate, or was that the intended adopted harvest rate?
That was the harvest rate that would be realized by taking that amount of yield from each of those individual areas. So it is an effective coast-wide harvest rate that's back calculated from the removals on each area.
So I'm not sure I understood that. So that's the table from last year's final decision with the exploitable biomass that we thought we had and the intended CEY by area. So that is the harvest rate we intended to impose on the stock by area last year.
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Thank
you. Bruce, could you go back to that slide 9, please? It just seems counterintuitive that if the exploitable biomass is a lot less in 2014, how the FCEY can be more.
That was what Chris's, Mr. Chair, Commissioner Horde, that was Chris's question as well, and it's composed of two things: that the O26 removals are lower, which contributes to a higher FCEY, and that the other removals are now included in the FCEY for 2C and 3A.
But why are the O26 so much less?
I can take a shot at clarifying that a bit. One thing to notice is that the TCEY is smaller in 2014, and so really what we're talking about is where the removals fall in the calculation. So in 2013, the other O26 removals included the commercial wastage and the guided recreational removals. So those are now moved from the other O26 down into the FCEY. But there is also a secondary contribution here, which is that the estimate of bycatch was reduced from 2013, or from 2012 to 2013. So there's some additional other removals that are not present in the 2014 table that were in 2013. In 2013, we were using the bycatch estimates from 2012, which were close to 10 million pounds. In 2014, we're using the bycatch estimates from 2013, which were just under 8 million pounds. So that's a portion of that difference as well.
Just on that last point again, Ian, just remind me that the difference of the 2 million pounds was based on what information?
This was our most recent updated observer estimates of bycatch from the observer program in Alaska. The 2 million pound reduction was at a coast-wide level, but it wasn't uniform across all the regulatory areas. Most of that reduction occurred in the Gulf in areas 3A, 3B, and 4A.
And that's a direct consequence of what Jim was talking about earlier about the introduction of the new observer program and the information from that, or was it from another source?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Pearson, that's correct. It is directly from the observer program estimates.
That's a major difference in numbers. And I mean, we can discuss this further maybe in the bycatch section, and as we discussed earlier in the annual meeting. But I think, you know, there'll be a number of people who will be asking questions. How reliable is that number, right? So it's something we'll need to talk about. How much do we bank on that number is basically the question. Being accurate, reasonably accurate.
If I could just follow up on that a little bit. So could I just ask, because that one really jumps out, a little bit less so in 3B, but are we talking about the same amount of effort in the fisheries that produced the 026 bycatch mortality in 3A there? Were there more tows, less tows, or is it just a result of a change in the monitoring methodology?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have that information right in front of me in terms of how much groundfish catch was involved this year versus last year. I suspect it's fairly similar, although I don't know that for certain. Perhaps Mr. Oliver or Dr. Balsiger might know that. In terms of the estimates produced by the observer program, I think Dr. Balsiger indicated that there were some major improvements in terms of the observer deployment. I think it's also fair to say that there was some decrease in the level of coverage in those fisheries, but in a sense you could argue that the coverage was more effective because of the deployment protocols for it. So what we have is the estimates that we use in the same way that we've used estimates from the observer program in the past.
Thank you, Bruce. And of course, the fisheries in Alaska have been going under some fairly dramatic changes in terms of looking at reductions of bycatch, not just of halibut, but also several species of salmon, also for tanner crab, some other things. So those fisheries have changed a great deal between 2012 and 2013. I think it's a whatever. If the commission is looking for information on, I don't know if we can get total number of hauls or hours in the water. We obviously can produce as much information for the annual meeting as you would like about total catches and some measures of effort. I think that the data is much better now than it was in previous years.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I have one question from the web audience. Matthew Lichtenstein asks, if you wanted to an apples-to-apples compare the total FCEY from 2014 to 2013, would you just subtract the wastage and guided numbers from 2C and 3A? I think you talked.
That's absolutely correct. The questioner taking those two numbers out would give you that comparison.
Yes, I was wondering if there's a slide or information that could show us the difference between the actual tax given that each area last year to the projected blue line. For example, in 4C D&E, it looked like last year was 1.97 and the blue line is 0.64, which would be like a 70% reduction. I'm just wondering if I'm missing something.
So
I guess if you could maybe just look at 4C D&E and tell me what the available harvest to the fishing fleet was, to the IFQ holders last year, and what the projected availability would be under the blue line this year.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Herzog, if you look at the bottom block of this table where they adopted 2013 last year's final decision, and over in 4CDE, the FCEY was 1.93 million pounds. At the blue line this year, the FCEY would be 0.64 million pounds.
So Bruce, could you tell us from this morning's presentation, not all of the 4 CDE quota was taken. So do we have that total? This doesn't help very much, but instead of it'd be a couple 100,000 pounds less of a decline from what they actually harvested as opposed to the target. But I don't know if we have that number.
Section 1, page 1.
Yeah. So 1.78. Is that what we got? So, Mr. Chairman, the take last year in 4CD was 1.78 million pounds to our current estimate, compared with a TAC or FCUI of 1.93.
So these numbers and these figures now, is the whole document available on web now for people so that once this slide shows down they will have a copy of it, or will it be available?
We will put that up as soon as possible. This was sent to you electronically, yes.
But the people on the web won't have it until shortly after the meeting.
Correct, Mr. Chair.
So we're going to think about this just for a couple more minutes to make sure there's no more questions, and then we'll move on. I see a couple in the audience, or at least one, please.
Going along with the same lines we're just talking about, do you have, last year the final decision was a 24.4% harvest rate. What was the actual harvest rate? I heard a couple of the areas didn't actually achieve their final catch. Do we have that number?
I think Ian has that, and I'm just going to try and drag up his presentation. Let's see if we can find that. You know where it is? Here? Oh, this one here. Okay.
So the realized rate for 2013 was actually slightly higher than that 24.4 estimate, and that's because even though the catches came in slightly under, the estimate of exploitable biomass was slightly lower in this year's assessment. So this is the hindcast rate.
And so it would be relatively easy to calculate it by area, but we don't have that right now, but we can find, or would it be easy to calculate by area, the actual achieved exploitation rate by area?
Yes, we can definitely calculate that.
Yeah, we could do that, we just don't have it right now. Steve from the audience.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. From the web audience, I have two questions. The first one is Area 2C FCEY guided sport wastage of 0.08. How was this determined?
So the 2C FCEY includes the directed fishery removals, the directed fishery wastage, and the guided recreational removals, and those are those three components there. So I think that the wastage is associated with the directed commercial fishery in that case.
Thank you. And the second is talking about the observer coverage. So the same people that said there was no gaming of observer coverage now say they have eliminated gaming by giving trawlers a greater incentive to game.
Can you go back to the table that had the 2A comparison? So, okay. I thought the numbers were slightly different. Apparently this is not simple math. Could be my one comment, Bruce?
It actually is, Commissioner Ryle. It starts from the top where the exploitable biomass changes between the top figure and the bottom figure. But once you get to that point, it's arithmetic.
No, I get that. But there are some changes in here that are a bit puzzling. Not so much in this one. Some of the earlier questions, I actually thought there was a difference on this table too. But So going back to the weighting, you said it was on a reverse 3 years, so you're putting more weight on the first this year than the other 2 years?
That's correct. So it's a 75-25, if I'm not mistaken, in that. So what it basically says is your best understanding of the current stock status is based on the most current data, but because there may be some momentum in it, we're looking at also previous 2 years. But the long and short of it is that your best fix on the stock is what you observed this year.
Just back to a conversation we've had earlier about target versus intended versus realized. So the 2013 adopted harvest rate is the intended, correct? So the realized would be slightly different, but probably not significantly different from those numbers. Is that fair to say?
That's correct, Mr. Pearson. The actual rate was a little bit higher because when we actually talk about what the realized rate was, it's based on our understanding of the biomass at that time. Because it's somewhat lower, the realized rate was something like 26%. Your target was 24.4 based on the numbers that you adopted.
The intended was 24.4 based on the numbers adopted. Okay. Anyway, maybe just another, for our own purposes, another chart which shows the realized rate across the board would be useful.
So that I understand that it's because we have another year's data, so we have a better idea of what the exploitable biomass was last year. Is that where that biomass change comes in that you're referring to?
That's correct.
Yeah, thank you. All right, I think we'll end this here. Of course, for the commissioners, Bruce will be here, and I presume Ian will be retrievable if we have something comes out the rest of the day or tomorrow. But other than that, let's conclude this. Thank you very much, and we'll move on to the next presentation, which I think is on management strategy evaluation. Dr. Martel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, and I just wanted to report on 2 meetings we've had. Last year at the annual meeting, the commissioners approved the formation of a new management strategy evaluation board. We had a nomination process, and then in the early spring of this year, we selected, I believe there's 21 members on the management strategy evaluation board that involve fishermen, processors, commissioners, as well as managers from both U.S. and Canada. We had 2 meetings one that happened in June of this year, and then one most recently in October of this year. So today I just want to report on sort of 2 components that we've been working on in the Management Strategy Evaluation Board, and just talk first about the evaluation framework that this board is developing, specifically focus on the shift in paradigms from the current best assessment models to the new approach that we're taking using multiple models. Give you some of the pros and cons and what the impacts may be on the current decision tables. Then the second half of this talk really focuses on the objectives that the MSAB has been proposing and the performance metrics we're trying to use to evaluate and develop our harvest policies here at the Commission. I'll finish off with sort of a practical example that uses, and I'll stress this 3 times, fictitious data, just so we're not giving anyone the impression that we've already got something here that you can use. This is just an example. It's part of a learning process that the board is going through, as well as myself at the time, and also to discuss some of the online tools that are available to evaluate alternative harvest policies for Pacific halibut. So the 2 paradigms for the decision-making process, we've currently been in this sort of best assessment approach where we've been trying to tune and tweak an assessment model and figure out how to do that. And the best assessment approach has served us well. What we generally try and do is develop a single model that best fits the data and then use this model to estimate model parameters that define ultimately the reference points we use in the decision-making table. We also use the model and rely heavily on the model to estimate current stock size and determine what the optimal harvest rates are. Then we use the same model again to develop catch advice based on the projections and the application of a harvest control rule or our current harvest policy. Recently, we've turned it around a little bit and developed a decision table which evaluates the impacts of alternative catch advice on the stock status and allow the decision-making framework to unfold that incorporates uncertainty in our stock assessments. So why has this best assessment approach been so problematic? Well, there's been several each and every year, if not each and every week. There's been several structural changes to the models. There's been entirely new models. There's been a shift from closed area assessment models to a coast-wide model that's had some huge impacts on the halibut resource, the management of the halibut resource. Even within the current regime, we've had changes in the apportionment methodology that keeps constantly shifting things around. And then we've had changes to the model assumptions themselves, natural mortality rate, coast-wide selectivity that we know is not true. So all of these things are simple assumptions that have been easily shown to be violated as time proceeds. Some of the recent changes you've seen in the assessment model that have corrected some of the issues we've tried to deal with is incorporating time-varying selectivity. So this obviously has a big impact on our reference points. We've had recent improvements to the data that Ian's alluded to a lot this morning. We're paying much more attention now to model uncertainty, not certainty, but uncertainty, and the scientific advice is summarized in the form of a decision table. Speaking of the decision table, this was last year's decision table, and the blue line here represents the current IPHC harvest policy. So the blue line is consistent with this policy, but this policy was developed on the concept of eBio, which is a coast-wide selectivity that was estimated 8 years ago now, and it's not been updated. It was also developed on using closed area assessment models for the core areas, and each of those assessment models had unique selectivities, especially in area 2B. There was also density-dependent growth. Recruitment was independent of spawning stock biomass and was a function of the PDO. And in red here, none of those assumptions that the harvest policy was developed on are consistent with the recent coast-wide assessments we now use. So I said this last year, I'll say it again, it's time that we update our harvest policy.
I stop you there, maybe just open a bracket. So we're telling all our stakeholders, based on the previous stock assessment, that there's a blue line decision table analysis, and you're telling us in the red that all the premises behind the blue line recommendation, information is based on a series of assumptions which are not consistent with the recent assessment. I'm just trying to understand what we're telling ourselves, let alone our stakeholders in this regard. What is the blue line then? I mean, I know the application of the current policy, but we're saying that all the assumptions of that current policy are in fact in question based on recent coastwide. Is that correct?
That's correct.
So what is the blue line beyond represents the current harvest policy, also represents a current harvest policy which is significantly out of date, is
That's correct.
What we should add the words to.
That's correct.
And therefore, okay.
Yeah.
Well, that seems a little overbroad to me, actually, to say that all assumptions in the harvest policy are incorrect. I mean, the harvest policy is built basically on the biology of the animal, growth, death. So those concepts are not incorrect. So these that you've identified may be all incorrect, but there's more in the harvest policy than those four things. I mean, you could start with we want to preserve spawning biomass. Well, that's consistent with what we still want to do. So to sweepingly say that all the assumptions in the harvest policy are incorrect, to me it seems a little broad.
My point is that the numbers such as 21.5% were based on estimates of growth that are now 10 years old, and those growth estimates also assumed that there was some sort of density-dependent relationship between halibut growth, and we no longer assume that. We use the empirical weights at age in the model. So as I said in red, they're not consistent with the recent coast-wide assessments. So back to your point, Mr. Commissioner Pearson, the point I'm trying to make here is that we should keep ensuring that our harvest policy that we're using or adopting is consistent with the assumptions we have in the coast-wide assessment. Ian and I have a long debate, not even a debate, we both agree with each other on the concept of bio. Again, it's a selectivity curve that was estimated 8 years ago, is that right, Ian? Yeah, 2004, 2006, whenever it was, that has never been updated. We've had changes in size at age since then, so we're still applying this. It was a length-based selectivity curve, so the age-based selectivity does change with it, but it's never been updated to say, is 21.5% or whatever our harvest rate is it still consistent with the objective we set out with at the time the harvest policy was developed? So the harvest policy is dated. Just on the evolution of the provision of catch advice, and this is not specific to the Halibut Commission, this is a pretty general evolution. It's always been some sort of point estimate. We, as fishery scientists, have gotten a little friendlier with statisticians, and we're now being able to develop point estimates with uncertainty. We now have also developed decision tables expressing the probability of something bad happening if we choose a quota of X or Y or Z. And then now, this year, you're also going to be seeing a decision table that actually integrates over multiple models, or the ensemble modeling as we use in hurricane forecasting. So that was the old paradigm. In with the new paradigm, or an alternative paradigm, is this management procedure approach. And how the management procedure approach differs from what we've currently done is what we try and use is a suite of models to assess the consequences of a range of management strategies and present the results such that we expose the trade-offs across a range of management objectives. Now, I've underlined here the key words. The key words here are consequences. This is what decision makers have to deal with. This is what are the consequences of making a choice. Making a choice also involves a range of strategies. If there is only one harvest policy, there's no choice to be made, therefore there's no management necessary. So you do have to make some sort of choice. That choice obviously involves dealing with trade-offs, and these are the things we need to try and capture in a process we call management strategy evaluation. The steps involved in a management procedure approach, according to Doug Butterworth, who has a great deal of experience in this, is to first specify alternative set or plausible models that represent the dynamics of the halibut resource as well as the fishing effort dynamics. So this is a key part of the operating model. Two is to condition these operating models on the existing historical data. So essentially Ian and I are still wed to each other in that whatever I do has to be consistent with the models that he's developing. This is my point that I was making earlier. And then use these operating models and specify alternative management procedures. So these management procedures may involve using different harvest control rules. They may involve expanding the surveys. They may involve changing the size limits, changing discard practices, whatever it is. Third, we need to specify a clear set of objectives and translate these, most importantly, into performance metrics that we can actually measure in a quantitative way. And then, of course, I'm not allowed to play with live ammunition. That's Ian's job. So we have to simulation test these things in some sort of computer model and search for a procedure that is robust to the uncertainties and provides the best trade-off in the performance measures. So this is the different approach. How is this approach going to impact the decision-making table framework that we've started to implement here at the IPHC? The short answer is it won't. And that's was to some extent an accident in our part in moving into this port, but in some extent it's also been by design. The long answer is each row in the decision table can actually be identified by the stated objectives. So remember, the rows correspond to the different catch advices. The columns would correspond to different objectives or performance metrics that you want to look at. So the components of the management procedure, i.e. the harvest policy, can be attuned to achieve the desired objective. More on that later. Stay tuned. Let me give you my way of what happened this year at the MSAB meetings and what happened in last year's decision table. This is last year's decision table, and in our first meeting with the MSAB this June, we identified the first 3 primary objectives was all conservation related to spawning stock biomass. And objective number 2 states that we would like to maintain spawning stock biomass greater than 20% of the unfished level in 99 out of 100 trials. It's actually 95 out of 100 trials, I think was what we revised it to, each and every year. So if you go look at the column in the decision table that's related to that objective, I've got an arrow pointing it to you. If you look at the probabilities, the probability of the biomass falling below 20% is less than 1%, so even a harvest of 60 million pounds would satisfy that objective. If we look at the third objective defined by the MSAB, is we'd like to maintain the spawning stock biomass greater than 30% in 75 out of 100 trials each year, we would have closed the fishery. So just in this first exercise in June when the MSAB met together, this is one of the things we've learned. Just writing down objectives, we were quickly able to jump around between different rows. Now the point is can we find a harvest policy that allows us to find the trade-offs between closing the fishery, what probabilities, etc., do we need to achieve to do that? And the answer is yes, we can tune our harvest policies, and I'll show you how we do that. The objectives have to have 3 criteria. There must be some sort of state variable, so we're dealing with usually spawning stock biomass or a depletion level. We can also consider the catch or the harvest rate, bycatch rates, etc. The second point of the objective has to be some sort of time frame, so a duration in which we like to achieve the stated objective. And then we also have to put down on there, as we've put in the decision table framework for you, a probability. How badly do we want to achieve that objective? So I really want you to note that Ian and I have worked hard together to maintain a consistent similarity between the columns that we've defined in the decision table and the outputs that are coming from this MSC process to really help to define these objectives. So one of the things as commissioners you're going to have to deal with is the short-term versus long-term, and the MSAB has to deal with this as well, is how do we adjust to a new management procedure if there's a big cost to the fishery. So we may have to consider alternative strategies to phase in where we'd like to go. This ultimately leads us to the importance of ranking or assigning relative priorities or weights to each of the objectives. And it helps us manage with the trade-offs, and most importantly, it helps my job by eliminating thousands of combinations of procedures that don't satisfy the primary objectives, and I no longer have to deal with them on my list. So I'll pause there for a second if anyone has any questions on the sort of framework that we're developing before I move on to the fisheries objectives and performance metrics, more of the outputs from the second meeting we've had. Okay. There's been a lot of work in the literature, especially in fisheries, on this, and there's a great little paper called The Light on the Hill that was written by Tony Smith, and what he has in this paper right on the front page is the key ingredients of a management strategy evaluation process, and I emphasize here this is a process. The first ingredient is a clearly defined set of management objectives. So writing that down, I thought a 2-day meeting with 20 some odd people, this would be fairly straightforward. It turns out it's much more difficult than I ever thought it would be. Second criteria is a key set of performance criteria related to the objectives. That's actually quite easy to write down once you know what the objectives are. The third set is a set of management strategies or options to be considered. And then the fourth part is really the bane of my existence, the mean of calculating these performance criteria for each of these strategies. So where are we in this process? Well, after 2 meetings, we've basically come up with a preliminary set of management objectives that I can work with and a set of reference criteria. And we've started to build several different operating models to explore, teach, and learn about this process. The overarching objectives that the Management Strategy Evaluation Board came up with after 2 meetings is that we really have these sort of 5 main criteria that we want to deal with. This biological sustainability. No stock. If there is no stock, there is no fishery. It was pretty easy to put that up at the top of the list. Also, both processing and fisheries are very concerned about maintaining fishery sustainability, identifying harvest minimums, and accepting how much variability in the quotas each year is acceptable. There's also assurance of access issues when you're dealing with allocations among different sectors, and we really want to minimize the probability of closing any of these fisheries. And then we want to try also do as much as we possibly can to minimize bycatch mortality. There's no point in feeding crabs when we can feed people. And then, of course, to try and serve the consumer needs. I'm not going to read all of these, but this is essentially the preliminary working set of fisheries objectives. And I didn't update this. The first 3 are all biologically related to the spawning stock biomass. The first one is that we want to maintain a minimum number of mature female halibut, levels still to be determined, with a very, very high probability. The second deals more with reference points that we currently use. Maintain the spawning stock above 20% of unfished biomass each year, 95% of the time. Keep it at its threshold, above 30%, 75% of the time. And then the next 3, 4, 5, and 6 all pertain to fisheries-related variables. So maintain economic viability in the directed fishing opportunity for each year for all user groups in each regulatory area. Of course, conditional on satisfying objectives 1 and 2. So already you notice the hierarchy here, that in order to have 4, you have to have 1, 2, and 3 exist as well. Maximize yield in each regulatory area without exceeding target harvest rates half the time, and then limit the annual changes in coastwide CEY and reduce bycatch. The performance metrics are obviously have to be related to these objectives. The first one is just maintaining an accounting system of the sexually mature female halibut in our stock, looking at the ratio of the current spawning stock biomass relative to some unfished, where we've defined the unfished spawning stock biomass based on the current size and age in the population. So the dynamic B0 calculation that Ian showed you earlier today is going to be an important quantity. Total catch and directed catch from each regulatory area, looking at the legal biomass within each regulatory area, bycatch in each regulatory area. So just looking at these 5 performance measures, I can already see that a spatially explicit model is required because I'm dealing on a by-regulatory area, also a sexually structured model. So what are going to be some of the challenges in operationalizing this process? This is a huge and daunting task for one individual. I wish I had a racer like this. And the operating models are really going to require a lot of detail on dimensions, about 7 different dimensions, dealing with area, stocks, sex, time, age, size, and gears. We're also dealing with regimes, so these represent the scenarios. Ian alluded to the Pacific Decadal Oscillation impacting recruitment variability over time. We're also dealing with availability and selectivity, just regulation changes, discarding bycatch, etc. Procedures, We have to deal with harvest control rules, the suite of assessment models that we'll be dealing with, the data, the feedback controls. The ensemble modeling sounds fantastic. Presented on this, when Ian brings up that word, it scares my pants off because it's just that much more work for me to do. The worry list, everybody who comes into the room has their own particular problems that they worry about. How big is the quota going to be in 4 CDE? What if Domino's Pizza runs another ad that has something distasteful to say about halibut? And there's always the elephant in the room, that things that people don't want to talk about or bring on the table. We've heard some of it this morning. What I've tried to do here is highlight this list into colors, blue and red, and remind everyone, MSAB as well as everyone who's looking at this, there's something that we can control. Bycatch, we can change size limits, but there's some things that are out of our control, like making the PDO go positive again. If we could do that, that'd be the next greatest kids movie out there. It's better to think of this list as not a list, but actually a matrix, where the things we can manage, we define these as procedures, i.e. these are the management procedures we want to test and implement and find out if they're robust to the things that we cannot manage, like scenarios, or that we call scenarios. So the Pacific Decadal Oscillation, is it going to be 15 more years before it goes positive again, or is it going to be 5 more years before it goes positive again? So we play those out as scenarios, and we just see what happens. We can also categorize them as things that we're certain about, i.e. we got lots of data about it. And we can also categorize them as things we're uncertain about. I've heard a few mentions this morning if the observer program is actually providing accurate and unbiased information. So these are things, again, we can test to see what goes on. So I'm going to move now into kind of a practical example. I'll probably be testing my limits of explaining something that's quite complicated into simple terms. But here we go. We're going to focus on just one objective of this whole list here, just to give you an idea of how we can tune a harvest policy, in this case a harvest control rule, to try and achieve the objectives you have set forth in defining your decision table. So objective 6 here was actually identified by Chris Spohr, and I picked on him a little bit at the last MSAB meeting. But essentially what he wanted to do was to have a fixed harvest rate policy where the fishery would never be closed, and moreover he wanted the TACs to only change by plus or minus 15% or more each year, or 15% or less each year. So if you had a TAC of 100 and our stock assessment model said you could take 130 next year, we would only go up to 115. And conversely, if it said you should take 60, you would only come down to 85. This should remind you of a policy we had here called slow up, fast down. The question I'm trying to ask here is how slow should we go up and how fast should we go down? So what we're going to do is use this tool to try and identify a procedure or a process to go through and deal with that. Some horrible terminology here. These things called worm plots. Again, a term coined by Doug Butterworth. He's probably got some sort of fascination with garden invertebrates. What we do in our stock assessment process is we condition these operating models on the historical time period and basically get the model fitting as well as we can to the historical data to the best of our knowledge. So i.e. I'm taking Ian's stock assessment, and then from 2014 and onwards, or 13 and onwards in this case, I'm going to simulate forward into the future, in this case 35 years, and for each year I'm going to do this entire process what we go through here on an annual basis. We're going to conduct a survey, we're going to do our stock assessments, we're going to have a fishery, we're going to have an annual meeting, always in Victoria, and then we're going to repeat the process again the next year. So in each one of these realizations, there's actually 36 stock assessment models going on, and at the end of this time series, or at the end of this presentation, I'll have done over 100,000 stock assessments. You can imagine doing 100,000 years of this meeting. what we're going to do here is compare the performance of the current IPHC policy, which is just a 30-20 rule using a 21% harvest rate roughly, and compare that with a fixed harvest rate policy where we fish at FMSY, but we limit the change, the maximum change in the annual coastwide CEY by plus or minus 15%. I have 4 scenarios. Okay, these are the things that I cannot manage, where recruitment is either deterministic or it is cyclic and follows the PDO, or there's a catch accounting system that's perfectly unbiased, or there's a catch accounting system that where catch is systematically underreported each year. The harvest control, so these are going to be the only 2 differences between these 2 management procedures, so these are things we can control. The IPHC rule has a biomass threshold of 30%. If the biomass falls below 30%, we start to ramp down the harvest rate to 0 once the biomass hits 20%. And if the stock assessment model next year says double the quota, we go ahead and double the quota. Under the fixed harvest rate rule, there is no biomass threshold, there is no biomass limit. We always fish at FMSY, and we only allow the quota to change by 15% per year. So what I'm going to show you here now is a series of graphs. This is first looking at the biomass. The figure on your left is the management procedure using the 30-20 of the IPHC rule, and the figure on your right is this fixed harvest rate with a maximum 15% change. And as you can see, just on biomass perspective, if your objective is to try and build the biomass, the figure on your right, or the fixed harvest rate with a 15% change, is definitely the rule you would like to choose, or the procedure you'd like to choose. However, if we look at recruitment scenarios now that involve the Pacific decadal oscillation, again, you'd still, from a biomass perspective, want to choose a rule to rebuild the stock to a much higher level if that was your objective. But if we now look at all of these scenarios together, you can actually overlay them quite easily. The IPHC rule is the red one. The fixed harvest rate rule, the new proposed rule, is the blue one. And again, integrating across all 4 scenarios about recruitment and bias in the catch accounting systems, the fixed harvest rate rule with a maximum 15% change always wins. I'm not suggesting we do that for the IPHC. It's just this is how we go through the process in the MSAB. You can also look at the same thing for the catch. So now I'm plotting catch for all 4 scenarios. And in the top 2 panels, we're looking at deterministic recruitment. The bottom panels, we're looking at the Pacific decadal oscillation. What you'll notice is with the 30-20 rule, as you get out longer, especially in the PDO scenarios where the stock goes down, there's quite a number of years where the fishery is at very low levels or even closed for a very long time period before you reopen it. Whereas the fixed harvest rate rule that limits how much the quota can change each year keeps the fishery open forever. Sorry, let me go back. One of the things we want to look at is all right, these are cool, but let's get some quantitative figures and let's calculate things like what is the average catch between these 2 scenarios. You can see on average the median lines for these 2 scenarios. On average, you generally catch more using the current IPHC policy, but the variance is clearly much larger than it is. In the shaded window here is 2014 to 2020. I'm just going to show you here some statistics from each of these policies. I've now turned these graphs on their sides so the columns represent the rows from the previous figures. If we were to, as Ian has done in the ensemble modeling, assign equal probability to all 4 of these states, then the median depletion level using the IPHC policy would be about 0.04, which is the last number on the end here. And under the fixed harvest rate rule, we would only deplete the stock to about 50%. And if you look across the different scenarios, you can see how these statistics would vary. And again, this is just in a small window between 2013 and 2020. We can also look at the median catch, and again, integrating over all of these different scenarios, you can see that the new harvest policy, it results in much lower catches, but with the trade-off of having much less variability in those catches, so much more stable income in the long term, but a lot lower income. One of the things, translating these metrics from here to the decision table type probabilities that you've seen, I've just calculated here the probability of the spawning stock biomass falling below the limit threshold, that's the top table here, and the probability of the spawning stock biomass falling below the threshold. And again, our objectives is to keep these probabilities below 0.05 or 5% and below 25%. And clearly what you can see here is if we integrate over these policies, we fail to achieve our stated objectives. So what we would have to do would be to ramp down the harvest rate or adjust the harvest control rules and tune this number such that we achieve the stated objectives. Whereas the 30-20 rule, the probability of maintaining the spawning stock biomass greater than 30% of its unfished biomass is much more difficult because we're kind of fishing it on the edge. But when you look at the fixed harvest rate rule integrated over all 4 hypotheses, we do satisfy this objective, and there's only one scenario where we actually exceed those objectives. So you could tune the harvest rate down. The point is here is that we can adjust the harvest rate or the harvest policies such that it's consistent with our understanding of how the current stock assessment models are being used each year. The key part is that we need to specify those objectives, i.e. these probabilities, and whether or not it's 20%, 30%. Another one that the processing industry was really concerned about is we never want to close the fishery. If they felt if they lose market share, this would hurt not only them but everyone because they'd have to get back into that market again. And under the current harvest control rules that we have, there is a probability of closing the fishery, and we discussed in our MSAB meetings some other things. So just in summary, the current rules we have results in larger median catches. You do that at the consequence of having a lower spawning stock biomass, so conservation concerns, much more variability in the annual TACs, and a high probability of closing the fishery in the long term. The fixed harvest rate rule obviously has stability in the catch, higher spawning biomass, the fishery never closes, but there's severe consequences in that you have to have a much lower median catch and whether or not there may be economically viable fisheries, especially in smaller areas. So just some online tools. Again, the results I just showed you there is 100,000 stock assessments. What we've tried to do is put this in a format that's easily digestible, not only for the MSAB members, but myself as well. And we've developed a small little web interface that you can go through and explore the policies that we're trying to develop here at the IPHC. This will work on your iPad, your iPhone, whatever you want to use, where you just select the scenarios that we've put in there. You select the harvest policies. It'll start drawing the graphs for you. You can look at how these things change dynamically over time. We're using some neat software developed by some Google, that Google bought that allows you to explore up to 5 dimensions on a single plot. And I think this was, I got some pretty good feedback from the MSAB meetings. This is a very useful tool in understanding how this process works. And then of course the tables I just showed you are right here on the web interface. Where we're going to go with this in a couple of years' time is that this interface will actually represent the real deal here, and at the annual meeting process, people in the audience or wherever can start to play around with these things and look at the impacts, potential impacts on their areas. The next steps is really to allow the MSAB to explore the use of these tools in determining the linkages and conflicts among the objectives that they've stated. It's been an interesting exercise. We're going to meet probably again in April and May in 2014 and look at the background operating model that's in development, incorporate some additional features and more tools. Our intentions are to try and complete a coast-wide halibut operating model by the fall of 2014 and start giving that to the MSAB to allow them to get involved in detailed investigations. meet with their stakeholders again, and then follow up again in the spring and the fall in 2015 with more information. And then hopefully by the fall of 2015, we will have a set of candidate management strategies that we can propose to the commissioners as an alternative to adopting and shaping harvest policy. A lot of this work I couldn't have done without a lot of the IPHC staff here. Critical people in this process has been Rob Cronlin and Sean Cox from British Columbia, who've done a lot of work. I've put covers on a lot of rabbit holes I didn't have to go down, and Jim Iannelli as well, and Robin Force on the SRB and Science Advisors have provided a lot of results. And again, I think the most interesting part of this exercise has actually been working with the MSAB members and having stakeholder input into this proposal. And with that, I'll take any questions.
Steve, at some point, will this be vetted by the SRB?
Yeah, it's our full intention to make sure that the SRB reviews the operating model that we put together, and getting feedback from them will be critical.
If I could, I think one of the objectives we have in this probably at some point is to have a joint meeting between the SRB and the MSAB.
Mr. Chairman, one more. So, Steve, when you're done, presumably in 2015, how do you see you working with Ian at our meetings to come to a final answer on where we ought to be?
Let me preface this by saying that's an excellent question. I'll use the decision table here on the screen to sort of illustrate my point. Is what we've been presenting to you is a blue line, and really what the stated objectives that we're trying to flush out with the MSAB is what cells in each of these columns do we want to be in? Like how much, for example, how much risk are we willing to take in letting the spawning stock biomass fall below 30%? And we've currently stated that that number is 0.075. So if we're acceptable with that number, and that's our objective, the way Ian and I will work together is the output of his assessment model really serves as the input into this process to help us find out what is an acceptable harvest rate, or if we use the fixed harvest rate, slow up, fast down rule, what is an acceptable level of up or an acceptable level of down that's consistent with your stated objective. So really what we're trying to do is make this decision table process a little more transparent, in that if we have objectives on the table, like currently, Bruce will correct me if I'm wrong, our harvest rate objective is to keep the spawning stock biomass above 30% 80% of the time. That's like test number one I passed. So under that criteria, any one of those rows would satisfy that objective. So then if that was the only objective we had, we would be going further down that column up to 80, 100 million pounds to see when does that objective fail. And right now, this was just with the one model, we basically don't capture the uncertainty in an appropriate way, and this is why Ian has been developing this ensemble process to better reflect the uncertainty and better not precisely estimate the uncertainty, I guess is the term I'm trying to come up with. So that's how we're married together, is the MSAB and the assessment model. They're really two fundamental things. The assessment model is part of the management strategy. And in Ian's case, or what Ian's proposing now, the ensemble of models is part of the management strategy. So instead of me running one assessment every year, if Ian has 5 assessment models, I have to run 5 assessment models each year, combine the results of them all together just to shape and develop our harvest policy. Now, the beauty of this process is that it's a bit like having an autopilot button. We've defined the objectives. We know that we want to maintain the spawning stock biomass above 1 million fish or whatever it is 99% of the time. We know this, so it's going to help us go through this litany of, or the columns of the decision table, and it will tell you what the quota is going to be. So it really is kind of like an autopilot. But every 3 or 4 years, we're going to have to reevaluate the objectives we've defined and say, is this really where we want to go, or are we missing something key in our process? So this is how it's evolved in the BC sablefish fishery and a lot of the South African fisheries and stuff. So I hope that gets to your question, Ralph.
Steve, I wondered if, and maybe I've missed it, but will MSE inform apportionment in any way? It's one of the things that bedevils the Commission right now, and I don't know whether it's been built in as any kind of an objective in the first iteration of all this, and if it hasn't, could it be tackled later?
The short answer to your question is yes, because once the full operating model is up and built, when we're simulating surveys into the future, those numbers will be used to apportion the biomass just like we currently do. So the status quo, the goal of the operating model is to actually simulate the status quo situation right now. But in addition to the apportionment scheme, we'll also have opportunities to evaluate other models where if you're using a spatially explicit assessment model, you can actually estimate what the biomass is rather than a portion of coastwide biomass in a given area like we currently do, and test whether or not that's a safe thing to do, or is the current apportionment scheme a safer or more robust thing to do.
I think just to play on that a bit too, Dave, is the idea of looking at things like fixed harvest shares. I mean, that's a scenario that you can put into this, or sorry, a set of procedures you can put into this thing and say, you know, is that a reasonable approach to this, and does that achieve our objectives using fixed harvest shares? That's another example.
Yeah, just to follow up on that, I have a graduate student, Katarina, I'm hoping to bring down here. She and I are dealing with that issue in a paper right now. Is it better to deal with apportionment, or should we just, like we do in the Pacific hake fishery, Canada gets 24%, and what are the pros and cons of each of those methods? So those are some of the things we're evaluating through this process.
Yeah, Steve, when you say better, what are you using to judge better?
Are you referring to the fixed apportionment versus the fixed allocation?
Yeah, I mean, I guess so. So what are the criteria you're considering?
Yeah, you heard me catch myself at the end, and I said pros and cons, not better. Probably the main criteria we're going to look at is essentially, with the Pacific hake fishery, I know that the Katarina works on, the big issue there is just fish not showing up in the Canadian zone and not having access to those fish. So are there better tools, since there's an international agreement, are there better tools to achieve their harvest rate objectives? In our case, we clearly have halibut up and down these zones, but one of if the objective, for example, is to maintain or maximize or optimize the catch in each of the regulatory areas, which is what we said in the MSAB, if we go to fixed harvest rate shares and we have a recruitment failure, or we have a recruitment pulse, this big chunk of fish may wash down where some people might get access to it early and clean it out before it ever gets downstream, or vice versa, it's not big enough and only people downstream get to them when they get to be a legal size. So basically, it's not about which policy is better, it's about mapping the trade-offs between these alternative policies, such that the decision makers can evaluate the consequences of choosing policy A over policy B.
If we go back to your next step slide too.
Sure.
So when we get to the annual meeting in January, what would you be asking for endorsement of these next steps, or what in particular are you looking for?
Yeah, that my work visa gets renewed, and no. Basically, what I'm presenting this at the annual meeting, what I really want to do is convey to the stakeholders who attend the annual meeting and on the webinar is that we're really trying to develop a policy, a harvest rate policy here that is somewhat stakeholder driven, and there's inputs from the community such that we don't have an analyst effect on that policy. When you think about where the current harvest policy that's in practice came from was two people in a room with a computer and said, here's 5 tables. I think the commissioners ultimately chose which one of the tables they wanted to use as the harvest policy, but why didn't they do 25 tables or 65 tables? The point I want to stress is that in presenting this annual meeting, here's our objectives that we're trying to work towards. Here's the process that we want to develop to allow us to try and work towards achieving those objectives, and then here's how they will be integrated into the decision-making framework. Am I asking for a pat on the back at the annual meeting? No, just I don't want to get kicked in. I guess the feedback I'm getting is I want to provide the people who are at the annual meeting information so that they can go back to their individual MSAB members and say, hey, you guys got to think about this bycatch issue, or you got to think about size limit issues, or whatever it is in our particular area, and ask those questions that may be important to them. So that's the sort of feedback I'm looking for. As you've attended both MSAB meetings, the input I get from the members on that membership is very important in shaping and steering the policies that we develop here at the IPHC. So that's essentially the input I'm looking for.
One question from the web, Mr. Chair. In the current table, how is it that the probability of decreasing the stock size to less than 30 and less than 20% of B0 doesn't change with different levels of catch? In other words, why is the probability of the SSB going less than 30% of SSB always 25%, and the probability of the SSB going less than 20% always less than 1%? So it's referring to the decision table.
Yeah. To note, that's last year's decision table that was based on 3 alternative hypotheses about the natural mortality rates, and essentially under the, what was it, 0.15? Under the 0.15 value, you got the same result. Under the 0.1 value, the stock was always below 30%, but above 20%. So you got the same result across all hypotheses of catch alternatives. This year's ensemble modeling has a very different cumulative probability curve for each of those work, and again, that's, I think, us, the commission staff, doing a better job capturing the uncertainty in the data. Yeah, so in the third column there, the reason it's always 25% is we gave the low probability, or sorry, the low natural mortality rate and the extremely high natural mortality rate models, the 0.1 and 0.2, we assigned them a probability of 25% for each scenario, and then the 0.15 was assigned a probability of 0.5 of being the correct model. So that's why you got the same answers in both those columns. This was brought up last year at the annual meeting as well, and interim meeting as well, and we thought we should just eliminate these columns. Ian did the right thing and fought hard to maintain these columns in there, because as we do a better job capturing the structural uncertainty in the models, these probabilities will change over time. It's just like his hurricane forecasting scenario. We're adding more and more models to it, so we're getting a better idea of what the distribution, the error distribution, model error distribution is.
Okay. Thank you. And anyone in the audience here in the room? I see nothing, so thank you, Dr. Martel. Oh, I'm sorry, Michael.
Not at all. I didn't put my hand up earlier, but before we let Steve off the hook here, I'm looking at the IPHC website and the Management Strategy Advisory Board page in particular, and listening to your presentation, it's always a challenge for anybody to give a presentation after lunch, as we all know, and I make sure that people stay awake and listen to them. But this is a very, as you said, very complex and difficult and technical thing to understand. And I'm thinking about the annual meeting and how this would be discussed and presented at the annual meeting, and thinking about that and thinking about what I'm looking at on the computer here with respect to what's on the website. And I'm wondering whether we should consider a couple of things, one of which jumped out for me from the report of the October 16th, 17th meeting. There's a paragraph in there near the end which said, and I'll just quote it, the board then identified a reduced suite of objectives to be examined more fully with the simulated coast-wide stock. However, stock conservation, maximizing available yield, and maintaining target spawning biomass levels continue to be the dominant objectives. This is a bit to your point, Jim, about what is being looked at and what isn't being looked at in this whole process. For reviewing the harvest policy, we're not necessarily questioning some of the basic tenets of what the overall mission of the Commission is. I don't think we state that as clearly enough, either in the information that we have here or what we present on the website. Or I'm wondering, because if you look at the website information, it's, in the 2013 meeting we agreed to establish this process. We don't explain why. We don't give any kind of context of what is the purpose and what is not the purpose of such a reevaluation. So you can say the purpose of this management strategy process is not to throw out the old objectives or the existing objectives unless we think it is. I mean, it's to examine, to make sure, to verify that our basic objectives in the sustainability resource remain the same, but to consider whether the assumptions that have underlined those objectives and the recent advice or policy, those objectives are in fact correct, which is what we were talking about at the beginning. So I think that's something that would articulate it that way, and that would also say this is a process which is taking place in other fisheries and other regions, and the purpose behind them was similar, to try to test certain assumptions to ensure that they were current, etc. I think both for presentation purposes at the annual meeting and considering who the audience is, and just more generally for the purposes of informing ourselves and others who are interested, something along those lines I think would be useful to do, including and providing, as I think a couple of questions, what is the time frame for completing that, and what do we expect to achieve at the end of it? Without sort of presuming what the outcome is going to be in detail, what some of the sort of where we're trying to get to by the end of the process with respect to the assessment of our objectives and particularly a review of our assumptions. So it's just a suggestion to you, Steve. I know that there had been some discussion that we had internally. I don't know whether, Paul, you had specifically talked about that at the 16th, 17th October meeting. We can come back to this in the issue of communications support for the work of the Commission, but there is some assistance that may be available from strictly looking at it from a communications perspective that could assist also in framing the process and the objectives in this way, although I think it's probably nothing that I've said is something that you wouldn't have thought about as well yourself. It's just that I need to find a way, I think we need to find a way to make this more accessible as a process, and the content to others, stakeholders or others who may not be following it very closely and may not understand it well and need to be clearer about what it is and what it isn't. And I think one thing I didn't say, but it will also be important, you have said it in a couple of your comments,
how it links to the stock assessment that's ongoing. And, you know, so people are getting at how Ian is kind of evolving the stock assessment process and understanding better how the MSC process is going to both feed in and draw from and be influenced by the evolving stock assessment process. So something that people need to, in a more easy to understand way, need to understand. Anyway, so just a few thoughts for you to consider. Thanks.
Thank you, Michael. I think that's helpful. I've been trying to think how to ask that question as well, and I think you summarized it. But when Paul asked the question about what would be at the annual meeting, I thought, well, that's an excellent question, but how will it be at every annual meeting from now on? So when this is perfected and developed, using those terms loosely, how does it feed in? Every year do we do it between the interim meeting and the annual meeting? So if there's a thought process there on how the selection of objectives, if it changed every year, when it would change, it might help people understand how it ultimately fits into things. Because this isn't something you're going to be doing, and it's going to be done in 2016, I guess. It's something that goes on. So how it fits into the annual routine is kind of what you were getting at, I think, Michael. So anyway, anything else from the commissioners? Steve has another one online.
Thank you. I have two that have just come in the last few minutes. The first is, if the minimum size was raised, would it help grow the stocks faster?
No. If the growth rates changed, if recruitment increased, it would probably help the stock size grow faster. I think if you increase the minimum size, you would probably do the opposite. You'd be handling more fish, trying to catch your quotas, and having a higher discard mortality. But that's pure speculation and based on some modeling research I did a couple of years ago for the trawlers associations. And also some published literature as well on the subjects. A lot of sports fisheries have put in both bag limits and size limits, and they basically have the opposite effect of the conservation you think.
Thanks, Steve. I think this question is a really good example of what MSC is designed to investigate. So the short answer is we can't answer that question right now because we need to do a lot more detailed investigation using some simulation tools, using an operating model that's realistic to the stock and saying, okay, what is the effect of changing those size limits? So that's exactly the kind of thing, a procedure, that this whole process is designed to examine.
Thank you, Steve.
And the second question I think Bruce just answered, which was, have the effects of alternative minimum size limits to future stock status been included in the new modeling approaches?
Not yet, but that is exactly what we will be using this tool for.
Thank you. And Paul has another comment or question, I believe.
Yeah, I think it's more of a comment. So along the lines that Michael was talking about, so for the annual meeting, I guess I was thinking, Jim, that we would be posing some questions around how we move forward with the MSC and some more details on next steps and the timeline. So I think, you know, when we thought about this project or agreed to it a year or so ago, the timelines were a little sooner than what's up there now, and that's fine. Things change as you get more information. But I think to help better understand how things are going to progress over the next year a bit, it would be helpful to see some more clarity about how that's going to happen, and then ask, you know, to get confirmation, because it's going to take resources of all of ours to move this forward.
You've noticed your trips down here take time?
Yes, I have.
Okay, thank you very much. Last call on MFC. Thank you very much, Steve. That was good as usual. So are we tough enough to keep rolling, or do we want to have a break? That's of the commissioners. Break. We're going to take we have several agenda items left, so let's try not to do more than 15 minutes. That would come back at 3:25. Thank you for being prompt. Let's see, we still have several items on the agenda for this afternoon, which would be really good to finish since they're all webcast, and we'd like to get through that for the people who are on. It brings us to the annual research plan. I think, Greg, are you going to do that? Or Bruce, do you want to introduce it?
Here's Greg.
Thank you.
Afternoon. Thank you for bearing with me while I get this started here. What I have to present to you this afternoon is the staff's preliminary assemblage of a research plan for 2014. As background, the staff prepares each year a draft of the annual research plan for review by the Commission at the interim meeting here in the fall. It allows the staff a chance to review what we have proposed internally for our field research for next year. And we can discuss the priorities of the individual studies, allow you to look at budgets, particularly as you're getting into the F&A discussions later in the day here. Following the meeting, we will further develop and revise the annual research plan or the ARP as necessary, and then we'll present a final plan for your approval and adoption at the annual meeting in January. So at this meeting here, I'm just going to review the preliminary plan as it's been assembled. It is under tab 5 in your briefing book, and I'm going to go through it here, and we can stop for questions, comments as we go through it. The research plan has been evolving over the last a year or two. We have always had a research document or proposal before the Commission, but from the work from the performance review, we formalized a little bit more and had it more in line with the 5-year research plan that we have reviewed with you at the annual meeting. Some more work on this plan this past year has brought this annual plan further into alignment, if you will, with the framework of the 5-year plan, so you can follow along with the projects and the studies as they relate to the specific research themes within the 5-year plan. As background, the 5-year plan has 4 main areas of themes of research, and they're shown here on the slide. The first one being stock identification, monitoring, and assessment. Second, harvest policy and management. Third, biology, physiology, and migration. And the final one being ecosystem interactions and environmental influences. So within each one of those 4, I'm going to go through the studies that we have lined up here for next year and discuss them in an overview fashion. First one, the stock assessment, monitoring, and assessment. Work in this area obviously focuses on inputs into the assessment. Stock identification includes our monitoring programs and incorporation of uncertainty in both the data and processes into our management advice. The main function within this theme here is annual assessment that Ian presented to you here today. We also conduct fishery-dependent and independent monitoring through our port sampling programs, through our setline assessment survey. A study that we are proposing for 2014 will look at the selectivity or hooking success, if you will, of large halibut on halibut gear. The previous studies that have been done on this particular topic have not had large enough sample sizes on large fish, above 40 pounds, and we're looking to confirm that and expand those studies with some field work here next year. Second, in the area of harvest advice and management, this primarily involves Dr. Martell's work on MSE and the MSAB and his harvest policy studies. There's no particular studies proposed per se, but this includes all the work that he's been doing particularly. Next, in the area of biology, physiology, and migration, it probably includes the bulk of staff work. We have a very extensive archival tagging program that Dr. Tim Lohr has been developing over the last 3 to 4 years here. Currently, we're looking at further identification of the tagging protocols, the tagging locations, the type of tags that the geomagnetic technology would provide for us. Also includes some size and age studies that we've began this past year. We have a rather large program that we're working with collaboratively with University of Washington, ADF&G, and National Fisheries Service that involves internally here at least looking at our otolith archives and looking at otolith incremental growth rates from going back to the 30s and the 20s. We have a project that we started this past year on a pilot level that we're looking to expand to a coast-wide program here next summer to collect length and weight information and looking at the relationship of those factors through our port sampling program. And also continue to work on gonad maturity assignment. This is one that's been underway for a number of years, trying to get a better assessment of actual maturity of from visual indicators on gonads. That feeds into some of the information needed for the assessment. Finally, in the realm of ecosystem interactions and environmental influences, a rather broad category, but this looks at basically the ecological context of halibut in the North Pacific. We have a number of studies we're involved with right now. The main one here is the profiler work, collecting oceanographic information on our survey platforms. We've also had the project that's looking at collecting data on or samples for assessment of mercury and contaminants that we're doing in conjunction with Alaska Department of Environmental Conservation. And then a third year of looking at the effects of ichthyophonus on halibut. Last couple of years we've been working with USGS to collect some samples and looking at the spatial and temporal prevalence of ichthyophonus on halibut, and we're looking at trying to do some tank holding work here next summer that would actually look at the effects on growth on those fish. We've included in the document there a preliminary budget for all these projects, as well as a priority for each project as has been identified by our internal science review board. One of the tasks that the Commission asked us to perform and include in the annual plan is some identification of priority of these projects in case there are some decisions to be made on approval of individual projects from a budgetary standpoint. So there's a table in the document that includes that. And then finally, I don't expect to be able to read this on the screen, but this is also a final table there in the document that looks at all the projects that are on tap. The priority, again, as assigned by our internal review board, what category they fall into, and kind of the time frame of the individual studies. And a couple of notes I would add to this. As you'll see at the bottom of the table, again, this is like the last page in the document in your briefing book. It summarizes all these. We had one project that was proposed by staff that our board is not recommending proceeding with, looking at the effect of barbless hooks on survival. And there's some study design issues with that cause a recommendation to not proceed with that. It also shows in the table reflects the discussions that we've had internally here, which was mentioned this morning about collecting sex composition information from the commercial fishery. I think we're still discussing that internally, and I think we want to have some discussions with the industry at the annual meeting and trying to see what kind of program we can formulate to collect some of that information. So we list that in the table just to raise awareness and put that out there for folks to see what we're thinking about. But it is kind of on hold at the moment. I'd also say that in the course of assembling the document, one project did not get listed in the description portion of the document. It's reflected here in the tables, and that is the very first proposed project here, about halfway down, looking at the Salish Sea pad tags. We are proposing releasing some pad tags within the Salish Sea or within the southern Puget Sound area to look at movements of fish and interactions of the stock within the inside waters of Puget Sound. So, Mr. Chairman, that kind of concludes my overview of this. I didn't intend to get into a lot of detail, but I would, as we do also always in the past, at this meeting, any input from the Commission or from your science advisors to staff here as we put the document together and as we formulate these projects would be extremely helpful.
Thank you, Greg. Are there comments from the commissioners? Questions? Ralph.
Greg, Bruce, I just got this, so I didn't get a chance to double check Mike to make sure that all these are in the budget. Thank you.
So, Greg, on the relative to migration, there's a bunch of tagging studies that I guess will shed some light on that in the future, but we're not looking forward to any other evaluation or summary of existing tagging data. That is all of the data and information that is available from existing tags in a document already, or is there more work going on?
Yeah, Dr. Balsiger, the staff produced a migration white paper here 2 years ago that basically pulled all that information together, and I think that's the best source we have for that right now.
Thanks. I couldn't recall if there were tag recoveries in the last 2 years that might have changed that. So I look forward to these tagging things as well. Anything else? Steve, is there anyone online? Chris.
A quick question, Greg, relative to the size and age issue and some retrospective looking at some of the otoliths and other information. Do y'all have any preliminary indications on that and on the stuff that's ongoing?
Yeah, Mr. Oliver, no, we don't at this point. We've been pulling the samples out of our archives and doing a lot of sample preparation and looking at sample sizes. So it's been more or less in the prep stage this past year, trying to gather the what's needed in order to do that. So,
science advisors, questions? Nothing from the U.S. side.
Nothing from me. This is the first time I've seen this. So I've just asked Steve if I can look. I'd be most interested to look to see how the 2014 plan maps onto the 5-year plan. So I might have some comment when I've seen them. Thanks.
All right, thank you. So a thing from the U.S. science side, I guess if something strikes you the next day, please be sure to get that to Greg. Otherwise, any other comments in the audience? I see none. Thank you very much, Greg. That will bring us to our potential survey expansion in 2014. Bruce.
Mr. Chairman, yes. As you know, in discussions we've had over the last several years about the issues of expanding our survey into areas where we don't currently have stations, and so we've had a lot of internal discussions about this on staff, and I'd like to ask Claude Dykstra, who's our survey manager, to review some of the background on this and what the proposals are before us over the next 4 to 5 years to deal with this on a sequential basis.
Good afternoon. Get this thing running here.
Okay, I'm going to chat about setline survey expansion. The map you see on this diagram here covers our current area. The current survey samples the 20 to 275 fathom depth zone, and then we take that data and expand it out to the 0 to 400 fathom contour, and that's done for both the assessment and the apportionment. That's the footprint that's used for it. We know that halibut occurs at shallower depths and down to at least 400 fathoms in some areas. Commercial fishing take a significant fraction at depths greater than 275 fathoms in Area 4, and there's several areas that have significant catches at shallower depths, and I'll just show you some information on that. This is the proportion of commercial catch that's greater than 275 fathoms. You'll note that Area 4A and 4B and 4D have been having fairly significant increases in the catch that's coming from those areas over the last few years. When we break that out throughout the year, through May through September, you'll see that in September Area 2C starts seeing some more, Area 3A it's in May. Our survey is in June, July, and August, which becomes more important in Area 4A and 4D, where there's upwards of 40 to 50% in some of those areas coming out during our survey time in those deeper waters. This is a schematic of the last, since '96, the commercial catch coming from less than 20 fathoms. Again, this is an area not currently surveyed by our setline survey. Area 3B, 4C, and 4D have quite significant levels of catch in these depth zones. And again, as a breakdown during our summer months when we're conducting the survey, there's active fish being pulled from those waters shallower than 20 fathoms, particularly in Area 3B and 4C, as demonstrated by this slide here. So again, the commercial data shows that halibut are in the waters that are outside of our current depth zone. There's a potential there for the survey weight per unit effort to be biased. We're currently taking the average weight per unit effort in our survey and expanding it out to those unsurveyed depths. And that assumption may or may not be one. We don't know that until we go out and test that. We feel that any depth expansion should be done consistently across all areas. The goal is to survey the biomass, so we only need to know that we have a representative catch rate at those unsurveyed depths. And we know that halibut are highly mobile, so fish present at any given time in areas with no fishing are still part of the biomass that we need to survey. So we're proposing expansion of the survey over a 5-year period. The 5-year period is being driven by two things. It'd be great to do this in a single year, but attracting sufficient vessels and having the finances in place to do this all in one fell swoop is pretty daunting. So the proposal, as we're putting it forward right now, would be to do an expanded survey, which would include depths in the 10 to 20 fathom range, the current depth range in areas that we just currently don't have stations in, as well as the 275 to 400 fathom depth zone. We would do it in a rolling phase-in across the different regulatory areas based on these years and areas that we have listed here. And that has the priority of those based on year has to do with what the assessment team feels is the areas that we have the largest and most important data gaps. This is what's proposed for Area 2A. So in 2011, we did a pilot expansion into the shallow, deep, and areas that are currently not surveyed within our current depth range in Area 2A, but we did not go into California at that time. So the clear dots that you see on this diagram, and these are slightly different than what's, I think, in your handouts there. This is a bit more of an updated one. But all these darker dots that you see up here we did in 2011. We went into Puget Sound, the Strait of Juan de Fuca, and we hit deep stations on the outside and some shallow ones along here. And then the data in those depth zones is used to calibrate the data that comes from our standard depth zones on our annual survey. In 2013, for the first time, we went south into California on these dark gray dots down to 40 degrees north. We did not fish shallow and deep in this year's expansion, but we're proposing to do that next year in that footprint that we covered in Northern California, as well as going further south down to 39 degrees. And that has to do with we didn't see any real significant change or drop off in the halibut catch rates that we saw all the way down to 40 degrees north. It was very similar to catch rates that reasonable catch rates that we see in 2A in southern Oregon. This is the proposed expansion for Area 4A. Right now, the stations, our current stations along this section here are in the 20 to 275 depth band. Along what we know as the 4A edge charter region, we only went down to, we started at 75 fathoms because there's a lot of real estate that's in shallow waters in the eastern Bering Sea, and it created too large of a chunk to bid out each year. We're proposing going down to 20, or down in the 10 to 400 fathoms. All these dark stations are new proposed stations. The ones that are squares are what we feel are prospect stations. We're not sure. There's either currents too high there or we're on a really steep relief. We're not sure we can get station 2 actually stick there. And we're going through the process right now of vetting these stations with either other agencies, whether it be the Coast Guard for shipping channels, National Marine Fisheries, ADF&G for various closures or other concerns that they may have. But that's the proposal for the two areas that we're proposing to do in 2014. I'm just going to kind of quickly give you a flyover of the coast, just so you get an appreciation for where the expansion is. The light gray dots are our current stations, and the large green circles are the proposed stations. This is Area 2A, currently 96 stations. We're proposing an additional 67. Area 2B, there's lots of stations in the Strait of Georgia, so the northern Salish Sea, that are in our current depth range, as well as on what's known as the Dogfish Banks on the eastern side of Haida Gwaii, that are in our current depth range but are not fished. And then there's also many shallow ones that we would try to pick up. The range on the new stations has to do with our vetting process, where we're not sure all these stations that may fall up various channels and whatnot if they're actually fishable stations, so that's part of our vetting process. Area 2C probably has our best coverage. We'd be looking at 25 to 30 additional stations. A number of them are in quite deep waters inside the straits and on the outside. Area 3A, there's stations here in the transit channel to Valdez that we currently don't fish. Our experience in 2011 in 2A found that we were able to work with the Coast Guard and put out notice to mariners to let them know that we had a vessel that was on the grounds and maybe limited in its movement, and we were actually able to fish in those zones. So we're hoping we can have the same result in Alaska, and we're currently going through discussions with the Coast Guard regarding that. There are some other stations that aren't showing up on this particular rendering, but we have stations that go right up into high up into Cook Inlet. We likely can't go this far north, but we could go in this area here. We know from our vetting right now that there are stations there that we need to put back on the map. This is Area 3B. Area 4A I previously showed you. This eastern margin here is demarcated by the closed area. If we don't demarcate it by something, we continue going on for quite a ways. We did a calibration study in 2006 in the eastern Bering Sea, where we did pairs of stations every 60 nautical miles. We do 2 stations that were 10 nautical miles apart. One that was coincident to the trawl survey, the NIPS trawl survey station, and then one 10 nautical miles to its east. And we did that, and we've since been doing our calibration off that single data point, and would hope that at some point in the future, in the 5 years, we would try to repeat that. So we know that the 2006 event wasn't simply a high, a low, or an average, but we get some further data on that. We have a fair number of stations in this area that are in our are currently not on our survey. We don't have good documentation as to why that is. It's suspected that, you know, if you have 5 days of good tides in a month, there's only so many stations you can fish, and that could be a constraint here as we go forward. Area 4B, similar thing. There's some patterns along here that are not well understood why we have such gaps. Some of them are clearly current related. Some of them are not. And we're currently going through the process of vetting these stations up along Bowers Ridge. Area 4D, it has quite a few potential new stations. Again, this is largely pertaining to the shallow depths. So all along the Bering Sea edge, we had done the current survey in the 75 to 100 fathom, or sorry, to 275 fathom depth range. The instant we bring it shallower up to the standard that we have everywhere else of 20 fathoms, you just fill the whole thing in. And this goes north up to the Russian economic zone, so we'd have to be sure where we were and all those good things. But again, we currently do this region all along, right along the edge itself, and we have stations that we've been fishing since 2006 on that expansion that I discussed earlier, around the Pribilof Islands. So we've been collecting data from those, and those are currently incorporated into the assessment and apportionment work. So just wrapping it up, we're going through the logistical issues right now. I'm trying to understand if we're going to get enough vessel interest and capability to do these regions. Not all those stations that you saw there are fishable, whether it be shipping channels, dangerous currents, sea lion rookeries, all these sorts of things have to be considered, as does the cost of expanding into these areas.
Thank you. Well done. Ralph.
Chloe, could you go back to slides, I think slide 6 and 7, please? Yes. Go to 7, please. I noticed that you stopped with September. There's still fishing in October. In fact, I think there's some people in industry that would like to see it go into November. Do you have those numbers? I wonder if they shouldn't be added so we know where we're at.
We certainly have that data. We projected it here from May to September, largely because the survey operates generally from the last week of May all the way through the first week of September. Our focus is June, July, and August, but technically we're doing the last week of May, first week of September if I can't get everybody off the water due to weather and whatnot.
So we just don't know what fish is, how available fish is in October and November.
Roger, we don't generally survey at that time.
We do know from commercial data, but we don't from our own survey stuff.
Okay, and then the second question. How is this going to, when you finally get it done, how is this going to impact the stock assessment?
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Hort, you can get some feeling for that by looking at the differences between the apportionment tables, including the expansion to 2A this year. So that had a fairly reasonable effect on Area 2A on its own. So the issue that we're facing in all of these areas is the potential for bias by not having information in some of these zones where we aren't currently fishing, and they may have an impact on when we go to do the apportionment thing, the estimation of biomass in those areas. So I think the impact of this could be substantial in some areas.
Michael, please.
Okay. Bruce, you said could. Two questions. One is related to the last slide on logistical challenges as Claude described them, including the considerable cost, let alone whether you can in fact find fishermen to do this for you. And it really relates to what Ralph was asking. Is this something we really need in order to be
more confident, significantly enough, more confident in what is required for stock assessment purposes, because it's a very significant proposal, it seems to be, just by the number of green dots that I saw across all those areas. And look, I appreciate I'm relatively ignorant here. I think the argument seems to be obviously in part that the fishermen are going there, so maybe you should go there too. Particularly, I guess, at both the under and the over, the deeper and the shallower areas. But I do want to be clear that any decision on this needs to, number one, be certain that any additional cost, first of all, feasibility, secondly, cost, and whether or not it's going to be worth those things for the purposes of the robustness of the stock assessment. Is this something that is really going to make a major difference in the work that needs to be done by Ian in order for us to have information for decision making?
Commissioner Pearson, I think from the stock assessment perspective, we do think that this is an important issue. And as an example of it here, if you look at the proportion that catch deeper than 275 fathoms, and for example in Area 4A, if you look at the y-axis on that, you're looking at 30% of the catch being taken deeper those depths that we survey in right now during the time when we're doing those surveys. So we're not seeing those fish on our surveys. And I think that's the potential for bias in the estimates that we use to derive things like both the assessment and the apportionment is quite significant.
So I have an excellent question for you. So I didn't quite track for sure if you're proposing all of these for next year or if you're going to stage them, and so I'm wondering, pursuant to Michael's question, whether you've considered maybe do them all one year but only survey every other year or something like that. Then you could pay for twice as many if you did an alternate year survey. Many fish management groups are looking at ways to cut costs, and a lot of those looks are at frequencies of expensive surveys, particularly when we have a long-lived animal and 100 years of history and excellent modelers. So I'm wondering if, I guess I would actually like to see a couple paragraphs thinking about what the downside would be to something like that, just as you continue to pursue that. I'm not, that's kind of a, actually it wasn't a question, I guess. It wasn't a poor comment, but I'll leave it at that. So Michael, or oh no, Paul was.
Yeah, well, I guess it was along the same lines, Jim, is so, well, first off, what is the cost? And so you're talking about staging in over 4 or 5 years, I think you said. So as you go, if we, want to go forward, I think we'll learn something about whether we want to keep on going. And so have you also thought about, rather than just expanding the survey, to taking into account what some of the commercial information is telling us? Is that another way of getting the same information?
That's an excellent question. I think what we're looking at here, we actually looked at a whole bunch of different approaches to trying to do this. One of them was coming up with a subsampling scheme within our current survey stations, plus expanding out into the areas where we don't have them right now. And that ends up being a fairly inferior thing in terms of what you end up creating with the coefficient of variation around the estimates and the potential for bias within that. The issue of, we certainly can't do them all at once. We did make this as a proposal, I think 2 years ago to you, and the estimate at that time was something like $1.5 million. The incremental cost for this year is something like $270,000 additional to do these expanded stations within 4A and 2A. That's something that I think we can deal with that kind of cost. We can't obviously deal with a $1.5 million expense on a regular basis.
So was there somewhere in here that it laid out what might be the 2015 additional? You do the 214. Thank you. Excellent answer.
Bruce, yeah, I'd just point out that in our budget this year we're projected to lose $500,000 on the 4B and 4D surveys, and I'm sure this would make it, or is that included in the, you said 4A, oh, 4A we lost 460, or we're losing 460 per the budget, but that includes the expanded stations. Yeah, those westward areas are really losers, as everybody knows.
Commissioner Horde, one of the issues on that is, in our projections on that, it's based on some assumptions about what kind of catch rates we might get in these deeper areas, and we actually don't know what those catch rates might be like, so that's kind of our guesstimate as to what those things might be.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have two questions from the web audience. The first is, what are the survey plans for Area 4E?
Mr. Chairman, Area 4E is something that we're playing off the National Marine Fisheries Service trawl survey in the areas of 4E. So what we're doing on that in 2016, the idea is to try to repeat of the flats coordinated sampling between the trawl survey and a set line survey to try to update that data point we're using in 2006. But currently, the information we have for doing survey estimation from Area 4E, and again, we include C, D, and E as a single area as far as the Commission is concerned. C, D, and E in terms of allocation is a council creation. But for Area 4E, we're using the information from the fairly extensive National Marine Fisheries Service trawl surveys in that area and the areas to the north as well.
And the second question, Chuck Ashcroft asks, regarding the staging in process, does this negatively affect the areas that are not surveyed until later in 2017 and 18? And if so, how did the order of the survey expansion get decided?
Mr. Chairman, that's a very good question. And what we did in trying to come up with a hierarchy of how we would approach these is to look at where they had the biggest data gaps in there. So, for example, in Area 4A, there's a fairly significant amount of fishing happens in deeper waters where we don't have them. In Area 2A, there are areas that we don't currently survey, which we would expand into. Area 4B, which was the second priority, this is the slide that's on the screen, has a lot of unsampled areas as well. So we went through the process of saying where were the the largest potentials for uncertainty, where do they reside, and then we try to deal with those on a staged basis. If we look at the, what was the first part of the question was? Oh yes, so the question was, in doing them in a sequential fashion, what happens is it's the same kind of thing as we did in either Puget Sound or Southwest Vancouver Island in past years, or in Northern California in current years. What we're trying to do is to improve our estimates of density in each one of those areas. As soon as we come up with a new data point for improving that estimate density, that's incorporated into our process. And then we scale those improved estimates in intervening years based on the relationship between the scaled estimates for the expanded and versus the standard. So in each case, what we're trying to do in all these areas is come up with the best estimate we can for density. And they've improved in various areas over time, so this has been a sequential process. Even before we talked about trying to do the survey expansion, this is something that's happened on a regular basis.
Bruce, to what degree is this expansion aimed at better stock assessment, and to what degree is it aimed at better apportionment?
I'm going to invite Ian to come up and comment on this as well. In terms of the apportionment, it's fairly significant for the apportionment and trying to get a high precision estimate for density to be used in apportioning the exploitable biomass. It is also important to the assessment process, and I'm going to pass this to Ian for that comment.
I won't say it, but that is a pretty good question, Commissioner Boyce. It's actually important, as Bruce stated, for both processes. The stock assessment, as we're currently doing it, we build up the indices on an area-by-area basis, and as Bruce pointed out, we have different degrees of quality in our estimates for those areas. Right now, we have more complete coverage in some areas than others. And I guess following up on an earlier question, it's not clear whether there will be a net gain or a net loss for any particular area in this exercise. We won't know until we go in and sample some of these areas whether the catch rate that we're currently asserting for that area is higher or lower than what we actually observe when we go in there. And that's really the fundamental problem here, and why it's difficult to say that this will or won't have a huge effect on either the assessment or the apportionment, because for many of these areas we've never gone into them and sampled, and so we don't know what we're going to find when we go in there. If we find values that are quite consistent with the mean that we've been applying to those areas in the past, we'll see very little change in either the assessment or the apportionment. But if we were to go in there and find a catch rate that's quite different, for example, and the reason why we prioritized 4A is that we are seeing a lot of commercial catch in the zones that we're not fishing in time periods when the survey is operating. If in fact we find we observe a catch rate that's quite a bit higher, that will change not only the apportionment calculations, but the way in which each of the survey components is aggregated into the coastwide total, and the relative contribution will change. So it's quite important for both processes.
So just to be clear, when Bruce responded to Ralph's question saying that they're just look at 2A to see what changes you can get. Well, 2A, because we did an expanded survey, 2A got bumped up. But as you just clearly explained, as you increase the survey, the quota may well go down. So it's...
Then the reason, of course, that it went up in 2A is because, I think as you were alluding to, Jim, is that's new area. So it was sort of a new piece of the pie, or a bigger piece of the pie down there in terms of the spatial content of it. In the other areas, it could go either way depending on what the survey catch rates would be.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just trying to understand, are we making a decision here, or is this just for information and will be decision made at the annual meeting? Is that what's the situation with this?
Well, I'll ask Bruce to address that, I think, but we are not making a decision here in terms of approving anything. However, if we're as a bunch of commissioner, are we a board? As a commission, if we find this completely unpalatable, this would probably be a time to suggest a different route. And I don't find that, but Bruce.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, you're correct. Your sort of approval process of this is both conceptual, which you can sort of scream uncle if you don't like it right now, plus it's also through the budgeting process as well. The approval happens there.
And the budgeting process is an annual meeting decision, right? So, I'm not going to scream uncle, scream aunt a bit. I think I need to understand this better. And perhaps some of the questions we've already asked can be thought through a bit further in advance of the annual meeting. I do get it with respect to the gaps. There was a lot of the suggested areas or stations being proposed which were very adjacent to and very close to ones where existing stations are, as opposed to an area where there's no stations, such as that other, that new area in California. So I need to be convinced that putting a lot of new stations in areas right adjacent to where existing stations are is as logical as putting stations into areas where there's no stations at all. And I think the cost consideration is very important, and not just in the context of the $270,000 for one. If we're going to talk about a 5-year plan, what is the cost over that 5 years? A little more logic or clarity around the sequencing, some of which has been answered already. But I think a lot of these, a little bit more on paper of the thinking behind it and the implications of it. I would like to have, I appreciate the variability in the quality, you say, Bruce, of the private, of the commercial or the fisherman's information, but I would like a bit more rigor in that analysis of where is that variability, and where is, if there's some reliability, where would you, how would that affect your decision making, rather than just saying in every location you've got to do a whole bunch more. Maybe the quality is better in some places than others. I don't know the answer to that question, but I think these are legitimate questions that we should have answers to or more clarification before we make a decision.
First, Rolf.
Ian, statistically, what does this do to our 100 years worth of history? We've got this fishing pattern in our surveys, and now all of a sudden we've got this change. Seems like there might be a problem there.
So the short answer is that we already have a piecework of areas that we sample consistently every year, areas that we've missed in some years or we've only gone into in some years. And we're already stitching together that piecework, and we're using ratios to fill in the gaps in our current time series. So there's some of the early years when we didn't have complete coverage in certain areas, such as off Vancouver Island. There's Puget Sound that we've only been into in 1 year, and we use a ratio of what we saw when we go there to fill in the years when we didn't go into those areas. Ultimately, we may not need to go into a lot of these areas more than a few times. We may go in there and find very few fish and find out that it has very little contribution to the total, and therefore the uncertainty in our survey index is virtually unchanged. Conversely, we may go into areas and we may go once and see a certain ratio of fish. We may go back again and see a very different ratio, implying that there's some different trends going on there. And that's why it's very hard to say what the long-term effects of this is going to be. I think to answer your question about how does this fit into the 100-year period is that we can much better understand what we do have if we can see into some of the corners and nooks and crannies. Even if it means that we can't go and sample there every year, at least it'll give us some idea of what we might have missed in the past. So it could still be quite valuable information.
For you, Mr. Chairman or Dr. Lehman, when we have budget discussions either today or tomorrow, am I correct in assuming that would give us an opportunity to maybe get a better feel for where this fits in terms of viability relative to the budget and the whole bang for the buck aspect of this? Thank you.
Yes.
Did you have someone online?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you. One question which has been touched on, but it has to do with how we treat the unsurveyed areas now. Does the expanded survey areas into waters deeper than 275 fathoms expand the calculated base for those areas? So does this equate a bias against areas where the deep waters are not yet surveyed?
So right now we don't survey deeper than 275 fathoms, but we are asserting the average catch rate into those areas. So those areas are already included in the calculation. And in some areas that may be a reasonable catch rate to assume, and in other areas it may not be as good. And that's why we can't tell for sure without going and sampling those areas whether the actual catch rate is higher or lower than what we're assuming in those areas. We know that at some depth halibut starts to tail off, and we're unlikely to see as high a density of fish at some depth, but we don't know what depth that occurs at in each area. Does that answer the question?
Regulatory proposals.
Heather, you want to come up? I'm going to ask Heather Gilroy to come up and run through those with you. Again, these are just informational.
Why are they just informational?
Because you're not making any decisions on these at this point, but it's to alert you to what proposals we have received and some preliminary staff comments on them.
Thank you.
It's a funky mouse. Okay, I'll be going over the reg proposals, and there's just 4 at this time. We've received 1 reg proposal. This is one to allow the retention of incidentally caught halibut in sablefish pots in Area 4A. The Commission received this proposal from the industry. It was either in 2009 or 2008. The Commission sent it on to the Council to ask them to look at it, and they have sent a letter back. Sent a letter back to the Commission that says they support this proposal. It would be allowing the incidental halibut in the sablefish pots in the overlap area where the sablefish fishing in Area 4A occurs. And all of these proposals are on the web page, on the IPHC web page, so the industry can look at them. The second reg proposal we've received is to remove the U32 halibut from the guided sport fishery, and so that the U32 halibut would be taken out when you're doing the stock assessment as part of the other removals. In this request, they've also stated that you would need a regulation that would record the fish lengths in the logbooks. There are two other regulation proposals. The first one was to manage all removals and that would be in two ways: U32 halibut and O32 halibut. So you would set catch limits for U32 halibut separately from O32 halibut. And the proposal is for I think it actually said 2014, to have a discussion paper done in 2014. And the last proposal, this one isn't on the web page yet. This is would need to occur if the Commission accepted the Pacific Fisheries Management Council catch sharing plan. The proposed catch sharing plan is that the fishery opening dates would be earlier. So if you chose to do that, then you would need to, or our recommendation would be that the application date for the license applications would have to be earlier. The proposal is that the fishery would start on April 1st as opposed to May 1st, and so we would need to move the application dates forward. And if there was a sablefish fishery, that would depend on the catch limit you set. If there was a sablefish fishery, then we would need two separate licenses because of the earlier sablefish fishing date. And that's it for the proposals we've received to date.
Thank you. Any comments or questions? Anyone on the line, Steve? Anyone in the room? I see no comments or questions, so well done. I'm sorry? The deadline is over for proposals this year. I think it was around November.
Yeah, November 31st. There still will be opportunity for catch limit proposals, but this is it for regulatory proposals.
I happen to know there's not 31 days in November, so late November. Got it. Thanks. Okay. In general, does anyone in the audience wish to say anything before we end this public session? And we will start another public session at 8:30 in the morning. I see none. So thank you very much for your attendance. It was a very orderly crowd. I appreciate that. These are actually tense subjects, so I'm sincere when I say thank you for being a good audience. And for the commissioners, let's stand down until 4:30, by which time maybe we can be ready for our in-camera session.
You are the last party in the conference.
The organizer has ended the session, and this call will be disconnected. Goodbye.